33. Dylan. Back to business as usual, with an emotional hangover I can't reverse. I can't believe myself. I opened up to Lake, spilling all of my insides before him. I'm talking guts and gore, the meatiest parts of my past. Open and bleeding, I let myself fall apart before him, and surprisingly, he scooped me up and put me back together where I belonged, as if it never happened. He knew how to fix me by doing nothing at all. He listened, absorbing every wound of my past as they all opened and bled before him. If I thought Lake was only playing the part of a listening ear simply to get laid again, I was dead wrong. He didn't even kiss me. He had the opportunity, told me he'd take me any way he could get me. Does he know I have zero restraint when it comes to him? I nearly stripped myself of my clothing right then and there, bent over the couch and screamed for him to take me now. But no, composure. He absorbed it all, and for no other reason than to understand. His empathetic and understanding qualities were not at all what I was expecting. Neither was my inability to keep the truth from him. And yet, watching him in that room with Colin, I felt the surrounding warmth, a strange familiarity of sorts. It almost felt normal having him there with us, and I can honestly admit that was a first. Unfortunately, the comfort that was there in one moment was gone the next. After our talk, he acted as a gentleman, simply saying goodnight and leaving. I haven't seen Lake in 3 days. A rescheduled session turned into another one moved, and now we are meeting after hours in order to squeeze in some much-needed therapy. So here I sit in the dimly lit gym, anxiously awaiting the man I haven't seen since he whispered those 3 little words against my lips. Whenever you're ready. The doorbell rings, and my spine straightens immediately. Sucking in a nervous breath from the back room, I quickly adjust my sweatpants and fix my sweatshirt, flinging my braids over my shoulders and trying to keep my cool. "Back here!" I call out, then run my hands down my face because, fuck, here comes my crush. I hear a bag drop to the cushioned mat floors before 2 large hands perch themselves on the doorframe.
Are you trying to make a career out of getting brutally murdered?
My eyes bulge at the statement as I turn to face the man of the hour. The man of every hour, who am I kidding? "You just texted me saying you were 2 minutes away." My brows lower at his angered tone. Is he seriously mad right now? He marches over to me with heat in his heavy steps. It's not the same soft man who was cradling my hand a few nights ago. Nope. This is the guy that was at my hotel room that night, telling me he'd split my door if I didn't open it. The one angry about peepholes. It's Flake. My eyes trail up his statuesque form as he approaches, taking in his cut-off shirt that accentuates his bulging biceps, the ripped part on the sides low enough to expose the edge of his pecs and the slightest sliver of those rippling abs. My heart hiccups in my chest as he stands directly in front of me now, looking down with those darkened blue eyes hooded with a dangerous passion behind them.
If I'm not here, leave the fucking door locked until I am, he says coarsely.
I swallow at his words, staring up in confusion. Looks like the alpha came back to play. It's the peephole freak back in action. I hate that I feel my thighs tense up, my knees pressing together at the heat already pooling between my legs like some sort of weak female who likes to get told what to do. Traitorous physical form. My words, some sort of smart-ass comeback, are caught in my throat as he abruptly turns away and walks back towards his bag, leaving me in a flurry of lustful drunkenness. Removing a bottle, he takes a quick sip of his Gatorade before wiping the edge of his mouth with his thumb. Oh, to be that thumb. He eyes me from a distance as he takes another drink, the roll of his throat mesmerizing as he pulls the bottle from his lips, and a ghost of a grin forms. I just stand there, leaning against the bench, glaring at him with my arms crossed over my chest. It's like he can hear the electricity jump across my internal spark plugs, igniting that power he seems to own. He tosses his bottle back into his sports bag, then stands with his hands on his slim hips, posing like the sculpted man of perfection he is, but with a playful glimmer in his eyes.
"Missed you, Captain,"
he says with that sexy smirk. What is breathing? I've never heard of it, nor do I know how to do it anymore.
"What's on the agenda for today?"
he asks, not even pausing for me to respond to his comment. I clear my throat, trying to find my legs beneath me as I walk towards the cabinets for the exercise bands. We are starting with some light squats, crab walks, and even a little stationary bike action, if you're up for it.
"Oh, I'm up for it, Dylan,"
he says before dragging his tongue along his lips while those hooded eyes trace my form. I can feel him trying to visualize what's under these clothes, and the need to remind him has my pulse racing through my weak veins and my nipples standing at attention. Chill the kitty and get to work, you dick-obsessed whore. Somehow, by the grace of God, we are able to continue the session without too many further distractions. We make small talk about what we've been up to since last seeing each other. He tells me how he's been hanging with Candy and the other teammates. My anxiety creeps in like cracked frost on a windshield as I remember the picture from his Instagram. You know, the one I'd previously stalked, of the boys at his place with their girls. He goes on, changing the subject, telling me about having to help his mom with some errands or something, keeping it short before he begins interrogating me, asking me practically every detail of my life since seeing him last. I tell him how I've spent the majority of my time with Jaden and Greg, practically living at work, and he scowls. I detail my existing list of clients that I've been assisting Jaden with on the side, and the scowl deepens. I also inform him I've just started watching a new Netflix documentary about fungi, and he gives me a pity smile. I live an extraordinary life. He asks about Colin between reps, and I warm all over. I tell him about this race he really wants to take part in next spring that I need to sign him up for soon. It's expensive and kind of involved, and the money is needed up front, so I need to punch through my finances tonight to see if I can even maneuver it. But I don't tell him any of that. I'd never want him to feel obligated to help me, nor would I accept it. Now we're just finishing up our last exercise before stretching, and my nerves are on fire again. I have to touch him now. This is my job. Don't overthink it. It's a machine. A machine that needs maintenance. A machine that can make you come better than you ever have before. And he wasn't even in control. He could run through me, fuck me into oblivion if he was back to his healthy self. Jesus, why am I this way? Machine! Attempting to tell my body to turn off its sex-crazed setting, I remember professionalism. Turning to grab the foam roller from on top of the cabinets in the back room, I stretch on my toes, my fingers grazing it. As I barely reach it, the roller slips away from me. Hands find my hips, and I gasp as strong arms lift me onto the counter. My knees meet the laminate as I work to remember why I'm up here. All I feel are the firm hands on me, lightly brushing the skin beneath my sweatshirt. They're burning their scalding heat through me like a branding tool, marking me with his touch. I squint, trying to ward off the moan that begs to slip from my lips at his hold on me. His massive hands nearly circle my entire waist. Refocusing, I grab the roller, turning around to sit on the counter before jumping off, but I bump into a firm chest. He's pressed against the edge of the counter, making it impossible for me to get down. "Lake," I whisper cautiously. He breathes hard through his nostrils, his shoulders rigid as his palms plant themselves on both sides of the counter where I'm now sitting, legs open around his hips. This position is too much. I'm already flushed, and he isn't even pressed against me yet. He moves inward, causing my inner thighs to rub against his hips. Fuck. I want to pull that flimsy scrap of a shirt he's wearing into me until that bulge beneath those sweats rubs me right where I need it, the place that's aching for him. But I don't. I open my legs wider, leaving a sliver of space between us. He doesn't move. Neither of us is touching the other. Just standing as close as possible, hearts racing, chests heaving, waiting for the other to cross that line. Feeling lightheaded at the intoxicating lust coursing through me, I flutter my lashes and find the courage to look up at him. He's already staring at me, eyes wild and dilated. He's losing any sense of control, just as I am. He drops his head forward, placing his forehead on the cabinets behind me, near my neck. I stiffen, holding my breath, waiting for his moment to strike. His scent floods my senses, reeking of a rich masculine spice and natural salty sweat. The urge to taste him is forever present. I unknowingly tip my head to the side, giving him whatever room he needs to strike, my breaths coming out all short and choppy now. His lips part by my neck, and I feel his warm breath on my skin. My eyes close, because there's no chance I can keep them open when I'm imagining the feathery touch of those two pouty silk pillows that are just barely grazing my skin, trailing up towards my ear.
"I can't touch you, can I?"
He whispers slowly, knowing the answer before even asking the question. I swallow, trying to find my voice that's suddenly taken a vacation down in the pit of my stomach. That would be considered... I clear my throat, still not finding the strength to open my eyes. That would be inappropriate, as you are my patient. I can feel his smirk against my jaw, as if expecting my answer, before he slowly pulls back. He tilts his head, moving down along the other side of my jaw until those lips are in the vicinity of my other ear. I feel his breath against the lobe, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end.
"Then I guess I have no choice but to wait for my therapist to break her own rules."
He retreats, leaving a cold rush of air in place of the warmth I was submitting myself to. I stare at the floor, my mouth slightly ajar, as I see him push himself up and onto the table out of the corner of my eye. The moment he backs away from me, even if by only 2 feet, I'm finally able to exhale and take in a quick, much-needed breath to reset. The ease with which I slip into this lustful, needy chick freaks me out.
"Will you finish me off?"
Lake asks casually, laying back along the massage table, his hands folded behind his head as the imprint of his thick, long cock lies hard along his thigh. Air. Where is it? I need air in the lungs that are currently being compressed with the weight of his water surrounding me, suffocating me. So much so that I'm beginning to enjoy the sweet torture that is drowning. His statement, while used to imply the stretching at the end of our session, has a double meaning, and that smirk facing the ceiling insinuates his game. He's toying with me, with himself, knowing he's pushing my limits because he can, and testing those waters again. Trying to move that line, to allow me the access and space to cross it. What he doesn't realize is that he's playing with a woman whose boundaries are on the verge of snapping like a twig. And wiping that coy little smile off his pretty face is exactly where I'll start.
34. Lake. Fuck, I missed her. 3 days was 3 days too many, and that, for me, is new. I had to reschedule a few sessions, one for a recent interview with Sports Illustrated and the other for my mom. Dale was out of town on business, and she'd needed a ride to the hospital for another consultation with her oncologist. She convinced me everything was fine, so I let it go and sat in the reception until she finished up. When she came out, red eyes brimming with tears met me in that waiting room, but she still insisted they were on the right track with this new treatment, and she was eager as hell to get back to herself. I was eager to see it too. So after a few home sessions with the detailed instructions sent from my sexy as hell therapist, I was back in the gym, ready for a little late-night therapy with my girl. I could have killed her for leaving the fucking door unlocked. Yes, I was only around the corner, but even so, the idea that someone could have come in here and taken advantage of her drives me mad. Now here I am, taking advantage of her without exactly taking advantage of her. Jesus, those braids. Immediately upon seeing her in that cute, earthy-colored sweatshirt, the matching biker shorts beneath, with her hair tied back in 2 French braids, I imagined the worst. I saw myself gripping them in my hands, wrapping them around my palms and controlling the fuck out of her mouth. But I've done my best to stay respectful and keep my distance throughout the workout. Until I saw that sliver of skin as she reached for the rolling mat, her lower back right where those dimples sat and her tight ass arches out. Fuck, those back dimples do something strange to me. I couldn't control myself any longer. My hands found her hips, and there I was, holding on to her, needing more. I tried to breathe through it, to remember her client-patient boundaries, and somehow found the strength to push myself off of her and over to the table. I needed a fucking ice bath for this raging hard-on that seemed to always want to come out to play since knowing her. She'd gotten beneath my skin, seeped her way into my head, and I can pretend all I want, but this girl is all I can think about. What I want is for her to be driven crazy with thoughts about me, too. Pushing the limits and teasing is what I do best, but I need her to cross that line herself. I want to see her squirm with the same desire I feel, being forced to break her own code of conduct in a desperate attempt to give in to her wants and needs. She's a tough cookie, this one. I knew it'd be a challenge. What I wasn't expecting is what happened next.
You're waiting for your therapist to break her own rules?
She asks, approaching the massage table with a cocked brow. I sigh, facing the ceiling again with my hands behind my head. Any way I can get you, D. I quickly change positions, sitting up on my elbows to face her, the words pouring out in desperation. I just can't stop. She lifts her chin, grabbing my leg and placing it over her shoulder to stretch me.
Stop what? Getting erections in my presence?
She deadpans. I choke out a laugh, not expecting her bluntness as she pushes me until I'm flat on my back again, stretching the muscle I didn't realize was so tight.
It happens all the time, Lake, with many of my clients.
She says through a soft sigh, pushing my knee towards my chest. No, she didn't.
It's fine. I'm used to it. Doesn't even faze me anymore.
She hops on the table to get better leverage, the smirk on her face killing me slowly.
I'm a snake charmer, Lake. It's my cross to bear.
My brows pinch together as she leans over me now, her eyes connecting with mine. Nope. I reply immediately, not even allowing the world in which that's true.
Nope? What do you mean, nope?
She frowns. You're still seeing other clients?
Yes, Lake. I'm a physiotherapist. It's what I do. See patients.
She says, her tone teasing. Where's that planner you're always writing in? Is it in your purse? She straightens before folding my leg across my body, stretching my lower back as she holds my hip in place.
Why would you need to know that?
I don't answer, only scowl at the ceiling, thinking of a plan as she presses her weight into me. Dropping my chin to my chest, I find her face above me as she leans her full body onto my leg. I gaze at her up close again, studying her as she studies me. She has this air of confidence to her that wasn't there a minute ago. Her tongue brushes across her lower lip, wetting it before a breathy moan leaves her throat. A breathy moan. I'm losing. I've lost. If this is a fucking game, I'm out. Done. Deceased. Take my medals, take my rings. I submit to you, Dylan. I can't stop thinking about you. I blurt out in all seriousness, staring into her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, intoxicating me with their unyielding strength. Her lashes flutter suddenly, but she continues to stretch, biting the corner of those perfectly shaped, upturned lips again. It's those lips, I continue, eyeing them as they part ever so slightly. And those eyes. I look at hers, captivated. You told me one night with you wouldn't be enough, and it's not. It's not even close to enough. I need more. She stares back at me, showing no emotion.
You know the deal, Lake. I can't mess this up.
She looks down at the hold she has me in, and I see a hint of a frown form. I know this, I answer, groaning slightly at the stretch. But I'm not asking for more. She scoffs.
Just what I need.
Rolling her eyes, she continues.
To be another playboy's dirty little secret.
That's not it at all. I'd take more if I could, but the circumstance stands. She stills at that, and I raise my brows, insinuating my truth.
I don't even want to try and process the seriousness of what you just said to me.
Dylan, I whisper, touching her hand, wanting her to say something, anything, to relieve my pain. It's just you. I need you in some capacity, and I get the feeling that back in that hotel room, well, you didn't mind a little me. I'm at my breaking point. I need her. I need her now. She stills for a moment, as if calculating all the scenarios in her pretty little head as I pull her hand onto my abdomen, holding it there. We can do this, I whisper, convincing her to the best of my abilities. Her timid eyes find mine again, and I see the need behind them. Will she accept my proposal again? Can we keep this casual for the time being?
Lay back, Lake.
She instructs with a confidence that could kill any rookie on the field. I do as she says and lie back on the table again, closing my eyes tightly for only a moment to attempt to rid myself of this teenage angst I've fallen victim to. My cocky attitude that got her all riled up is now taking a backseat to the one owning this game. My pulse rages in my neck as she slowly slides off the table, and my eyes follow, awaiting her next move. She must sense it because she abruptly instructs,
Face the ceiling.
I shake my head no, being the stubborn fuck that I am. That makes her roll her eyes again and purse her lips to contain her annoyance. She stands beside me and I watch her scan over my body, eyes pausing at a certain area that's tinted just for her. I grin, feeling a cocky sense of pride until I lose control when her hands find my quad and begin massaging the tight muscle. I swallow, closing my eyes, enjoying the feeling more than I should, as her soft hands work through the meat of my muscle, rolling out the soreness. Slowly they find their way up to the top of my quad near my pelvis. I hear her breaths change as those hands work their way higher and higher. My cock is stiff near my other thigh, aching and ready, and I'm not even ashamed. Let her know what she does to me. Just as I feel like her hands are about to graze my throbbing dick, she switches sides, massaging the other quad similarly. I release an annoyed sigh, running my fingers through my hair and dragging them down my face at the teasing, torturous pain. She's fucking with me. As she massages the other thigh in a similar fashion, her hands climb higher and higher until her own tease has her falling to the curiosities that break her. One of her hands slides its way between my thighs until her warm little palm is finally cupping my dick. D, I groan, staring up at the ceiling as she softly strokes the length of me over my sweats. I can't take it. I'm so hard and ready for her, it's painful. Feeling my shirt roll up over my abdomen, exposing my lower stomach, she slowly peels my sweats and underwear down just enough. I hear a light intake of air as she releases my cock into the cold air of the quiet, fluorescent-lit back room. My breaths are hard and short as I lie victim to her tease, shirt up and pants down, anxiously awaiting her touch. She says nothing as she bends over me on the table, before the feeling of her soft lips close around the head of my cock and I fucking lose it. My eyes roll to the back of my head when she slowly kisses the tip. Her tongue laps up the pre-cum leaking out and my hands grip the edge of the massage table tightly. Her soft, supple hands wrap around my base and I suck air in through my teeth.
I'm your therapist, Lake.
She whispers against my shaft, her tongue licking around the crown.
So you can't touch me.
She closes her hand around me, stroking my length a few times.
But I can touch you anywhere I want.
Oh, fuck. I groan, my back teeth grinding together as her sweet lips surround me. I love this gym's policies. Warm, wet, and fucking amazing. She takes me in her mouth, as much of my length as she can. Her saliva coats me as her head slowly bobs up and down over top of my swollen cock. My fingers claw into the black cushioned table, and the urge to touch her comes over me. My hand slips between her thighs from behind, pressing against that sweet spot between her legs. She moans around my cock, arching her ass towards me as my middle finger slides along the damp spot on her shorts. She's wet as fuck for me. God damn it. Her lips come off my cock with a pop and I damn near whimper at the loss.
Touch me again, and I'll tie you up with the leg bands.
She scolds. My brows raise at the comment that sounds like entirely too much fun, so I touch her again, running my fingers between her thighs until I'm cupping her sex over her shorts from behind. She holds the base of my cock, arching back again to expose more of that wetness to me as an uncontrolled moan leaves her. With my other hand, I reach up and wrap her long braids around my palm, getting a tight grip. I'm going to touch you, Dylan. My voice comes out hoarse and ruthless, because I have to. I gently tug on the braids, turning her face towards me. And you're going to finish me off. I pull the braids, turning her mouth to my cock again. Because you want to. Her lips glisten and her chest rises and falls beneath her sweatshirt. Her pink tongue dips out to lick the ridge of my crown before she nods. The submission has me almost losing it entirely as I hold her head in place, my hips lifting off the table, meeting her mouth. Her hands gently stroke my base as she leans over me, her ass propped up near my face. My fingers find their way up the side of her shorts, pulling the material away from her skin to provide the room I need to touch her. Trailing her wet center with my middle finger, I find her entrance, slowly sliding it in until I meet the knuckle. She's so soft and warm and dripping with delicious goodness, and fuck life entirely if I can't get back in here again. Clenching around my knuckle, a gasp escapes her and she pauses, holding my cock to her cheek. I want her to peel those shorts off so she can properly sit on my face and my fingers can fuck her the way they need to. But I feel myself losing the battle to pleasure, succumbing to it as she ruthlessly continues to suck me off, stroking the slippery length, not even allowing me a chance to come down. It's the fact that she's sucking me off on a massage table, in the back room, at the gym where she works. Everything about it feels so taboo, so lewd, so forbidden, and so completely fucking indecent. It's everything I never thought I'd enjoy. Shit, I pant, removing my hand from beneath her shorts to grip her braids again. I'm gonna come. The muscles of my abdomen flex as one of her hands slowly slides up my torso. Her fingers run over the ripples of my stomach while her mouth stays wrapped around me. My hips continue to thrust off the table. Her throat vibrates around me, moaning as if the act is giving her as much pleasure as it's giving me. It's all it takes for me to come undone. I drop my head back, clutching her head in my hands as I feel myself release straight down her warm throat. With my mouth dropped open and choppy breaths leaving my chest, I release a throaty groan, finishing into her mouth, and she allows it. When it's over, I catch my breath as the best feeling in the world cycles through my body, from the goosebumps on my neck all the way to my flexed toes. I sit up on an elbow to see some of my cum spill from her plump, used lips back onto me, and the sight nearly has me buckling over. She gives me one last quick little kiss on the tip before her tongue darts out to lick the remaining drop off her lip. My heavy lids attempt to open, to stare at her in complete and utter admiration and awe. I'm speechless. Cocky, confident, arrogant Lake Decker is in post-nut shock. Truthfully, I didn't think any of this was going to happen, even with how much I teased and pushed, but holy fuck, Dylan just sucked me off on the massage table. I'm getting hard again, just rehashing. She flips her braids over her shoulders, smirking slightly as she adjusts my Calvins for me, pulling the sweats back over my underwear and finishing with a light pat to the band.
Maybe we can do this,
she whispers with a hint of a grin, her eyes flirtatious before turning and leaving the room. I watch her walk her perfect ass confidently through the door, heading to what I'm assuming is the bathroom. My head drops back against the black cushion, my arms dropping to hang from the sides of the table like a man who's used up, satiated, and yet somehow still completely unsatisfied. More. I need more. A thought comes to mind and I sit up abruptly, looking around the room. Spotting her purse on the counter, I rush over. Inside is the planner she's always carrying around the gym, taking her notes and adjusting her schedule. Opening it on the laminate counter where all of this started, I grab a pen. A devilish smile slides across my face, and I fix a few things that need fixing.
35. Dylan. You don't want your sandwich, Call? Are you sure? I ask, leaning against his door frame with a plate in hand.
No.
No, you're not sure, or no?
No, I don't want it. No sandwich.
He yells back. But you haven't eaten much of anything, and we probably won't be able to get food once we're down on the field.
No food. I said no. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it.
He repeats while crossing and uncrossing his fingers, rocking his body in his recliner. Sighing, I drop my head back against the door, already knowing where this is going. We've come this far. I've successfully gotten everything ready to go, with Colin in a sweatshirt and clean pants and underwear, despite his attempts to re-wear his khaki slacks for the third time this week. I've made food in an attempt to get us fed and out the door at the appropriate time in order to be on the field for kickoff. Tonight was a home game, and I had tickets waiting for Colin and me at the gate. How did I know this? Well, it was written in my planner. My personal planner. That Lake went through. There it was, the date, the event, the time, with an XO Lake after it. This guy had successfully gotten into my planner and rerouted my entire schedule. Crossing out names of other clients, noting that they were losers, he jotted brief notes in between Trayvon and Peter's slots, instructing me to talk to Greg about my new client schedule. Not only that, but he drew little hearts around his full name as if I had doodled it myself. Weirdo. He was fucking with my money and my tight, pristine schedule, and Greg was sure to get an earful on Monday. Either way, I was excited to get Colin out of the house to attend a football game. Knowing his love for the sport, I was hopeful we'd be able to enjoy ourselves and Col would get to meet some of the players he watches on television damn near every Sunday. Not only that, it was my opportunity to see Ashton in action again. That's right, Ashton was in town. The Chicago Bears were playing the Denver Broncos, and I was more than excited to watch him play live. Every time he played in town, he texted to see if we could meet to catch up. He knew my life with Colin and knew that, more often than not, I'd have to decline offers to get out of the house. But that never stopped him from trying, and he never once held it against me. I couldn't deny the nervousness in my gut over seeing Lake again. I was doing my best to keep it casual. Just sex and therapy. We could do this. Casual. I deserved a little fun as long as we kept it under wraps. Right? Fortunately, today was my chance to make it all happen. See friends, see my crush, bring Colin, enjoy a hint of normalcy again. Unfortunately for me, today was not a good day. It's hit or miss, and something as small as a change in schedule or a sensitivity to a new smell, like the new recipe my neighbor across the hall is attempting to perfect that's seeping beneath the gap in our rundown front door, can reroute our entire day. Whatever the reason may have been, Colin was not in a good place to handle the stress of an event as large as an NFL football game from the sidelines. As frustrating as it is, it's life, and I deal with it. I just hope Lake will understand. Lake. The guy I'd sucked off at work. On the massage table. God, I'm a whore.
You washed my shirt?
Colin asks, pulling me from my thoughts. I stutter, refocusing.
You washed my shirt. You washed.
He breathes hard as he rocks.
You washed my shirt, right, Pickle?
We are on the brink of destruction. I watch as those fingers twist tightly, knuckles white as he clenches his fists. I see beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he pulls at the collar of his sweatshirt. It's the build-up to a meltdown. Yep, I washed your favorite shirt, Call. It's in the dryer right now. Come here, I say softly, holding my hands out for him. Let's take this off so you can breathe. He rocks a few times in his seat before nodding and holding his arms out for me. I help pull his sweatshirt over his head as he sits back in the recliner. I go to hang the sweatshirt back up in his closet when I hear a knock at the door. Confusion hits me when I head towards it and undo the rusty locks, finding a face I wasn't expecting. Katja. Let's celebrate, bitch! She yells out, holding up 2 bottles of wine by the neck, one in each hand. My expression etches with concern. Please tell me I didn't forget your birthday, I reply with a hand to my forehead, worried I'm a shit friend to a woman who's been there for me more times than I can count. God, no, she gasps. I haven't aged since 40. I laugh at her joke before she explains. This is a welcome home party. My brows lower. For who? For me, silly! I finally got the keys to 103, she exclaims, pushing past my stunned form into the apartment. Katja's my new neighbor? Hey, where's Cole? I brought him a housewarming gift. She sets her bag down and pulls out a small vintage pickup truck, setting it on the counter with her wine. Kat, I stall, shaking my head. I think we're supposed to buy you a gift. This isn't... You're not doing this right. Fuck it. I just so happen to have some of my favorite people as neighbors now. She smiles, leaning against the counter. Come on now, pop that bottle. I chuckle at the complete randomness, turning to grab the wine glasses from the cabinet. We watch the game from my tiny love seat, practically snuggling together with our wine as I withhold the fact that we were supposed to be there. She asks about Colin and why he hasn't left his room since she got there. He loves her, so to not say hello is normal, considering his state of mind at the moment. I explain his near meltdown, and she nods in understanding. You're an amazing woman, you know that, Dylan? She says, finishing off her glass and setting it down on the wooden coffee table. You never push him. You're patient when you need to be. You just accept and acknowledge, and honestly, that's all you can do sometimes. I look down at my half-empty glass, running my thumb along the brim. It's been my life for as long as I can remember. Even if it is difficult to accept at times, I wouldn't have it any other way. He's my brother, my best friend,
Pickle and Collie were supposed to be there.
Colin's voice breaks through the room. He's walking toward us in his Canary button-up he must have pulled from the dryer.
Pickle and Collie were supposed to be there, Cat. But Colin hates the neighbor food. I don't like it. The smell. I don't like it.
Kat turns to me with her head cocked. Lake gave us tickets. Colin's been struggling with this new cuisine that someone in the complex has been attempting to cook. He had a moment. I made a decision. I shrug, then finish off my glass. Damn. Katya shakes her head. You're so lucky to be working with all this fine-ass meat. She sighs, turning to watch the screen. The perks of the job.
Pickle and Colin were supposed to be there.
Colin repeats. I heard, Col. She sighs sympathetically. That's all right, though. That's the best thing about football. There are so many games. She smiles at him, then stands and walks toward the kitchen. You hungry, buddy? I can whip up some of that baked macaroni and cheese you love. She turns her face to find mine and shoots me a wink. My body fills with warmth. When I met Kat as the divorced psychiatric nurse at the facility where Eric dropped Colin off, I'd never in a million years thought she'd become one of my closest friends and someone I could trust entirely. She was everything I didn't realize I needed. Someone who just gets it. I sit back against the couch as the Chicago Bears kick off the second half of the game. Katya finishes the mac and cheese for Colin, giving him his vintage truck gift before we pop open the second bottle of wine. I've been staring at the TV screen, attempting to get into the game, but all I see is Lake. On the sidelines, in the halftime interview, he's all over that screen as they cut to him after a few plays. He stands there, clapping on his teammates, looking handsome as all hell. All I see is him, and all I can think about is the way those masculine hands wrapped around my braids, pushing my head towards his cock to finish him off. I feel a pulse in my clit at the thought of his firm aggressiveness that made me damn near whimper in delight, needing to clench my back teeth to ward off the memory. While I'm trying to think of anything else, my phone vibrates on the wooden end table with a text. Lake.
Where's my girl?
The wine must have gotten to those butterflies because there is no other reason I'd feel a light flip in the compartment down below to words that aren't meant for me. Not in the way I hoped they could be. He probably calls everyone his girl. Is it him? Katya shrieks, looking from my hand to my eyes and back. She settles herself on the other side of the couch, crossing her legs and facing me now. I look at the message, then at her, then back at my phone again. Who's him? I ask, curious who she thinks I'm talking to. I haven't divulged in my intimate moments with Lake to anyone. I basically skirt around being his therapist as best I can, keeping it super casual. Somehow, accidentally placing my mouth around his penis doesn't seem like good therapy practice for a professional. Ashton, silly! I laugh, watching as Ashton completes a play on the screen before us. Pretty sure he isn't texting while catching. She never stops. Her obsession with me and Ashton hooking up is constant. Well, I know he'll be calling later to meet up. You said he always does when he's in town. You need to chill your tits, woman. It's not like that. Please. He's always understood your life better than anyone. He loves Colin and Colin loves him. He's so fucking nice, has that sexy blonde buzz cut, and have you seen those arms? Tree trunks. I gasp, scolding her with my eyes. Cat. All I can think about are the arms on the other team's guy. The ones that feel so strong when they're holding me down. The pickings aren't great when you hit my age. She shrugs, focusing on his next play. Oh, the things I'd do to him. Cat! I laugh. I don't want to hear it anymore. The excuses, the friendship bullshit. Cross that line. Be a hoe for once in your life. It's liberating. She continues, taking another sip of wine. Oh, if only you knew how much I understood that. I look back down at my phone and respond to Lake. Dylan. Didn't work out. I'm sorry. Thanks again for thinking of Colin. I hit send and expect that to be the end of it. He's watching the game on the sidelines with his coach and teammates, surrounded by chaos and a plethora of reporters, almost as gorgeous as the one in Arizona, I'm sure. He'll have people all over him until dawn approaches, and then more after it. He has that freedom, the ability to screw whoever he wants whenever he wants, and I'm sure he takes advantage of it. I feel the vibration of a new text against my leg. Lake.
Everything all right?
I swallow. He's concerned. I hate how concern from Lake feels good. Dylan. All good. Have a great night. I sit back against the seat, tossing my phone onto the coffee table. I don't want sympathy. I don't want concern. I don't want to be someone's something worth saving. I only found strength when saving myself. Besides, we agreed upon a line in the sand: sex and silence. After the game finishes up, I place a blanket over Colin in his chair, removing the empty bowl of macaroni and cheese he devoured. Drawing the bright curtains of his yellow room, I switch the lamp off and quietly slip through the door. I smile to myself as I close it and look to where Katya fell asleep on the couch. As I'm placing our empty wine bottles in the recycling, I hear what sounds like a super gentle knock on the door. No, it couldn't have been. Must be the neighbor. Then I hear it again. Wiping my hands nervously down my black leggings, I look back to where Kat is sleeping, then back at the door. Twisting the rusty knob, I pull it open just enough for the chain lock to tighten so I can peek out. I see him standing in the hallway, hand perched on the door frame as he always does, leaning forward with his dark, thick locks of hair before me. But when his head snaps up and those gunmetal blues light up at the sight of me, I'm terrified to my bones. Lake? I whisper through the cracked door, my heart racing at the sight of him, panic circling me. What are you doing here?
36. Lake. The game's over, I mutter, sounding like a total idiot. Of course the game's over. That's why I'm here, at her door, needing to see her and make sure everything is all right with her and Colin. Her entirely bland text left me confused and worried. Call it protective. It's just how I am with women in my life, my mom included. After spending the morning making her breakfast and assisting her with her medications while Dale was out of town on business, I dodged questions about my recovery process like a man swerving defenders. Questions came at me from left and right about therapy, and it was impossible to hold back the cheeky grin that stretched across my face as I explained with minimal detail how well it was going. She made a note to mention that I seemed different. While I was still more than eager to get back to business, she said I had a certain energy about me she couldn't place. I didn't even want to imagine she knew what she was talking about, but I couldn't deny it myself. Dylan has changed me, gotten in my head. I'm a man who's falling for someone I can't have, and realizing that is a torment all its own. I made my way to the field an hour later, anxiously awaiting her and her brother. But as time ticked on, I'd realized something was wrong and they weren't coming. So now, here I am at their door.
I watched it,
she whispers through the crack, her soft eyes finding mine. I can't help but smile at that. At least I know she wasn't avoiding the game. If she was watching, then she had to have seen me and thought about me at some point throughout it. Something about that makes my stomach tighten. Feeling a little anxious about the need to explain myself, I tucked my hands into the pockets of my jeans. I had to see you. Had to make sure you were... I struggled to find the word that fits. It's so much more than just all right, but it's all I got. All right. Her mouth opens as if she's about to say something, but she simply nods, waiting for me to continue. I scratch the back of my head, blowing air through my lips as I look down the hallway and back. Can I come in? She stalls, looking towards where I know Colin's room is and back. Is he sleeping? She smiles lightly, nodding. He's good though, right? She stares at me, processing my sentence as if it's hard to digest.
Yeah.
Want to tell me what happened? Her eyes drop to the floor.
It's complicated.
I stick my hand through the crack in the door, touching the tip of her chin and tipping her head up to face me. That chin's gotta stay up, babe. I know. So, do you want to tell me what happened? I reiterate. Her eyes fix on mine, and it's almost as if it's as overwhelming for her as it is for me.
What always happens?
She shrugs, shedding her steel facade.
Colin can't handle certain changes. He's hypersensitive to them. I knew bringing him to a loud, chaotic game just wouldn't work with the way his day was going.
Okay, I whisper, nodding. I'm sorry he had a bad day. She simply shrugs it off again. But don't feel like you can't tell me that, I state, leaning forward more so our faces are both close to the crack in the door. You can tell me these things. I want to learn more. I want to know more about you and him and what your life looks like from the inside. Her amber eyes harden on me.
What are you doing here,
She asks suddenly, sounding frustrated. I tip my forehead on the door, staring at her through my lashes, our faces close but still separated by this locked door. I came to see my girl. She shakes her head once.
Don't say stuff you don't mean.
My brows lower and I frown. I mean it, Dee. I whisper, my voice husky as I look at her lips and back before licking my own. You're my girl. I see the walls behind her eyes. She doesn't want to let me in. Doesn't want me to cross that line we talked about. I'm making her entirely uncomfortable. Simple. Keep this simple, Lake. Well, anyway, the guys asked me to head down to the pub. They're all grabbing a few celebratory drinks tonight since we don't have practice till Tuesday. Guess I'll just head on over. I linger at the door for another second, wishing she'd stop me, hoping she'd tell me to stay here with her instead, to let me in. But she doesn't. Someone else does.
Lake Decker?
I hear from behind the door. Dylan's eyes round and she's barely able to remove her head before someone pushes the door shut in my face. The chain lock rattles violently against the door as it reopens, and an older woman appears beside her. She's probably in her early 40s with a short, curvy body. Her thick, dark hair is wrapped up in a large bun and she wears a wide, toothy smile that lights up her entire face.
Oh my God!
She looks back at Dylan, eyes illuminating with excitement before peering back at me.
What are you doing here? He was just
stopped by to confirm my session tomorrow. I interrupt, trying to help. Heading to meet some of the team at O'Leary's pub just down the...
She's coming.
The woman interrupts.
What?
What? Dylan and I both answer, hers sounding a little more perturbed. The woman nods aggressively.
Oh, yeah.
She stares at me.
She's coming with you. Colin is sleeping. I'll stay here with him and you.
She scoffs, eyeing Dylan from toe to head.
Well, you need a night out.
She says pointedly.
No.
She begs, looking petrified.
No, Kat, I can't. Yep.
She interrupts her as she eyes my body entirely, tipping her head to the side and peering at both my arms from shoulder to wrist. I look down at my arms, wondering if I have massive sweat stains on my loose-fitting casual tee or something, before facing her Inspector Gadget eyes again.
She'll be dressed and ready in 10.
The door closes abruptly, and I stand there in complete confusion. I hear murmured yelling on the other side of the door, but decide to take a seat in the hallway and wait. 11 minutes later, Dylan gets pushed through the door. She stumbles into the hallway, and my eyes trail up from the floor, taking her in. Black booties lead to black tights covering her toned, lean legs, leading up to a flowery black V-neck dress covered in red and pink roses that ends at her thighs, exposing those plump, round breasts I've come to obsess over. She wears a leather jacket over the dress with her long, honey hair flipped over one shoulder, exposing her slender neck. Lipstick. She's wearing red lipstick. Jesus fuck, I murmur. Then remember I still need to get up off the floor. She shrugs lightly, and I hate her modesty. She needs to own her fucking hot-ass body. Is she crazy? No. Blind. She must be partially blind. Maybe it's just in one eye. Either way, she can't see herself clearly like I can. Stunning is the only word that comes to mind. We hop in my truck as I make the drive to O'Leary's. I keep glancing over at her in the dimly lit truck, listening to light country music in the background as she fiddles with a loose string at the end of her dress. You look really nice, I say, trying to ease whatever tension she's holding on to. She laughs lightly.
It's old.
She looks down at her dress.
I don't get out a lot. Or ever.
Do you routinely deny compliments, or is it just with me? I reply snarkily.
When the compliments come from the guy who initially called me stale, they tend to be a tad harder to accept.
She deadpans. Oof, headshot. I lick my teeth, gripping the wheel tighter. To be fair, I enjoy a good stale chip, I state, my eyes on the road. The crunch surprises you. It's different than it should be. Unexpected. She smiles.
In the worst possible way. But I admire the glass half full attempt.
I peer at her smile, letting it warm me entirely before I say, to be honest, I was just angry at the world, and I didn't know you yet. Her smile fades as she gazes at me, thinking, contemplating her next words as if knowing they'll come off wrong.
I still don't know you.
Her words tear through the truck, suddenly making the space seem even smaller than before. My heart pinches in my chest at the truth. I still don't know me, I reply, chuckling lightly before turning onto the highway. But that's not stopping me from growing and learning more. That makes her pause. Guess there is no good comeback to self-growth. However, I have definitely been more stingy with the complexities of my life. My mother's illness, the fact that my father, who's a total deadbeat, did horrific things to us that have changed who we are, or the fact that my drive to get back to being the famed face of football isn't entirely for me. Yeah, I've been holding back, hanging on to my secrets, especially considering everything she's exposed to me about hers. We ride in silence as the street lights pass overhead, allowing the orange light to illuminate her dress in quick waves. I steal another glance as she peers out of the window, noting the small pills that have collected on the fabric of her dress from multiple washes. She has no idea that, to me, she's more beautiful in something worn and ratted than any other woman in designer clothes. But it's not even that. It makes me sad because I want to give her the best of everything. She deserves it more than anyone. But accepting anything is difficult for a woman of her strength. She won't take anything from anyone, only finds ways to get it herself. Selfless women are my Achilles heel. That I'm even thinking about how she aligns with the woman I love and admire most startles me. What are you doing, Lake? We finally pull up to O'Leary's, noting a collection of fine sports cars, jeeps, and expensive trucks already parked. Opening her door, I hold out my hand to help her down from the heightened cab. She stumbles into me, and I quickly wrap my arms around her.
Shit.
She murmurs, her face inches from mine.
I'm not used to heels.
I hold her firmly to my chest, feeling her breasts press against me. My lips part, aching to kiss hers, and it takes my breath away. Those gorgeous lips were just wrapped around your cock, Lake, your cum dripping down them, sexy as ever. I see that, I whisper, unable to look away, feeling a certain warmth fill my chest. Close call! I hear Candy call out across the parking lot, distracting me from nearly taking her in the back of my truck and doing all the nasty things I've imagined. Good thing he's got quick hands. He jogs over to us as I set Dylan down. I turn toward the road to adjust the rock in my pants. But have you heard? Candy slips an arm over Dylan's shoulders, guiding her casually into the bar as if they came together. Mine are the best in the league. He wiggles his eyebrows at her as I roll my eyes behind them. He opens the door for her and she stills in place, staring into the bar. I almost run into her before I skid to a stop, peering around her to see what she's looking at. When she screams, a high-pitched scream scaring the shit out of me. In a flash, she sprints into the bar, running towards the back of it. She reaches her arms out, jumping into the arms of another man. She jumps into the arms of another man. Heat is building, and for some reason my neck is suddenly hot.
Ash!
She yells before he spins her in a circle, his hands beneath her thighs, her legs open and surrounding his torso. She's in a dress. Her legs are open, surrounding his torso as his hands hold the back of her thighs. Pickle! The man's voice sings and my fist curls into itself. One thing I know is anyone who calls her Pickle must know her well enough to know Colin. That little tidbit of information I hold close, and I know for a fact she doesn't vocalize it often. This guy is in with her deep, and I fucking hate it. Tension grips my shoulders as I tuck my fists into the pockets of my jeans, trying to act casual and not punch this guy dead in the face for grabbing onto my girl so intimately. Mine, buzzcut. Candy claps his hand on my back, walking us towards some of our teammates already perched by the bar. The guys come and shake up with me, but I'm not even here. I'm over there, by her. I lean against the bar gawking as Candy orders us some drinks. Stale as a rainbow, eh, Wheels? I glower at his comment, hating that he can read me so well, as a circle of women approach us. Candy entertains them with his endless swagger, and I continue watching Dylan and her little friend catch up near the jukebox. It must be Ashton. Yep, it's definitely him. She called him Ash, and now that I'm looking, I recognize his build. I wonder about his therapy with her. Feeling my pulse rage through my veins again, I find myself thinking about how the brothers of Bareback aren't really so bad after all. One girl in a tight miniskirt asks when she's going to be able to watch me in action again as she rubs her shoulder along my side. I don't answer, just grab the glass that's been placed before me, holding it up to my lips, about to down whatever it is. I stall with the glass near my mouth, the potent scent of bourbon just beneath my nose, when I see Dylan through the crowd of people again. Her smile is wide as ever as her hand comes up and gently touches his upper arm. My fingers tighten around the glass in my hand until it shatters, sending shards across the bar and onto the floor. Surprising even me, I look down at the mess before my eyes dart up to find hers locked on me across the room. Worry pulls at the corners of her eyes as she sees the glass along the counter. I must have made a loud popping noise for her to even notice. I couldn't tell. The pounding in my head was deafening. Looking as if she's about to approach me, Ashton pulls her attention back to him and continues their conversation. Candy laughs hysterically, grabbing his stomach and commenting about my vice grip as the women scurry away from the broken glass. The bartender slides me another drink, scotch this time, and I finish it with one roll of my throat, sliding the empty glass across the old wooden bar top to avoid another incident. It appears your boy Lake doesn't enjoy sharing your attention, Dylan. Guess it's about time I make that clear.
37. Dylan.
Oh my God! That my mom wouldn't shut up about how you told her driver to change his radio station, or you'd peel his toupee off and throw it in the gutter.
Ashton laughs, nudging me playfully. I chuckle at the horrific memory, making a pained face. Oh, don't remind me. That was not my finest moment. He's referring to the situation when his mother's driver was taking us from the court hearing after she'd helped finalize my guardianship, and Colin had a meltdown because he was wearing a suit coat, and Colin hates suit coats.
One of my favorites.
He smiles. Ash, I really want...
And I told her Pickle is a force to be reckoned with. If she wants you to put Kanye on, you better put Kanye on, especially if it's for her big bro.
He interrupts enthusiastically. This is what he does. He's literally a golden retriever in human form. Excited, exuberant, all over the place. A man potentially suffering from severe ADHD that he self-medicates with football. Even so, he's one of my favorite people. He and his family have always looked out for me and Colin, and I reciprocated that when he fell to his injury. It's been far too long since we've seen each other. Oh my God, I remember how stupid I sounded yelling at that poor man. I was in pure panic mode. He didn't deserve my wrath. I chuckle, putting my hand to my forehead. But seriously, Ash, I want you to meet...
Always looking out for your bro, aren't you? Literally the best sister a guy could ask for,
he says with a proud grin.
How is Colin? I miss him. So does my mom. How's work? It's so good to see you. I had no idea you'd be here.
He rattles questions and statements off so fast I can't even focus on answering one.
Wait, were you trying to tell me something? What were you saying when I interrupted you? I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm just geeking out to see you again.
He exclaims. I know, I say, a smile stretching across my face at the thought of the person who got me out of the apartment. Having these two guys meet makes me feel all warm and gooey inside, even if Ash doesn't know the depth of our little connection. But I really want you to meet someone who's become rather important to me, I say, gently touching his upper arm. I hear the pop of a glass breaking, startling me, and look over to find the hard eyes of a man from across the room. A man who has shattered glass around him and in his hand. A man who's simultaneously holding a red flag in the other. He's jealous. He's about to get his ass whooped, I mumble beneath my breath. Fictional men anger him. I can only imagine what a real-life one is doing to his psyche.
Huh?
Ashton asks, looking towards the bar, clearly not hearing me. Nothing, sorry. Excuse me for a minute, I say, walking around Ashton's tall form. I'll be right back. I've got something to handle. Or someone. Marching over towards Lake as he begins marching towards me, I see some of his teammates around him turn their heads to face me. You, I say directly. Outside. I point to the door. Candy's eyes round as he holds a hand to his lips, covering his expression the best he can before laughing through it.
No, teacher's mad, Lakey. You could cut those hands.
He hollers through cupped hands.
Spank him, Dill. He's a bad boy.
I ignore him entirely, trying not to draw any more attention to us, and begin walking outside, knowing he'll follow. I march across the creaky wooden floor of the old pub, approaching the door as another familiar face appears behind it. Beckham walks up just as I'm opening the door, wearing fitted jeans and a sweater that truly does his body justice. His face lights up with a handsome smile as he eyes me up and down, his hand running through his light brown, disheveled hair.
Damn, Dylan.
My elbow gets yanked and I fall into Lake's side. Ripping my arm away from him, I send daggers with my eyes.
Just getting some air. Be back in a jiffy, Bencham.
Lake grumbles. I continue glaring at Lake as Beckham's eyes narrow at him before peering back at me with a worried expression.
You good?
He directs his questions towards me.
Great, she just needs a smoke.
Lake says like an idiot, as I'm trying to digest the fact that he just called him Bencham. Coming up with lies on a whim is not his forte, but it appears to have worked well for him because Beckham's nose wrinkles in disgust before he continues on his way. We walk outside as I rip my elbow from his grasp again and march around to the back of the pub, out of sight of the people filtering into the bar from the parking lot. We need to talk, I spit out, pulling him behind the brick building. It's dark back here, only lit by one flickering streetlight that's seen better days. The cold air seeps through my tights, and my heated moment slowly filters out as I tighten my jacket around me, wisps of hair attempting to obstruct my view. Lake shuffles along the gravel near the brick wall, leaning back against it with his arms crossed over his chest, his lack of a jacket not appearing to cool off the heat this man continuously projects.
Talk to me, girl.
He sneers, tipping his head back against the wall and eyeing me through his lashes. Swallowing down my unfortunate attraction for the man before me, I say, "What was that in there?"
What in where?
Don't play stupid, Lake. I saw that look in your eyes.
What look?
I sigh and run a hand through my hair, looking off into the distance. He wants to play childish games, but I am not a child. I'm the furthest thing from it, and he better realize that.
A look of jealousy?
He asks.
A look of a man who's frustrated because he can't have the only girl he seems to want? A man who aches to touch you in public the way this man was effortlessly allowed?
He continues, pushing off the wall. I see the smallest hint of pain behind his cool blues as he stares at me.
Girls are all over me.
He admits, coming to stand before me.
In my DMs, in my house with Candy, here at the bar, wanting me constantly.
He shakes his head.
But it's like I have blinders on. I can't see them at all. All I see is you. All I can think about is you. All I want is to be let into your little world, to be close with you, with Colin, to know your secrets better than anyone else, better than him.
Hope, anxiety, excitement, nervousness, and terror strike me all at once. To have him admit to wanting in on a part of my life I've routinely denied anyone access to terrifies me, while also making me feel things for him I shouldn't.
I can't stand seeing you like that,
he says in a raspy tone, slowly closing the space between us as he tries to explain.
Your hand on his arm, his hands holding on to what's supposed to be mine.
He leans forward as if he's about to kiss me, but I place a hand on his forehead, stopping him. First of all, I begin heatedly, you don't own me, nor are you allowed to get upset when I'm around someone I care about. That's ridiculous, Lake. Ash is like family to me, and this isn't a competition between the two of you. And while, yes, maybe you didn't realize that because I hadn't had the opportunity to introduce you, you need to know it and respect it. He flinches at the name, and I can tell how much it truly bothers him. As much as this is a huge red flag for me, the crazed jealousy, I feel something spark between my legs. Too many damn erotic novels in the finger vault. I love a jealous man in fiction. Teeth-baring, pulse-pounding rage from an alpha male who needs to claim you. It's when it crosses over into reality that it becomes a problem. Shit ain't cute anymore.
He wants you,
he states with a frown, continuing his prowl forward. I shake my head, taking a step back. No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Everyone does. Everyone wants you.
I laugh at that. Hardly, Lake.
Everyone wants you,
he repeats, knowing it didn't resonate.
But who do you want?
He directs his question at me like a weapon, spearing me with it into the wall behind me. I don't want to answer that and give him the satisfaction he craves, but I also can't deny it. His eyes soften on mine, and his lips part, emotion running through his veins.
I need to hear it.
I swallow at the intensity of his stare, then suck in a breath, releasing it through my lips. He looks down at my lips as if he can see the nervousness leave me. My body feels that familiar numbness again, that painful, humming, yet erotically charged moment where I realize my body is turning off my mind like the flip of a switch. My grip on the weapons I'd brought to this war is loosening. I'm losing the fight. You, my pussy literally answers for me.
Say it again,
he demands, gazing at my lips as if he can see the word on my tongue needing to be released again. It's you I want. My lashes flutter before I register what I'm doing. He can't get away with this. He doesn't get off that easily, not with me. But you can't act like that in front of people. I break through the intoxicated haze, pushing him away from me until there's at least a good 3 feet between us again. You broke a glass in your hand.
I wanted to break his face,
he growls, staring into me.
The glass was a suitable alternative, considering.
Lake, I scold before I soften my tone. I was trying to introduce him to someone who's become important to me. He stalks me back towards the wall again, placing a hand on the brick above my head and leaning over me as I bump into it. I feel the shift in energy, and his eyes are suddenly burning through me like they did that night in the hotel room.
Important to you?
He asks, his tone cracked, lips inches from mine.
You were.
I can smell the slightest hint of alcohol on his breath. His masculine scent of spice and woodsy nature floods me, and my insides come alive again. I'm drowning, deep waters pulling me down. Yeah. I can barely form the word with the way my lungs feel, as if they are caving in on themselves. He tilts his head so his nose is by my hair. He breathes me in, then runs his nose down until his face nuzzles along my neck. I swallow, feeling drunk off of this sensation when I feel his lips graze my skin. They draw a line from my neck to my ear, where he whispers,
I want you so bad it hurts.
I feel how badly he wants me. I feel it against my hip as he towers over me. Lake, I whisper breathlessly, forgetting why we were even back here. What did I need to say to him?
I want you,
he says again, rolling his head along mine until our foreheads touch and the clouds of our breath in the cold fall night connect between us.
Why don't you want me?
I can't answer that. It's not that I don't want him. I want this fantasy I've played out in my head since that night in the hotel to become my reality. I want us to express ourselves the way we want. But how do I do that and somehow keep my career? I want him, but I need me. As much as I don't want to admit it, Lake's kind of my meal ticket to get Colin and me into a better situation, better opportunities. There's a weird line between us we just need to balance on for the time being, and I wish he'd accept that.
Tell everyone in there I'm yours and I'll give you the world,
he whispers against my lips. I pull back from him, my brows lowering as a new emotion clears the fog he always surrounds me with. That's where you got me wrong, Lake. I don't want the world from you. I want the world for myself, and while I'm flattered by your interest, I'm definitely not going to feed into your toxic alpha male energy, allowing you to claim me in front of all your teammates like a piece of meat. I go to move around him, but he throws up an arm, blocking me from leaving before pushing me back against the wall. Lake, I warn.
Okay.
He blinks, trying to get me to stay while looking flustered.
I'm sorry for acting so possessive.
I need you to rein it in, I tell him. People are already getting suspicious.
I know,
he says, running a hand down his face before placing it on the wall behind me again. He's still pressed against me, as if moving is something he has no intention of doing.
I'll rein it in, I promise. I'm a man of control who practices intense discipline, and yet, when it comes to you, I can't.
His eyes reflect just how out of control I seem to make him. As much as the feeling makes me weaken the knees, I also know I have to be the one to keep this in check. Professionalism, conduct, responsibilities. But being the responsible one is tiring, and I'm sick of always keeping life in order, especially when he's looking at me like that. Like if he can't have me, he has nothing. So I do what I shouldn't and reach up, touching the light stubble around his jaw. I slide my hand to the back of his neck and pull him down to my lips. I kiss him with everything I have because I want to. Because I need to. I'm being selfish again, just as I was in that hotel room, because it feels good to be. Our lips crash together as he roughly presses me into the wall, losing the last bit of control he was grasping. His tongue sweeps across my bottom lip, and I open my mouth for him. The second his tongue touches mine, I can't help the moan that's released into his mouth. He grips the back of my thigh, pulling my legs open and picking me up, wrapping my legs around his back and anchoring me against the rough brick with his hips. I feel him hard and ready against my aching center as he flexes into me, rubbing my tights and underwear against my clit, driving me insane.
Fuck, I needed this, D.
He whispers between kisses, running his other hand up to hold the back of my head, deepening our kiss, and it drives me past the point of reason. I've lost myself in him again. My battles, my walls, my everything crumble to nothing in his presence. I hate how right it feels to be with him. I want to tear down everything I've worked for and let this man I'm effortlessly falling for fulfill his promise to me, giving me his world. His lips litter my jaw with kisses until his hungry mouth finds my neck. He kisses me like he's consuming me, starved for the affection I'm finally allowing. My chest heaves between us as he does that little thing I love. The trailing tongue, the soft nip to my flesh, the gentle kiss to the pulsating heat of his bite. I might orgasm from that alone.
Dick!
Candy's voice calls out from around the corner into the parking lot, and I suck in a breath, my eyes bulging.
Fuck.
He murmurs against my neck, hanging his head. He reluctantly sets me back down until my booties hit the gravel beneath me again. Oh shit, I whisper, running my hands through my crazed hair, quickly straightening my dress as Candy walks around the corner. He eyes us both, pausing before his brows knit, and he continues walking forward.
I knew she didn't smoke.
My heart is attempting to lunge from my chest, and I'm sure I'll pass out from pure panic alone. Well, we weren't exactly caught kissing. No part of this looks good. I don't know how much Lake trusts Candy, but it must be enough because he doesn't appear nervous at all, while I'm over here practically dry heaving into the dead grass.
What do you want?
He asks with an edge, tipping his head in frustration at his friend.
Shots. I need shots.
Candy answers, smiling with his big, infectious smile. Approaching us, his lengthy legs clomp across the gravel in his boots until he finally reaches us.
Well, I'm done drinking,
Lake retorts, and for some strange reason, it turns me on.
I'm driving tonight.
Responsibility looks sexy on him. So does the image of him taking care of me, driving me home later in his enormous, expensive-ass truck as the evening winds down. I may need to show him what Midwest roadhead looks like.
Perfect,
Candy replies, then turns his gaze to me.
You're up.
My brows lower as I look from him to Lake and back.
Let's go, Chip,
he says, wrapping his arm around my shoulders and dragging me back around to the entry of the old pub.
And yes, that's what I'm calling you now.
Cocking my head at the strange nickname, I turn my gaze to Lake next to me, who drags his hands down his face at his friend, following a step behind us, before it clicks. It's because I'm stale, I grumble, still glaring at the guy who's constantly digging his own grave. 38. Dylan. The rest of the night went better than I ever could have imagined. Lake finally met Ashton, and something strange inside of me felt complete. My heart warmed watching a person from my past meet someone from my potential future. Introducing Lake as my new patient felt so bland, knowing that, unfortunately for my career, he's so much more. When he shook Ashton's hand, reconfirming he was indeed working with me as his new therapist, I felt that sting again. The sting of not embracing what I felt I deserved. It was obvious to us both that it was more than the labels of therapist and patient. But what did everyone else see? What did everyone else think? Side glances with flirtatious winks met my sneaky grins and corner lip chews. Hands brushing together beneath pub tables while bodies swept past each other too closely. We were toying with temptation, and it was my only hope no one would get eaten alive. Ashton can get along with anyone. I've never worried about him. But Lake was still hesitant in their conversations. I noted the tension in his shoulders, the hardening of his eyes anytime Ashton brought up a memory or an inside joke that Lake looked pained not to be a part of. Even so, he held it together, and before we knew it, everyone had taken enough shots, myself included, thanks to Candy and his exuberant display of affection for me. This guy's goal was to recreate someone's 21st birthday. Lake watched humorously as Candy and I tapped shot glasses together and downed something that resembled expired Robitussin, assaulting my taste buds as it slid down my throat. My visit to the restroom provided more frustrations. While using the bathroom, I overheard a slew of women near the sink discussing their plans for the famous Lake Decker later that night. Discussions of sex with the football star reached my ears as they detailed not only what they'd heard about him in the sack, but also what they planned to do to one-up that. I felt a different type of churning inside me, and while I was glad no one had suspected he was with anyone, I was also simultaneously angered by it. My mood, which had been altered by the jealousy growing deep within me, was immediately lifted upon seeing the bright smile that met me when I exited the restrooms. I warmed all over, my heart pounding to a new beat at the sight of his eyes on me alone. Even if Lake had been the guy who'd normally taken up a woman's offer to seal the deal at bar time, I had hoped that what we had meant more to him. That I was more than just a challenge to a guy who could have anyone he wanted. I had to be naive to think I could be the one. After Candy's horrible karaoke rendition of Whitney Houston, the lights came on, sparking the dark corners of the wooden bar to life, filtering out the bodies that had taken up those hidden spaces. The remaining players, who were still stretching the most out of the evening alongside us, were slowly filtering out of the place. People began leaving, getting safe rides home with each other as the cool, crisp evening honed in on us. Candy parted ways with his arms braced around the shoulders of a beautiful woman who, I'm sure, had plans to enjoy all the sweetness he had to offer. We said our goodbyes, and the parking lot grew silent. Lake slides his hand into mine, pulling me towards the driver's side of the truck, tucked away from the view of anyone else lingering. "What are you doing?" I ask, a grin toying with my lips.
That was practically unbearable for me,
he says, pushing me up against the door as if he's been waiting forever for the opportunity.
Tell me I can kiss you again.
I study his face above me, his hands braced on the frame of the large truck behind me, eyes focused on my mouth, his pouty lips eager and waiting. "No," I reply quickly. His shoulders slump slightly, and I deliver a devilish grin, turning around to get in the truck. He drops his head against the truck's frame, letting out a whiny groan before I pop open the door, pushing him out of the way to climb across the driver's seat and slide into mine. He remains there, sulking in the aftermath of being turned down, so I lean over the seat until his eyes lock onto mine. "You think that just because we're out of sight, you get a free pass to do what you want with me?" I smirk as he cocks his head towards me. "Nah, I'm not that easy. You still gotta woo me, hotshot." He sighs for a moment outside the vehicle, attempting to get himself together before he hops in, giving me a quick, playful glare.
You're even more sassy when you're tipsy.
He flashes that sexy smirk, the curve of his smile intoxicating.
It's unfortunate for you, I like that.
Tipsy, I was. Even more, I was lustful now. Horny and needy. "Classic Lake Decker," I reply cheekily. "Always up for a challenge, aren't you?" He looks me up and down, licking his lips before peering back into my eyes, and I can't breathe.
It's why I'm the best in the game, baby.
He coos, and I'm a puddle at his feet. He called me baby. Lake called me baby. Butterflies need rehab. Before I melt into a puddle of useless admiration at his feet, I summon the strength I need to fight for whatever weak woman lies buried beneath the alcohol and the word baby, remembering the words of the women in the restroom. My goal isn't to fuck Lake. I've done that. It was to somehow maintain this fling while keeping feelings in check and not allowing anyone to know about it. What a mess this has become. You won't win if you make me out to be a prize, I retort.
You say that now.
He grins, twisting his keys in the ignition.
But by Wednesday, you'll be on your knees begging for some Lake in your life.
My eyes narrow at the specific comment. I'm reminded of my need to check the planner. He must have penciled something in. Little shit. Even so, I have a feeling it won't take till Wednesday for me to be on my knees for this man again. The engine roars to life, and I watch the corded muscles in his forearms as he clutches the shift and throws it into reverse. His torso turns as he grabs the back of my seat, looking behind us while his other massive hand grips the steering wheel, maneuvering us back out of our spot. I'm staring at him like a psycho would, but I can't help it. The way he operates this massive truck with such ease is turning me on, and I can't understand why. Nothing about this is sexual at all. Yet here I am, wishing he'd control me like he's controlling this metal on wheels beneath us. It's the alcohol. He glances my way, and I'm staring back like a needy hussy. His brows raise as if he missed something I said. But I've said nothing, and now I'm busted for staring at him for a ridiculous and unacceptable amount of time. I turn my head, faking a cough into my shoulder like a moron, and cower into myself.
You all right?
He asks, worry in his tone. I'm fine, I answer quickly, then follow it up with, sore throat, too many shots down the old hatch. The old hatch? What am I, 80? I'm anxious. I'm nervous. I'm slightly drunk. I'm paranoid because Lake is driving me home and we just kissed and we are probably going to kiss again and my stomach is in knots because I think I really like him and I shouldn't, but I want to and...
The old hatch?
He asks with a coy smile, interrupting my internal battle. It hurts my throat. All that burning, I swallow down sand. Liquid? He's staring at me. I see him from the corner of my eye before he says,
You sure you're all right? You seem a little anxious.
Oh no. Lake knows I'm anxious around him. He can't know he makes me anxious. That only insinuates I care what he thinks, and if he knows I care what he thinks, then he knows I really like him as much as I do. He probably assumes I've chosen the colors for our wedding party. Pink blush dresses for the girls and a crisp navy blue for the guys, rose gold accents everywhere. I'm not anxious, I reply anxiously. Why is it when someone says you're acting weird that you have to double over, acting normal to not appear weird? I hate alcohol. It's dulling my ability to be snarky and collected. It makes me want to jump his bones and do lots of dirty things girls like me shouldn't even entertain. This is exhausting. He turns his head towards me again as I face out through the windshield, focusing on the road ahead of us, appearing normal.
You know, they say consuming semen can reduce anxiety, so if you need to suck me off again for your own comfort, by all means.
He takes a hand off the wheel, pointing a welcoming hand at his groin. My eyes widen as I turn to face him. I'm appalled. Then I consider it for a moment. Then I'm appalled. His serious face breaks into a half grin, which ends up stretching across his entire face until he's finally laughing. He's laughing at me.
I'm sorry, I had to. You looked painfully nervous for some reason, and I wanted to push the panic button, see how you'd respond.
A deep chuckle leaves his throat.
It was as good as I'd imagined it'd be.
I playfully smack his arm, making him laugh harder. I love that sound. Lake's laugh calms me. Shaking my head at him and myself for my useless thoughts, I turn my head, facing the window again.
But seriously.
His voice interrupts, stern and deliberate, as I turn to face him again.
If you want to, let me know. I can pull over.
I stare at him, raising a brow, actually contemplating it before his face breaks again and he shakes his head, not even seriously entertaining it. He's not entertaining it because I'm tipsy. I'm tipsy and I want him, but now he wants to be respectful. Damn it, he's a decent guy. Life would be so much easier if he wasn't. 39. Dylan. We hit the road and begin our quiet ride back home. I find myself counting down the streetlights along the empty road, not wanting the night to end. Wanting to spend more time with Lake is ridiculous when all we do is spend time together. He's practically contracted to see me multiple times per week, and yet it's just not enough. It's never enough. Arriving at the tiny apartment complex just after bar time, Lake pulls into a vacant parking spot off the side of the building. Putting the truck in park, I take a breath as he sits back in his seat, letting out a breath of his own. Thank you, I say, just above a whisper. For tonight. He arches back into his seat, getting more comfortable, and I love that he doesn't expect me to just get out and run back up to my place. He turns down the music a tad, turning to face me as I continue. It was everything I didn't know I needed. His temple rests against his headrest, his dark brow cocked slightly.
In what way?
I toy with that loose string on my dress again, feeling my palms get sweaty as I look down at my hands. I didn't realize how badly I needed a night to feel young again, I say, my brows knitting. If that makes sense.
It does,
he whispers.
It makes a lot of sense.
He studies me for a moment, our eyes connecting as if he's reading my past through them.
You weren't given many opportunities to get dressed up, bar hop with friends, take shots for no reason, kiss a guy behind a bar.
I feel myself get flushed, the heat traveling up my neck. He's not wrong, though. Those opportunities were there for everyone else, learning through mistakes and wild experiences. I couldn't learn through them, could never dream of it. They'd have broken me and what I'd fought so hard for. I find the strength to pull my eyes off my lap and peer into his. Yeah, I admit. You picked up on that, huh? His gaze tears into my soul, and surprisingly, he avoids the statement. Reaching across the console, he grabs my hand from my lap and places it in his on the leather barrier separating us. He touches my hand so gently, and the air pushing through the vents does nothing to decrease the all too embarrassing clamminess of my palm. Running his pointer finger over each of my nails, he sighs.
You painted your nails.
I swallow, frowning lightly, not understanding why he looks like it brings him displeasure. I did, I whisper, looking at the fresh black paint I applied yesterday. The paint that is uneven as ever. The paint that covers up the remaining white coat because I couldn't find any nail polish remover and didn't make the effort to chip it off. He touches the line where the old polish runs out, the extra layer creating a bump in the smoothness. And he wears a sullen expression as if reminded of something that tears at him. It's as if it pains him to see my weak attempt to cover my misfortunes, even if it's simply declining to spend extra money on nail polish remover. Just as I'm wishing I could read his mind, he speaks.
You deserve to be selfish sometimes, even if you find yourself hating the idea.
My heart aches at his words.
You deserve...
He pauses, playing with my fingers as he attempts to find the words.
You deserve to be looked after, too.
My mouth runs dry, and breathing is hard again. Silence fills the truck, and somehow the cabin feels as small as a clown car. We sit there, his fingers sliding through mine as we both just stare down at them. So much is happening while nothing is happening. Minds are understanding through the thick air between us. Souls are embracing through our simple touch, and yet I can't find the words to articulate my reasons for selflessness. I wish I could be selfish, but ultimately it's not my life. I accepted that long ago, and his attempt to remind me has me frustrated by a past I can't control. Silence lingers before his words tear through the tension surrounding us.
Do you have plans for Thanksgiving?
Totally not what I was expecting to hear. I look up at him, but he's still focused on our hands, his expression one of confusion. The only plans I have are to order in and wear loose pants. I scoff through my nose, then answer, but no plans. It's like 3 weeks away yet. Why do you ask? He stares down at my fingers in his, that brow still creased in the middle.
I want you to meet someone.
My stomach drops to the floor of his truck. What? I ask breathlessly.
Come with me to my mom's.
He runs his thumb the length of mine, sending a wave of heat that stems from the simple touch to the place between my thighs, before his eyes finally fix on mine.
Come with me for Thanksgiving. My mom hosts a small dinner every year.
My throat is dry, tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. He's drunk. Wait, no, I'm drunk. He wasn't drinking. I can't, I stutter, looking through the windshield up at the apartment complex, thinking of my brother. I can't leave Colin on Thanksgiving.
No.
He interrupts quickly.
My God, I know.
He smiles a big toothy grin and a sexy little chuckle leaves his throat.
I meant both of you. I want you both there for Thanksgiving this year.
Irregular beats flutter through my chest. My stomach picks up off the floor and twists into an uncomfortable knot. It's the feeling you get when you tip over that steep hill on a roller coaster ride, nauseous while simultaneously falling hard. When he includes Colin, I feel that weightlessness. Really? He licks his lips and leans his temple against the headrest again, his eyes gazing directly into mine.
Yes, really. It would mean a lot to me to introduce you both.
He pauses, looking at our hands before peering back at me again.
To her.
This is big. It's big for any man to have a woman meet his mother, even if she's only meeting me as his therapist. At least that's what I'm assuming. But he runs through my assumptions as he continues.
I want her to meet the woman that's got me all fucked up. The one training me to get back on that field in record time to slash records and fight for the woman who fought for me. The one that drives me crazy with her wit and smart-ass comebacks. The one that's got me feeling jealous and unhinged, breaking glasses and hating everyone who occupies her mind.
He shakes his head, chuckling in disbelief, then swallows.
The one that's selfless and protective.
His hand squeezes mine.
The one that loves hard.
He sighs, and it's shaky as those eyes look up, piercing through me.
The one that reminds me of her.
Oh, sweet Jesus. This is heavy. So heavy I'm forced to use humor as a defense mechanism for my unguarded heart that is just waiting to be ripped to shreds by the man who's unknowingly holding it. Well, she sounds dope as hell, I joke. He reaches across the console, grabbing the side of my neck, startling me enough to cause me to suck in a breath.
Don't do that,
he says huskily to my widened eyes.
Don't use humor right now. I'm being serious.
I attempt to inhale some oxygen while being flooded by him, sensing his seriousness. It surprises me, to be honest, why this is such a big deal for him. Why he wants this with me. Okay, I whisper breathlessly. If you're sure. I give him the opportunity to back out of this. Maybe it was a spur-of-the-moment invite, and he hasn't thought through what this means. He nods, then pulls me closer, his fingers sliding into the hair at the back of my head, gripping me while the sound of creaking leather warms me as he leans over the console, closing in. I wait, staring into his eyes that are closer than close, wondering if he's going to kiss me. His eyes travel down my face, landing on my lips that are inching dangerously close to his. His lips part, and I feel his soft breath meet mine.
Tell me you'll be there.
He whispers against my lips. I nod this time. No sarcasm or wit could save me now. I'll be there. He stills, almost like he's absorbing my answer, before running his lips gently along mine.
Tell me I can kiss you.
The way he always asks for my consent by somehow demanding it makes me stir with this chaotic need I've stored away my entire life. And tell him, "Kiss me, Lake," I whisper against his lips seconds before they seal to mine. A satisfied groan leaves his throat as my hands slide up his smooth neck. My lips enclose around his bottom lip, gently sucking it. The moment becomes heated as the need to get closer overtakes me. It happens so fast. 1 minute I'm in my seat, the next his is fully reclined and I'm on his lap, straddling those muscular thighs I've studied for endless hours while training. Rough hands glide up my tights until they slip under my dress, finding my ass. Our tongues meet in a forceful explosion, fireworks rippling throughout my body at the feel of his hungry mouth against mine. His lips move steady and quick. There's a demanding control in his motions. He owns me, taking what he needs, giving what I desire. He pulls back from my lips to rest his forehead on mine as he roughly grips my hips against the obvious strain beneath his jeans.
Shit, D.
He groans between us, his face pained. I hate this, I admit between a few light kisses.
We just need to accept it.
He kisses me, understanding my statement entirely, knowing how amazing this feels between us.
You need to accept it.
Another kiss. I pull back, sitting on his thighs with my arms on the headrest behind him to brace myself, breathless as my chest heaves in passion. His words carry a weight to them that the heat of the moment can mask. I'm smart enough to understand that, aware enough to hold it at bay.
I'll chase you,
he interrupts. I direct my eyes up towards his. What?
If you even for a second think you're gonna run, no, I'll chase you. I'll chase until you're mine.
He whispers, grabbing my wrists and placing them on both sides of the headrest, making me fall forward into him again.
I'll catch you when you're slipping.
He leans forward to capture my lips, pulling my bottom lip between his and sucking it tenderly before releasing it.
And you'll love every bit of getting caught.
I grind my hips down onto him. And what if I'm faster? His head drops back against the seat as he studies me through his lashes.
It's a shame you're training me to be better than I was.
He smirks.
You're your own demise, Cap.
My hands slide from the headrest down to his neck. I run my thumbs along his strong jawline, littered with the perfect amount of stubble to make my thighs quake with a silent reminder of the delightful chafe of his face between my legs. But it's more than sex making my thighs squeeze together, keeping me from falling apart above him. He wants me. Me. Little old me. Grubby, grungy, old, stale sweats-wearing Dylan. Staring into his eyes beneath me, I feel the heaviness of our evening boiling down to this moment. Don't make me regret it, I whisper, peering from his soft lips to his curious eyes.
Training me?
No, I reply simply. Slipping. He inhales, then cups the side of my face, tucking the hanging hair behind my ear before both palms hold the sides of my neck and jaw.
Told you I'd catch you,
he whispers. He'd catch me, waiting for me to fall. But falling is scary because you have to let go. Letting go is what I'm trained not to do. My heart, while guarded by a wall of layered rock, is ultimately the most fragile part of me. He could break me in a day if given the access. Be careful with me, I warn, peering back and forth between his eyes. Heat builds in his gaze as his chest expands and contracts against mine. His hands fall slowly from my neck, trailing down around my breasts until they meet my ribs. They fall to the curve of my hips, where his firm grip creates divots in my flesh.
I plan on being a lot of things with you,
he says hoarsely, his jaw flexing as he pauses before gazing up at me with that fire that penetrates me.
But careful is not one of them. 40. Lake. I could pass out from the stir of emotions and untamed lust twisting in the pit of my stomach. Fuck, I need her. Need her in more ways than I ever thought imaginable. Asking her to meet my mother was easy. I want it like nothing I've wanted before. Two women who are mirror images of each other in all the ways that matter. Selfless, loving, strong. I can only hope that Dylan's strength will exude off of her and give my mother a reminder of the power she possesses deep beneath the surface to fight this illness. I hope Dylan will understand me better, knowing where and who I came from, knowing that I'm not the guy everyone sees plastered on the billboards, the one that women everywhere pine over, thinking one-night stands with no attachments get me off, the playboy footballer. It wasn't me. I needed more. I needed her. Gripping the back of her neck with one hand, I pulled Dylan forward again until her lips fall on mine. The kiss is chaotic. It's passionate, yet slow. Heated, yet leaving me with the chills of the late fall night surrounding the fire inside this truck. There's such a rush to our connection, yet time feels irrelevant. Here with her at this moment, I imagine myself nowhere else. I'm not focused on getting back on the field, healing in record time, or football at all. She's masked my mind with only thoughts of her. It's reckless and it's terrifying, and for some strange reason, I can't get enough. All night I've been eyeing her, wanting to touch her, needing those perfect lush lips on mine. I watched her smile, heard her laugh. Now I need to make her feel. My hand travels from her delicate neck to her chest, slowly trailing curious fingers until I'm cupping the side of her supple breast over her dress. She sighs against my lips and I swallow it down with a kiss. She can feel how ready I am for her as she readjusts herself in my lap. I pull her against me, her tight little body flush with mine. I want her, need her to make this pain go away. I crave the release that only she can give me, but I need to control myself. D, I say, gently gripping her jaw and holding her back. You've been...
drinking.
She finishes for me, pulling my hands down by my wrists. She places them on her hips as she rolls them forward on me again, causing a breathy groan to leave me.
Yes, I've been drinking. Don't let that stop this. We need to accept this. You need to accept this.
My head drops back against the headrest as I take in her words. God, she's still cheeky when she's drunk, feeding me the same shit I just fed her. I don't want to be that guy, I reply with a sigh. I'm battling my inner angel and demon. One says to leave this girl alone tonight. She's been drinking. The other says, wreck her until she's begging you to stop.
I'm not giving you that choice.
She retorts, then continues softly.
I need this, Lake.
Her plea reaches that sensitive part of me she always seems to connect with. I'm reminded of her truth. The inability to experience wild and uninhibited moments of stupidity that somehow result in some of the best memories when you're older and looking back at them. Mistakes that are made that build your past. A past she never knew because of her strength, her need for safety and security. She needs this night of recklessness, and I'm the man for the job. I'll be the one to allow her to let go while making sure she remains who she is, a strong, intelligent, sexy woman. I'm catching her slipping. You're sure? I ask, needing to be absolute. She nods.
So sure.
Understanding those needs, I eye her breathlessly above me. Her lips are parted as she waits for me to decide what to do with her, begging me with those glowing embers in the dim light of the moon surrounding us. She nods again, edging me on, and that's where I lose control. Shoving off the jacket she's wearing, I toss it into the passenger seat before gripping the back of her neck as our lips crash together again. She wrestles to open mine, pushing it down my shoulders as I lean forward, slipping out of it.
Lake.
She whimpers in that needy tone, and I really lose it. I grip my shirt by the back of my neck, pulling it off quickly before my arms wrap around her lower back, kneading her against my skin, her lips sealing to me like I'm her lifeline to breathing. Her kiss does things to me. Wild, crazy, unimaginable things. It sets me off. Whatever this heart inside me is made of, it demands that I claim her. Possessive, in a strange, uncontrolled way. I wouldn't want anyone else's lips on me ever again, and the thought of hers on anyone else's? Never. Not happening. She's mine. She has to be. Don't stop kissing me, I demand before her tongue slips into my mouth, listening like a good girl. I grip her hips, pushing her back on my thighs while my tongue glides perfectly along hers. My hands slip under the edge of her dress, skimming up the tops of her warm thighs before needy and demanding fingers grip the tights from her skin. With her tongue still toying with mine, I roughly rip the tights in the center, separating them until I make a large enough space for myself. She gasps against my lips, sending me into a lust-filled rage. If she needs me like she claims, she's going to get all of me, until she can't take any more. Sliding one of my hands into the hair at the back of her head, I pull her back away from my lips, forcing her to face the ceiling. Giving me a full view of her neck, she swallows, surrendering to me. Her chest heaves before me, choppy breaths escaping her. I peel her panties to the side and slide my fingers along her wet heat. My name falls from her lips as I push a finger inside her. She leans back, her fingers gripping onto the jeans over my knees, nails piercing through to the skin as I slowly remove the finger, replacing it with two. Fuck, D, I whisper, watching as my fingers retract, covered in her arousal. A strangled moan leaves her throat as I hold her head to the ceiling of the truck by a fist of hair. Her breasts rising and falling before me. I hold her hostage while forcing her to ride my fingers. She's already dripping with the excitement of losing control. My tongue meets her throat, licking, then kissing along the side of her exposed skin, rubbing small circles against her pretty little clit. She moves her hips faster to meet my hand. There's a tightening around my fingers, and I sense her need to orgasm. Knowing, I withdraw my fingers, easing my hold on her hair as my eyes await hers. Her head drops and her brows knit in frustration. You were close, I state. She nods, still breathless. I can tell. I hiss. You get so fucking tight. She rakes her hands down my chest, memorizing each ridge she passes before reaching for my belt buckle. I look down at her hands as I open the buckle. Her lustful eyes slowly rise, trailing my body as she studies my neck, my lips, my nose, and finally my eyes. Opening my pants, she leans forward, snaking her hand around the back of my neck and up into my hair.
You ache to feel the first around you.
She whispers in understanding, her lips closing around my bottom lip, sucking it softly.
It's yours to take, every time.
My eyes roll to the back of my head as her kisses trail along my jaw, finding my neck. I fumble around, finding a condom in the console as she's leaning forward. With lips still sucking on my neck, I sheath myself beneath her. I won't keep you waiting, I say, facing the ceiling of the truck.
It won't take me long.
She hums against my neck.
I'm already there.
I'm gonna bust into my hand if she keeps talking like that, but I need her lips first. Kiss
you.
She interrupts, facing me now. Her swollen lips glimmer in the moonlight.
I know.
Her sweet whisper melts into my ear as she continues.
I know what you like.
My heart beats through my chest like a madman trapped behind a cage. She's figured me out, knows my weaknesses, and I'm forced to submit myself to her. I want her to be selfish, to take from me everything she could possibly need. Our eyes stay open and focused on one another as she leans closer, placing her parted lips on mine. It's not until our tongues touch that our eyes fall shut and the feeling of her warm, wet walls closes in around me, gripping my throbbing cock tightly. With the space I've ripped in the tights and her panties to the side, she slides down my shaft, and I groan roughly into her mouth, my hands gripping the fabric of the dress still covering our connection from potential prying eyes if anyone dared to catch us. Shock waves of pleasure course down my limbs as she sinks down, taking in the thick length of me with a muffled cry. We sit connected for a second as I allow her to adjust to the sensation. Her lips pull from mine, and a crease in her forehead forms as her eyes pinch in the corners. "I'll start slow," I whisper, gazing up at her. She nods with her eyes sealed shut, a silent plea. Feeling the need to ease her tension, I brush the hair away from her cheek, cupping the soft, blushing skin. Her eyes flutter open and find mine waiting. I'm not even sure what expression I'm emitting at this moment, but whatever it is, it appears to fill her with some sort of comfort. Comfort, alleviation, solace in her release from the restraints that hold her back. Mouths connect as I drive up and into her at a steady yet achingly slow pace. Each breath of hers that falls into my mouth meets every groan of mine that vibrates through my chest. The tightening of the surrounding warmth has me losing myself in this woman. Never has sex felt this good, this explosive, this tethering. The heat from our bodies connecting fills the cab as her arms fall to the seat behind me, bracing herself while I wrap myself around her. The fire of our connection burning through us. I thrust into her again and again, feeling the truck rocking beneath us. Her gasps and throaty cries climb higher and higher as I continue building speed to the emotionally charged release I'm chasing. Her eyes are closed, mouth gaped open, and I watch. I watch her take me deep, repeatedly, bouncing on my thighs until the moment comes when her body tightens and her legs tense up around my lap.
Like, I'm falling.
She breathes above me. Her words reach that part that's been untapped, trapped beneath me. I'm falling too, Dylan. Wrapping an arm around her lower back, I seal her body to mine as I grip the back of her neck, pulling her towards my kiss. She spasms around me, her chest releasing short, quick breaths, humming softly against my mouth before our tongues intertwine, and I know she's about to come. "It's you, D," I groan between kisses. "It's us. It has to be." She cries out, resting her forehead against mine, losing herself around me as I continue my motions, allowing her to ride out her orgasm while I study her like a servant does a goddess, seeing her unfold before me, stealing this pleasure for herself, losing herself in it. She's such a fucking masterpiece. A once-in-a-lifetime woman, one I'm not sure I deserve. Pulling her face to mine, my tongue grazes hers, and it's all it takes for me to lose myself in the condom with a deep, guttural groan and a few sloppy thrusts. Connected everywhere we can connect is my vice. Those sweet, succulent lips get me every time. We ride out our high together, our breaths slowing, chests steadying, and her hands remain on my face, leaving soft kisses all along my numb face. She cares for me in her own way. I lay back, half dead against the seat, absorbing her tenderness, knowing I'm in deep, too deep. It's her. It's us. It has to be.
41. Dylan. It's him. It's us. At least that's how it's been for the last 2.5 weeks. Eyes always locked in on each other from across the room, bodies that brush too close, hands that scour in the night, kisses that change who you think you are against eager and inviting lips. Behind closed doors, out of the view of the public eye, we've basically solidified this strange sort of secret relationship. One that's literally made me question if I have congenital heart failure with the way my palpitations have been acting up whenever I'm around him. Even now, walking into the gym, my heart dances within the confines of my weak little chest as I see him in the distance. Then my stomach drops in disappointment. He's glistening with sweat. Even from this distance, I see the dark, thick hair I've come to love running my fingers through, wet with perspiration. He's already here. He's already exercising. He's training. With Jaden. My eyes narrow in on them. Both of their heads snap towards the door when they hear the bell go off, knowing they're caught. I approach them, tossing my gym bag onto the floor at my feet with a thud as I glare specifically at Jaden. Lake grins his mischievous, sexy grin, awaiting the excitement of the wrath I'm about to unleash. "Jaden," I say sternly, "a word." Lake rolls his lips inward, attempting to hold back his laugh as Jaden's eyes widen, his lips in a flat line. Following me to the office, I shut the door abruptly behind him, folding my arms and cocking my head. "What the fuck is this?" He sucks in a breath, looking panicked.
He told me you knew.
"Knew what?"
About practice.
He sighs.
He said he told you he needed his session pushed up so he could make practice. Said you couldn't leave Colin until after 9.
A scowl washes over me. That asshole. He infiltrated my schedule again and moved things around for his own benefit. It didn't help that this happened after Greg told me last week that Lake Decker was my only priority, meaning my other patients weren't my patients anymore. I could have killed him for even contacting Greg. He shouldn't have messed around with my money, my schedule. I should have killed him then. That was until he got down on his knees before me, begging me to forgive him. And boy, did I forgive him. I forgave him again and again while he remained kneeling before me. "Why didn't you just call me?" I ask, dropping my arms in frustration.
He told me not to bother you, that he had it handled.
"Oh, so he listened to our client's wishes now regarding scheduling. Cool," I grumble. He takes a step forward, his height closing in on me.
I'm sorry, Dill. I seriously had no idea you didn't know. You know I feel awful about this now.
I lick my lips, glaring off into the corner of the office. "It's fine, Jaden."
I wasn't trying to steal your patient, Dill.
He explains with guilt in his eyes.
You can keep the commission.
"Stop," I interrupt him. "It's fine, really. You did the work, you were here, you didn't know." The front bell rings and Jaden's slumped shoulders straighten.
Shit,
he murmurs, looking behind me at the door that's still closed.
Cedric's here. I gotta take him. Can you finish stretching Lake before you guys leave?
You guys leave? What plans did Decker have for us? He walks past me, my face blank, with confusion swirling beneath. Opening the door, he waves once at Cedric. Cedric walks towards the benches, his eyes hard on Jaden and me behind the door. "Chill out, Ced. It's the sweaty beast in the corner you need to worry about." Jaden heads out to start his session with Cedric as I head towards the room with the mats. Lake follows me in as I assumed he would, closing the door behind him. I rest my hands on the counter behind me, cocking my head with my lips pursed in frustration.
Don't look so mad, babe.
Lake smirks as he approaches me.
I timed this perfectly.
He tries to slip his arms around me, but I push off the counter, placing my palm against his chest to keep him at a safe distance. "Don't you babe me," I snap. "You're fucking with my money, Decker." His smirk deepens as he eyes my hand set firmly on his chest. He looks back at me with a sultry darkness in his gaze. Before I know what's happening, he grips my wrist, twisting it around until he turns me, my back against his firm chest as he holds me tightly against him. The anger that was boiling over is now settling into that familiar heat between my legs.
Good thing I'm paying you both, huh, sweetheart?
He whispers gruffly against the shell of my ear. I swallow, closing my eyes at the chill that sweeps over me. He nips playfully at my earlobe, and I twist out of his hold, pushing him back. "And the other two you've ever so kindly thrown from my schedule? Am I being compensated for that little decrease in my paycheck? His smirk drops, and seriousness finds me.
You really think I wouldn't take care of my girl?
Rage boils again. Most women would love to have a guy come into their lives and take care of them. But most women aren't me. Having someone infiltrate and rearrange my set schedule without notice only leaves me with an overwhelming sense of instability. I need to control my life. I need to control my money. I can't rely on anyone else who promises today and is gone tomorrow. That decision is not up to you, Decker, I snap, emitting that boiling anger. I dare him to say something back like, now I understand it. Now I get what Eric meant. This is how she is, a control freak who won't let anyone else in. But he simply studies me for a moment before his eyes drop to the floor. I can almost hear him processing it, understanding.
My apologies,
he says softly, before his eyes wander back up to mine and his sorrowful grin softens me.
Won't happen again.
I pause before sighing and feel myself calming. I give him a nod of truce before his mischievous grin stretches across his face again.
Come on, stretch me, D.
He oozes as his tall, muscular figure casually walks backwards towards the large blue mat on the floor.
Payback for how I stretched you the other night.
Back at it. I close my eyes in embarrassment at the reminder. I can feel him smiling at me behind these lids, and damn him for knowing exactly how I operate. Remembering the unplanned stretching incident, I think of my planner and the man who ambushed it. I recall Wednesday of last week. He'd scheduled me for an appointment at the Lotus Massage near the shopping center. A couples massage, for himself and his therapist. His excuse was that his therapist was far too stiff to work on him properly, and that everyone played a part in getting him back to the field. Keeping me relaxed was only helping his own agenda, selfish as it may be. If I know anything about this man, it's that he isn't selfish at all. But damn it if he doesn't play the part well enough to get people's minds off the curiosities that threaten to damage my job and reputation. So we got our massages, me giggling every few touches until I could fully embrace the feeling of someone's hands on me that weren't his. Lake watched me the entire time from his massage table, a look of pure joy emitting from his soft eyes. It was my first massage, as if it wasn't obvious, and Lake got the treatment he deserved that night. With me on my knees again, like he'd said. Knees on the floor, knees on the bed, knees spread wide as he indeed stretched me. Fucking knees. That's why we're here, right? I'll never look at knees the same after this man. I waste no time instructing him to plant his heel on the floor, toe to the wall, large hands bracing the cold white surface as he stretches his calves. He wastes no time grabbing my arm nearby and pulling me in front of him. Between the wall and his rippling muscles beneath that flimsy old cut-up t-shirt hanging from his glistening chest like a piece of floss, I remain trapped. He replaces his other foot against the wall, pushing close against me, getting the most out of the stretch. Lake, I warn, peering up at him. He groans as his damp hair hangs down around his forehead, tickling mine.
Don't you threaten me with my own name.
Leaning down so our noses are touching, his eyes glimmer through me. Stop hitting on your therapist, Decker, I retort. He scoffs.
I'm far beyond hitting on her.
Pressing his hips against mine, a breathy groan leaves his throat.
Baby,
he whines, his hands finding the sides of my neck as he runs his nose along my cheek.
You're killing me. Kiss me already.
He always waits for me to break the barrier, to open the floodgates for him. And damn it if this rush of Lake doesn't break them all every time. I grip the loose edge of his ripped t-shirt, rolling it in my fists as I pull his towering frame tighter to me. I breathe in his delicious scent of woods, rain, and salt. All things that are somehow entirely masculine. A flicker of a smile finds me, an indication that he's got the green light before his lips seal to mine. With warm, soft lips, he kisses me so quickly, so passionately, knowing that we could be seconds away from getting caught. I taste the salt on his lips before his tongue flicks at my mouth, demanding entry. Tongues touch and moans follow as he presses the erection sealed beneath his joggers into my abdomen. My hands slide up the back of his neck, into his hair, and I melt into his mouth. Quickly, his hands find the back of my thighs and I'm lifted, being pressed into the cool plaster of the wall behind me. He rubs himself against my tingling center as he continues toying with my tongue, trying to alleviate his own pain. I can picture his deliciously thick, long cock, the crown red from the friction, leaking, aching to find its way back where it belongs. Everything has me on fire, burning with desire for the man who alone has the ability to douse my heat in the most pleasurable way. Fuck me against this wall, Lake. The words slip from my pussy again. Please. His forehead falls against the wall next to my neck as a frustrated groan leaves his chest, rumbling into mine. He knows as well as I do. We're pushing it.
Trust me,
he says before kissing me again. A long, delicious stroke of his tongue against mine.
I'm ready to.
Another kiss. With a sad sigh, he rests his forehead on mine as I sink, slowly placing me back on my feet. A knock at the door has Lake dropping to the mat on the floor and me straightening my back like a metal rod was just shoved up my ass.
Dill?
Jaden calls from behind the door. Come in, I call out a little too loud before my bulging eyes drop to Lake's engorged dick. He sits crouched over with his elbows on his knees, covering the massive erection I've caused him. Stifling a chuckle at my terrified demeanor, he scolds me silently, telling me to chill. Jaden sneaks an arm into the door, holding my cell phone. My heart drops when I see the name on the screen as I approach where he's leaning in.
Saw it light up on the desk. Figured you'd want it.
He says. Of course, I say, snatching the phone from him. Thanks, Jay. Giving an appreciative gaze, he gives me a light, unknowing nod before gently shutting the door. I answer the call, worry already circulating throughout my body. Hello? Lake watches me curiously from the mat. Call? I wait, hearing nothing but static in the background.
Pickle.
His voice floods my ear, and I inhale a breath of relief. Call, what's going on? You good?
Yeah, Pickle. Good. I'm good. Really good. I need to talk to you. I'm good. I need to talk to you. Good.
He's nervous. I can literally hear him rocking and twisting his fingers as he speaks. What's up? What are you doing? I ask calmly.
I need a pit crew. Pit crew. I'm working on my car. The car. I'm working on my car, but the crew. I need a pit crew.
My eyes find Lake's, and his brow raises as he watches my expression change from nervous to calm to confused. I can tell he's trying to read me. His concern has him locked into my conversation. Pit crew? I murmur into the receiver.
Yeah, pit crew. They need me to fill in my pit crew on the form.
What? What are you filling out, Colin? Where are you?
Home. I'm home. The races. I'm filling out the papers for the race. Samantha called and said I needed to bring my papers into the center tomorrow if I'm to sign up for the races.
Oh, fuck! I yell out, then slap my mouth to cover it with my palm. I'd been so mesmerized by the dick lately, I'd completely forgotten about the race. Lake's brows both raise humorously as he points to himself, and I flash him a rude hand gesture back. He stands from the blue mat, straightening his pants and shirt before lurking towards me. Not now, sexy beast.
I was going to take the bus and drop it off at the center before work. I have to do it before work. Drop it off at the center before tomorrow. Tomorrow at the center, Samantha said.
Shit. Just leave the paperwork there. We can finish filling it out tonight, and I'll drop it over to her in the morning. You just get ready for work like normal, okay? I say, my forefinger and thumb resting on my pounding temples. Looking down at the floor, I rack my mind for a way to move shit around in our accounts to pay for the entry to this race. We don't even have the funds for the entry, nor the money for the pedal cart needed for the race itself. I can pick up a shift at a bar. Maybe Katja can watch Colin a few nights a week since she's so close. I can give plasma early before work. Money, more money. How can I get it? As I'm casually thinking about selling pictures of my feet to freaks online, the phone gets snatched from my face.
Call?
Lake says into the receiver.
Hey, buddy, it's Lake.
I go to snatch it back from him when he puts a hand on my forehead, holding my head back like he's holding out a football in his grasp. I swing for him, but his wingspan...
Yeah? I heard.
He says excitedly. I twist in his grasp to the point where he can't turn his wrist any further and free myself from his hold. He backs up until he's near the massage table, where he hops up, planting a seat, his arm still out, holding me back.
Don't worry, Call. We're gonna get you signed up for that race. Me and Pickle are on it.
He swings his long legs around until his heels are on the table. Hearing Colin talking in the background, I see the joy in Lake's eyes, the joy in his smile. Not letting that deter me, I grip his bicep, reaching around his shoulder to grab the phone from him, to no avail. He brushes me off again, so I pull on his ankle, but he places his heels beneath him, putting all of his weight on them. Standing on the table to get away from me, he chuckles at my attempts to claw for him, trying to jump and reach the phone.
That's what I've been telling her.
He agrees with whatever Colin said.
Oh, okay. Yep, we're just heading out now. Have a good day at work, bud. See you later tonight.
He hangs up the phone, still holding it up in the sky. My nose wrinkles as I glare at him, panting from my weak attempt to overpower him. See you later tonight? Now he's inviting himself over? Taking in my anger, he has the audacity to smirk down at me.
You look like a little gremlin.
I turn my head, glaring at the blank wall I wish to smash his face into.
That was a nice spin move, though. You're quick on your feet, Crawford. Open tryouts are next spring if you're interested.
I have nothing left I can say to insult this man. I can't overpower him physically, clearly, so I choose the childish route. I grab for his pants and pull them down to his ankles, effectively depantsing him. The second it happens, the door behind us creaks open. Lake's standing on the massage table, my phone in his palm, raised to the ceiling, his pants to his ankles, and nothing but muscular thighs and boxer briefs before me. My hands find his knee as I pretend to manipulate it, before turning over my shoulder to peer at the guest who's walked in. Greg. I arch a brow at him, appearing bored as ever, while my heart is on the verge of exploding through my puny little chest. My job, my career, Colin. He simply looks from me to Lake and back in confusion. Then his expression fades into a mocking grin.
Gotta wear those tearaways, kid,
he says with a dry laugh, easing my mind. Thank God. He doesn't know. He gives me an excited smile, telling me he needs me in the office for a word. Backing out the way he came in, he leaves the room and my forehead meets the table while mocking laughter echoes around me. 42. Dylan. It's cold. Too cold for November in Chicago. I glance nervously over at Lake, who's sitting in the passenger seat of my tiny little compact car that feels like one of Colin's toy figurines at the moment, wondering why in the hell he insisted I drive us to his practice today. In fact, why am I even coming with you? I ask suddenly, turning to glance at him before my eyes find the road again. Since when are therapists essential for team practice? He sits there, relaxed as ever, in the seat that looks entirely too small for his long, muscular legs. After his quick shower at the gym, He changed into another matching black sweatsuit with a black Nike hat tossed casually on backwards, the tiniest hint of brown locks hanging through the snapback in front. I try to hide the hearts in my eyes as I practically drool over the simple yet sexy look. Fucking snapbacks. With his elbow on the edge of the panel beneath the window, he chews on his thumb as he peers at the road ahead of us.
Since you became part of my team.
My brows lower in confusion at the sentiment. Before I can even process it, he points out the windshield and in a deep, demanding tone says,
There. Turn.
I see a gas station I'm about to pass and turn quickly, braking at the same time to not miss the entrance. I'm aware I'm driving like an anxious freak because Lake's eyes widen as he grips the handle above his head while the car practically rides on two wheels. I swerve into the old, rundown Shell station that looks worse for wear. The stalls are all full, so he points towards the gas pumps. I'm already anxiously grinding my back teeth, hoping he doesn't notice. Please don't notice.
I'm gonna run and grab a Gatorade. You want anything?
He asks, looking back as he opens the clown car door with his massive hand. I swallow, scratching the side of my ponytail. No, I'm good. I trail his gaze as it darts to my dash and wince. Don't mention it, please don't mention it.
All right,
he says softly, pausing for a beat too long.
I'll be right back.
He shuts the door, then taps on the window a few times, as if he literally can't just reopen the door and say what he needs to say. No, he needs me to roll the window down simply to pester me. His smirk awaits as he leans down, his annoyingly handsome face greeting me as I press the button to roll it down. Yes? I ask, playful annoyance lingering in my tone.
Don't miss me while I'm gone.
He flashes his cocky grin before tapping his hand on top of the car, then jogs lightly towards the gas station. I roll my eyes, dropping my head back against the seat. So full of himself. I sneak a peek of him at the door through my lashes because he's Lake Decker. He's got a great ass and, fuck me, I really like him. I quickly admire his fine ass in the sweatsuit one last time. The cocky bastard has the nerve to turn back, almost knowing I'm gazing at him longingly. He drops his head, chuckling lightly as he pushes into the glass door with his shoulder. Seconds feel like hours as I wait, tapping my fingers on the steering wheel, staring at that barely filled gas tank meter before me. I shiver, clutching my jacket to myself to remain warm as the heat slowly leaves the space. Dusting off the dash, I'm thankful I cleaned my car of all the McDonald's and other trash before I was coerced into giving Lake a ride. Suddenly, I hear my car's tank open. I look up at the convenience store with no Lake in sight, then turn back abruptly, seeing the back of his head facing the pump. Opening my door a crack, I hear a voice from above.
Pump 7, ready.
No, he better not have. Lake, what are you? He pushes my door shut, closing me inside without so much as a word as he continues to put the pump in my tank, filling my car with gas. I attempt to open the door again, but he leans back against it, folding his arms before him and effectively holding me hostage inside as the pump fills on its own. I roll down the window. Lake?
You need to keep your tank full in the winter, Dylan.
He says simply, with understanding in his tone.
It's not good for your car.
I know it's not good for my car. I'm not an idiot. These Midwestern winters can freeze your fuel line if your gas is low enough, making it impossible to start your vehicle. But sometimes you have to make choices. Choices like keeping your tank a quarter full versus half full in order to use the money for the increased heating bill until the next payday. Choices that don't include driving into the city for practice, knowing it's eating up that gas you've calculated for the week. Choices Lake has never had to make. I huff in frustration, knowing I've already lost this battle before it begun.
I'm not copping a free ride. I asked you to drive, remember? Just returning the favor.
He continues. Just returning the favor. Fuck that. This was a setup. The fact that he already paid at the counter cues me into that. He knew I'd need gas and made me drive and specifically stop here so he could fill my tank. Unlimited Gatorade at the training facility awaits him. Making his way back to the other side of the car, he takes a seat, turning to face me with a serene smile and a bag full of Gatorade and some other snacks. I start up the car, watching as the tiny orange meter on empty slowly rises past full. The little stick hasn't seen this side of the gas gauge in years. I'm surprised it even remembers how to get there. It's somehow almost reminiscent of me. Before Lake, I wasn't full in any sense of the word. My life, as amazing as it is, has been difficult. I've ridden around on empty since before becoming an adult. Finding ways to make ends meet, climbing this mountain of debt, scrambling to stretch out one more mile before the metaphorical car died. But here he is, filling me with what I was missing all these years. Love of my own. It can't be love. I chew on my bottom lip, looking away from the dash to nervously face him again, needing some sort of clarification. It can't be love. My heart is in my stomach on the floor. His cocky grin has dropped. There's a shift in energy as he slowly slides his hand to the steering wheel to peel mine off of it. He brings my hand to his mouth, kissing my knuckles gently as I mouth a silent thank you, the tears threatening to pool. The simple gesture somehow speaks to the deepest part of me. The words he whispered to me in his truck find me again, ringing through my head. You deserve to be looked after too, even if you find yourself hating the idea. He wants to. He wants to take care of me so badly it's killing him. Especially knowing what his net worth is and how much financially he has to offer. But Lake doesn't flaunt it, nor would I want it. He's never been the type to showcase that reality, especially not in my presence. It's as if the money he makes is just a side effect of the career he happens to be passionate about. But the truth of the matter is there. It's hard for me to accept things from people. Motives, maliciousness, and selfish gains, words that slide into my head from a past that still haunts me. But Lake's making it so those words never held meaning. He's rewriting what it means to be a man in my book. The definition becoming something worthy of this open heart. We finally arrive at the indoor training facility, the same place they held the Special Olympics, the same place Greg told me I was headed before leaving work with Lake. He instructed me to feel out the place while I was there. His excitement for that, surprisingly, overpowered the invite to his latest pampered chef party. But I don't understand why Greg told me to feel out the place. It's not as if this would become my workplace. Would it? I try to push down the feeling of excitement that lingers in my stomach. The dream job. Right here before me. However exciting, I can't allow hopes and dreams to rule me. And a small part of me feels like I'm cheating at achieving the dream, knowing that Lake had something to do with getting my foot in this door. Getting into the overwhelmingly spacious facility, I'm shocked to see no one inside. The cool, dark space becomes illuminated as Lake turns on the lights, returning from a back room. I breathe in the smell of the turf, an overwhelming scent of plastic and rubber filling my nostrils. The cool cement of the surrounding walls sends a chill up my coat-covered back.
Ready?
Lake asks, sneaking up behind me as I take in the indoor field that's becoming brighter by the second as the lights kick on around me. I melt when I feel his body seal to mine, the sensation already so familiar and wanted. His hands slide around to the front of my hips while he nuzzles me from behind. For what, exactly? I ask as his 5 o'clock shadow gently brushes against my neck, causing my heart to thud loudly.
Practice, Cap.
I feel his smirk against my ear. There's no one here, I comment, looking around. He loosens his grip on my hips and jogs around me, turning so he's now lightly walking backwards with a football in hand. Without explaining himself, he watches me with amusement.
Come on, Crawford.
He smiles with a simple nod.
I know you can juke,
He says, cocking a brow.
but what can that arm do?
Without warning, he tosses me the ball and I fumble to catch it. Dropping my keys, I grip the oblong end of it in one hand.
Quick hands.
He says with surprise. I slump my coat off, chucking it on the metal stands nearby. With determination in my movements, I head out on that turf. I'll show him what this arm can do. But I'll make it worthwhile in the process. My wheels begin turning as an idea comes to mind. I got a game for you, I taunt, tossing the ball in the air before me, watching as it spirals smoothly before I catch it again. His brow arches, holding back that smile that wants to push through at the sight of me handling this ball with such ease. Let's see what you got, Decker, I tease.
43. Lake.
I make the rules,
She says, walking backwards across the field to distance herself from me.
and if you play by them, you'll be rewarded.
My cock loves the sound of that. All right, Cap, I holler at her. What's this going to cost me?
Simply your honesty.
She smiles sweetly, but I know that smile, and it's not sweet. She's got a motive.
The rules are as follows.
She continues.
You, Lake Decker, must answer any question I throw at you just so long as you can catch.
She winks, placing the ball against my abdomen, handing it to me. Unfair, I scoff, even knowing I'm set up to win this entirely, then follow up with, for you. I casually toss the ball back at her and she fumbles to catch it. What kind of questions? I ask.
Whichever question the person prefers. It can be about life, work, sex,
She lingers there for a moment, eyeing me from head to toe.
anything.
My ears perk up. Oh yeah, I'm ready for this game. Shoot your shot, baby. I grin smugly as she fingers the laces, finding her footing. I'm already a little impressed by her ball handling skills, to be honest, but seeing her out here on this field with that large pigskin in her tiny little hands has me practically biting my fist, my eyes rolling to the back of my head at the sight of my girl on the field. Holding the ball up near her right ear, ready to throw, she sends it at me hard. A perfect spiral that shoots across these 20 yards separating us, landing right in the pit of my gut. I pretend to scramble to catch it with my left hand purely for dramatic effect, but succeed, of course. I toss a throw back at her with some heat to it, and surprisingly she secures it against her chest. Damn, D, baby got hands. But the idea of what's to come, her probing into my personal life, has me feeling a little anxious. New plan. Okay, I've got a better idea, I say, walking to the side of the field. We need to up the ante. I pull a machine out onto the 30-yard line, prepping it for use.
What's that?
She asks. Jugs machine? I explain that the machine can toss balls at a faster rate to any spot down the field. We agree to the terms that this will make the game more challenging for me. It's entirely unfair that I get to dive into everything that is Dylan, because there isn't a chance in hell she's about to get through my skin on this field. This is my home, my game. This is where I make the catch or lose the job. I bet she'll catch one or two, if that, but to be honest, the idea of watching her bounce around this field has got me excited already. She's determined, with her tight ass and those leggings, that toned abdomen beneath her sweater, and those engorged breasts bouncing within the confines of that sports bra, and it's all got my cock swelling in excitement. I'm already imagining the turf burn. We set up the machine, and she even allows me to go first. I jog downfield, turning back as she feeds the machine. It shoots at a decent spiral around 30 yards out. My legs, while still not even close to 100%, take me across the turf. With my arms outstretched, I finger the edge of the ball, effectively grasping the tip, completing the pass. Chuckling to myself in satisfaction, I slowly jog back to her with a proud smile. She stands with a hand on her hip, twisting her lips, clearly hoping I'll drop it. How often do you masturbate to book porn? I ask with a slight pant. Her eyes round in horror as I push out the question before I even reach her, and I see the tightening of her jaw as she realizes she has to answer it. It's the rules.
That doesn't...
Don't you dare say that I can't ask that. My catch, my question. I taunt. Spill, D. She sighs.
It all depends.
On?
On many things.
She answers, then shrugs. Okay, give me an estimate, I say, keeping it simple. How many times a week? Her glare is making me want to laugh. I cock my brow, awaiting the answer.
Estimate?
I nod, keeping eye contact.
Maybe around 2 or 3?
She answers bashfully. 2 or 3. My eyes widen. 2 or 3 times a week. My girl fucks her fingers, needing pleasure 2 to 3 times a week? I'm not doing my job. The redness is rising in her soft, pale neck as I gaze at her like a deer caught in the headlights. A drooling deer in the headlights. 2 or 3 times a week, I repeat out loud. She looks like she could kill me for even voicing it. To Cajun or his brothers? I ask with a cocked brow, pushing. Her eyes narrow at me.
That was one book,
she says with a glint in her eye.
There are many other men that get me there.
She knows exactly how I operate, knows I hate the idea. Something deep within me can't stand the thought of another man on her mind making her come. So I throw it back at her. But only one who can get you to scream his name. Her chest heaves, and she glowers at me. I know she's remembering the way she mercilessly rode me in that hotel room, my name falling from those lips again and again as her head tipped back to the ceiling, praying to a god that couldn't save her. The glare sears through me once again. Okay. I raise my hand, surrendering with a chuckle. Your turn, gremlin. With the setting on low and the angle high, I pop a ball out to her midfield. She eyes it, determination in her stare. Flicking her ponytail back over her shoulder, she's light on her feet as she moves beneath it, catching it with ease. A satisfied grin approaches me as she pauses in her new Nike sneakers, courtesy of her giving lover, tipping her chin with an adorable confidence. Ask away, I mumble begrudgingly.
All right, I'll start simple,
she says with a smile.
Since I already know your biggest turn-on is kissing while fucking.
She begins, and I swallow.
What I want to know is, what's your biggest turn-off?
I twist my lips, looking at the ceiling above her as I find my answer. Weakness. Her forehead wrinkles as she attempts to process, but I'm not giving her time to process. I jog off ready for my catch, my question. She must have figured out how to toy with the settings because these balls keep coming at me faster and harder. All right, I breathe, pausing before her with the cot ball in hand. I'm up. She purses her lips in disappointment, waiting. What's your favorite position?
Quarterback.
She answers too quickly. I pause, stunned as I hold a finger up. Okay, first, I wasn't talking about football positions, and second, I stall with my mouth open, shaking my head in disbelief. You should have said running back because your boyfriend is a running back.
First,
she begins, circling around me like a hawk until she's behind me.
You're not my boyfriend.
I shoot her a bratty glare over my shoulder.
And second,
she walks around until she's directly in front of me again, gripping the front of my shirt in her fists. She pulls me forward until our hips meet. Looking up at me, she says,
any position that gets me to come.
Swallowing sand. Can't form words. The statement makes my cock twitch in my pants as my mouth remains open, my eyes widening like she dropped me in the middle of the desert and her name is conveniently Lake. She plants herself behind the machine again, waiting for me to make my move before muttering.
But if I'm being honest, I like the weight of you pinning me down.
Visions of myself on top of her flood my brain, her legs on my shoulders, her legs spread wide for me, her legs curled tightly around my lower back, pulling me deeper and deeper.
You're up, Deck,
she says with a smirk, pulling me from my sex fantasies. She knows how to play me, fucking hot-ass tart little sauce pot. I make another tough catch to the chest and note how she admires my quick speed and agility. If I'd known better, I'd say seeing me in action is actually turning her on. Do you want kids someday? I ask, breathing a little harder than before. Her back straightens, tension in place as she stares at me.
Haven't thought about it,
she says, wrinkling her nose. Lie. Well, now that you've thought about it, do you want kids someday? I push. She releases an exacerbated sigh as her eyes dart nervously around me.
I don't know. Maybe.
I cock my head, confused, as Dylan pushes past me to get back out onto the field for her catch. It appears this little game is becoming more challenging than we thought. The questions are scraping the surface of the secrets we hold dear, and needless to say, it's getting uncomfortable. I feed the football into the jugs machine, tilting it a tad higher to make the catch more difficult. If she wants to play tough, I'll meet her game. It flies up and into the air with ease. She plants herself beneath the ball, clutching it firmly to her chest as it falls, like the chance to ask the next question is the key to eternal life. Not bad, I admit with surprise as she approaches. Practically better than candy.
What's one part of your childhood you wish you could change?
She asks breathlessly. Jesus, going for the jugular. Wow. Okay, I rub my forehead, wondering how deep to go. There's a lot to my childhood I wish I could change. I'd kill my father before he ever had the chance to lay hands on my mom, before she had the chance to become strong and leave him. I'd focus more on helping make her life easier. I'd enjoy the simple things in life before abuse and illness took away the hope for our future. To pin it down to one point, one answer, well, that's difficult. Exhaling suddenly, I remember the first time it happened. I wouldn't eat my dinner. I was tired of sandwiches. Greasy peanut butter and expired crusted jelly on stale bread were getting old. Across the table from me, he sat, a bottle of Jack in hand, glaring at me with a certain amusement to his contemptuous smile. He was waiting for it, wanting a reason to go off. He taunted me with his words, eliciting a response so he could strike. When he finally came around the table to hit me, I cowered. She threw herself in front of me, taking the blow. The blood from her nose splattered across the stale bread I was too stubborn to eat. I would have stood up for her sooner. She stands there with her soft eyes, absorbing my change in demeanor. Confusing thoughts circle us, and it's making the air around me thick. Too thick. She's connecting pieces I don't necessarily need her to connect. My turn. I slide past her, handing her the ball as I lightly jog away from her. I feel every emotion in each step as I do. The deeper she dives into me, the farther I want to pull away. I'll redirect this back to her, put her life in the spotlight as she's trying to illuminate mine. She definitely upped the speed because the next one came at me like lightning, but the now completed catch has me jogging back with tension in my neck. If you had the right support growing up, what would you see yourself doing differently? She winces slightly, taken aback by the question.
I'd be doing exactly what I'm doing now,
she says with an edge to her tone, one that wants to slice through me for being so perceptive. So nothing would change? You wouldn't see yourself being anywhere else, striving to achieve different goals, reaching for more, focus set elsewhere? What do you want out of life for you, Dylan? I want to ask the question, shake her until I get the answer. She's doing that thing again, attempting to decipher through the words I'm saying to find a deeper message. She's trying to read through the question, but I can tell by the way she folds her arms across her chest she's not opening that door.
Nope.
She's lying. She's lying because it hurts her to imagine anything else. A world in which Dylan thinks of herself and her own wants first. She can't even play along, won't even allow herself to dream of what truly makes her happy. Making the next catch, she jogs back to me with the scowl already set. It's becoming heated, our little game of get to know each other, and the next question she asks lets me know.
What's the actual need to get back on the field in record time?
That sucks the air out of my lungs. The question that was meant to be simple, but it's anything but. She's testing me, feeling me out, pushing me the way I push her, wanting me to expose the part of myself that hurts most, just as she so recently refused to in her previous answer. My answer is buried in my need to heal my mom. My need to get that shell of a human back to the breathing, life-filled warrior who made me, because she deserves better than this, and I won't let her go until she has that, until I can give her that. So I lie. To become the greatest of all time, of course, I reply hastily, oozing with the confidence of the man they want me to be, the selfish-driven playboy all-star, a man fighting for his mother's broken soul, trying to right the past traumas she's endured, isn't what makes headlines. Her face says it all. She knows I'm lying. I offer a quick shrug as if to say, this is the game you wanted to play, and now I'm playing it. Next one comes at me harder than any quarterback I've played with. Sweat is dripping off my forehead as I approach her frowning face. My ammunition, my question. Are you really going to allow a prick like Eric to ruin your chance at happiness? The question comes out with more heat than I intended. Suddenly, Eric's words find me again. He ruins her. My stomach drops, but it's too late. The word is now floating between us like an atomic bomb, begging to go off. She blinks at me, disbelief etched into her features. I just mean, are you really not going to open yourself to the possibility of anything great in life because of hit?
Open myself!
She yells, interrupting me, and I straighten in surprise.
You can't even tell me what truly motivates you, as if it's some sort of secret, Lake. Don't give me lessons in opening myself. That's one class you've yet to take.
She turns, walking toward the sidelines. I run after her, grabbing her by the upper arm to stall her. You're destroying yourself by thinking you're not allowed to be happy, Dylan. You push away what you want because you think you're supposed to, as if you're less of a protector if you find your own joy in life. It's pathetic, it's weak, and entirely unattractive. Wrong words again, Lake. Her eyes set ablaze with fire from years of enduring a pain I've never known. Trauma that's created this controlled, calculated, and careful person before me. She's not weak. She's entirely too strong. Her strength is all I see. It's blinding. It's a barrier. An army of soldiers set to mutilate me and anyone else who even thinks of attempting to storm the castle that encases her heart. It's how she conducts her life, with strict, premeditated order.
Well then, it's a good thing I don't care to be attractive to you.
She rips her arm out of my hand with a painful look of disgust in her eyes.
Remember? This only goes so deep, you and I. Surface level and secrets. It's what we're good at.
Storming past the stand, she grabs her jacket and keys, heading towards the doors. Our game didn't go as planned. My hopes to open her heart while simultaneously denying her entry into my own ended with a head-to-head battle of players rejecting their truths. I'm at her castle, and now I've effectively sealed the gates myself.
44. Dylan. After a long, silent, and agonizing drive back to the gym, I dropped Lake off without another word. The tension in that car was alive and well, and I didn't know what to say. Our game started off fun and flirty and ended all too raw and real. He'd seen through me, and in attempting to draw me out of the cage in which I live, he'd lost it. He went off, saying things that stung me in ways he'd never understand. I wanted to avoid him at all costs. Live in my controlled environment the way I'd adapted to so long ago. I was safe there. Secure. In control. Did some of his words ring true? Maybe. The way he so accurately perceived my reluctance to dream of a future for myself that wasn't simply work and Colin hit me harder than I thought it would. I lived, breathed, and practically existed for Colin. And while I had found the strength to accomplish a career I was passionate about, I had fulfilled none of my other goals. Never focusing on what makes me happy has made me realize I don't know what does. When life starts you at a disadvantage, finding normalcy in simply existing becomes your happiness. I couldn't dream of how my life would be different if not for my responsibilities for Colin. How could I wish for a world without him? It pained me to even go down that road. Even knowing how hard our journey has been, I wouldn't change it, couldn't fathom it. Eric dumped me because I wouldn't choose between him and Colin. He wanted me and me alone. But I wasn't alone. I never would be. I accepted that a long time ago and embraced it. While I know Lake wasn't insinuating I had to make a choice between Colin and a future with him, his need for me to imagine my life differently struck me just as hard. Lake was his own problem, wanting to open me up without allowing himself to come apart with me. His own reluctance made me question his motives entirely. Why be so willing to let me in, only to keep me out? Who does he live for? It's not for himself, like he wants everyone to assume. It's for her, his mother, it seems. And his reasons for holding himself responsible for whatever they've endured weigh him down. As my mind continues to wander, I write checks with a burning pen, practically tearing through to the cheap laminate wood as I empty my account with quick strokes of ink. One for my student loans, one for our health insurance, heat, electricity, credit card bills that never ceased, my car payment, and, of course, rent that was already a month behind. With my papers scattered around me, I grab the application for the races that Colin has started filling out. My heart sinks as I see the total cost to register. I calculate what we have left and come up short. It doesn't stop me from writing that check, though. I'll find a way. I always do. I hear the doorknob twist, and excitement encapsulates me. I missed Colin so much today, and needing his embrace has me scrambling up from my seat to feel my big brother's hug. Racing for the door, I unlock it before he needs to use his keys. But when I open it, my entire body tenses in shock. There he stands before me, arms on the doorframe above him, head hanging low between his shoulders. The door opening causes Lake to look up through his dark, messy locks, and his red and daunting eyes find me. We stand there, just staring at one another for a minute too long. A minute more than he deserves for the painful words he spewed. My stomach knots up as I take him in, breathing in his scent that always seems to drown me. He shakes his head while his eyes crinkle in the corners. Opening his mouth, he just keeps shaking his head, the words trapped in his throat. I wish this was easier, that our histories didn't hold us back, that our pasts didn't make us so reluctant to embrace what's so natural between us. But the reality is we are two different people, and sometimes our pasts just don't align to build stable, structured futures. I wait for him to say something, anything, but he just inhales deeply and closes his mouth again, looking ever more tortured. I go to close the door when he drops a hand and sticks it through the crack, grabbing the door in his large palm. Shaking my head once, I close my eyes.
Please,
he begs, his tone broken and hoarse. It catches me off guard, this vulnerability to his own emotions. I pause, my hand still lingering on the old rusted doorknob.
I'm sorry,
he says in a whisper of breath. He sounds like he can't breathe, like the idea of taking in oxygen has become his greatest opponent. I stand there, staring down at the knob. His hand slowly slides down the chipped door, lower and lower. I watch it, study the careful motion until it cautiously reaches my hand.
I'm so sorry,
he says, his voice breaking again. His icy fingers brush my skin, and the torture he's endured from the afternoon of silence hits me like a spark. My eyes finally find his again, and everything in his look pierces through me. His jaw flexes before his breaths escape his lips, choppy and pained. It can't be this simple. I can't just forget. He can't just apologize. I've stacked my walls back up, brick by brick, but if I'm honest, I'm weary and worn from the constant building. The word no escapes me breathlessly as I back away from him. Pushing through the door, he shuts it behind him, rushing me until those large fingers slide their way into my hair. He gazes down at me while holding my head in his hands, like he wasn't sure if he'd ever see me again after what he'd said. Leaning over me, he rests his forehead against mine as we just stand together, breathing the same air between us. I don't dare move. I can't. I'm frozen in this place where I want to be strong and showcase my backbone, but all I can do is melt. I can't for the life of me find a way to push him away when all I need is him close. It's confusing, it's frustrating, and it rips through my heart entirely.
I'm sorry, Dee.
He whispers again in that gravelly, cracked tone. The tone that inadvertently forces you to feel the pain of the person emitting it. He kisses my forehead, his tender lips lingering against my skin as I feel a tear escape my lashes. I don't want to close up and be strong anymore. I want to let go and feel that freedom of being lost in love. But I can let go on my own. I can't get lost without someone there willing to find me, guide me home when the path disappears before me.
Oh, God.
His broken voice utters, noticing my tears and wiping one away with his thumb. The words drop from his mouth as fast as his heart falls to the floor.
I'm so sorry.
He kisses my cheek.
So sorry.
Kisses my other cheek, capturing my tears.
I'm so fucking sorry.
He nuzzles his face along mine, uttering the words again and again like he's supposed to. But it's not making me feel better. It hurts me to know how much I mean to him, because I feel just as tormented. I couldn't stand it if he silenced me. I'd die if he didn't take my calls and ignored me as I did him all afternoon. I couldn't go a night without seeing him, just like he can't seem to finish this night without standing outside my door, apologizing endlessly with his words, with his pained eyes, with his broken heart. Lips hover over mine, and I break. I give in to temptation, silencing the powerful, independent woman in me as she screams. I press my mouth to his, and a deep groan of relief escapes his throat. Calloused hands travel, one to the back of my neck and the other down along my side until it reaches my hip. He pulls me into him, cradling me in his arms. This kiss, if I could define it, would be titled Tender Truths. It's gentle, it's sympathetic, it's truth-telling in its own right. Everything our heated kisses normally aren't. This kiss is his apology. My heart is the paper he aches to carve himself into, his unabating tongue the pen. He writes his remorse against my lips with every swirl of his tongue, every pained groan into my mouth. Words that are voiced cease to exist. He's communicating solely with his actions now. Fingers grip the hair at the back of my head as he walks me backwards towards the table of bills and papers behind me, his mouth staying planted on mine. He picks me up with one arm wrapped around my lower back, setting me on the table. My legs open and he seals himself against me, holding me tightly in his arms. I separate from his lips, needing a breath and some clarity amidst the raw passion that absorbs us whenever we're together. His hand slides around me until it reaches my hip. Fingers claw into the skin near my thigh as he winces, his forehead dropping against mine again.
Forgive me, Dee.
His voice cracks.
I beg you. Please.
I sigh against him, contemplating kicking him out and closing off the part of me only he's ever opened, because I know just how to do it. I've done it before. Surely I can do it again. But I know I can't. My mind screams at me to wake up, but my heart forms a fist around it, sinking its claws in deep, choking it off, unrelenting in its mission to keep this dream alive. These walls guarding that heart have crumbled with the force of his wave, and I'm not strong enough to hold out anymore. 45. Dylan. Documents, bills, checks, and paperwork lay sprawled on the wooden table, defenseless beneath us. The tenderness has molded into something more powerful. The passion that now builds between us screams for release. In record time, Lake's lips leave mine and the energy throughout the tiny apartment shifts. Gripping my arms with determined hands, he helps me off the table, setting me on my feet and turning my back to him. I twist to face him as he curls his tall frame around me. His mouth seals to mine from behind, and I gasp as his tongue seeks mine, noting the sweet taste of peppermint lingering on his lips. Curious hands slide down my abdomen until they reach the aching place between my thighs. My body molds to his, the weight of his swollen cock pressing against my lower back. His tongue swirls inside as he nips my upper lip before softly kissing the corners. My chest heaves as his fingers press firmly against my clit. The heaviness in my head clouds my vision, and I drop my head back against his chest as another breathy moan escapes me. Large fingers graze and tease over my pants until he's gripping my chin, tilting my lips up to him. Kissing me madly, his hand slides up and into my sweatshirt, cupping my breast. This man can kiss, and damn it if it doesn't send me into another realm each time that tongue so eagerly flicks mine. Sucking on my bottom lip, his hands slide to my waist, where his fingers claw down my sides, creating goosebumps in their wake. He finds the edge of my leggings, pulling them down over the curve of my ass. I arch my bare backside, pressing into him, feeling the strain in his sweats so close to where I long for it.
I'm so fucking sorry,
he murmurs against my neck. I know, I whisper breathlessly. I know.
We need each other, Dee.
He whispers back between kisses to the skin beneath my ear. My hand slides up behind his head, pulling him back down to my lips. Licking my bottom lip, he plants another kiss before muttering,
I need you.
A ripple of pleasure sweeps through me at the idea that I created that hardness that's now pressing into the crease of my ass. That simply kissing me in this passionate, possessive way gets him to the point of eruption. He pulls back from another kiss, resting his forehead against my temple, and a crease forms between his brows as pain overcomes him.
I can't do this alone.
The sentence hits me like a brick to my stomach, sucking all the air from my lungs. Alone? What he's referring to, I'm not even sure, but the rawness in his tone has me straightening, proving my strength, making sure I do whatever it takes to hold him together until he knows he'll never be alone again. All it takes is our eyes meeting and one simple shake of my head to let him know that truth before the floodgates open, releasing us to the lust that drives us. Patience is an idea of the past. Lake grabs the lace of my thong, but in attempting to roll it down in a hurry, he gets frustrated and rips it apart. I wish I could say I didn't care, but damn it, thongs are hard to keep around here. Lake doesn't stop kissing me as he quickly fumbles behind me, the need to connect becoming a maddening race. Pulling his sweats down his toned core and hips with one hand, I feel the thick head of him at my throbbing entrance as he hisses through his teeth at the sensitive sensation. Quickly and forcefully, he runs himself along my slit, coating himself in my arousal before pushing into me, sinking deeper and deeper. Breathy cries leave my throat as I stretch to accommodate him. My hands fall before me, fingers gripping the papers and bills, clutching anything and everything to keep me tethered to this earth. I fall forward, my sweatshirt sliding up my abdomen as he rolls his hips against my backside, crashing into me while heavy breaths fall from his lips. Our sex is everything our kiss wasn't. It's fast, it's forceful, it's rushed, it's relentless. With palms flat against the surface, I stand on my tiptoes, angling myself for Lake as he drives into me uninhibited and wild, causing my lashes to flutter and tears to spill at the pure force and intensity. Waves of euphoric pleasure roll down my spine as his strong fingers claw into the flesh of my hips, his muscular thighs slamming into mine. A strained growl escapes his throat, and I feel him harden even more inside me. His strokes come quicker, forcing the air from my lungs in gasps as I cling to a fistful of the scattered papers beneath me. Our sex is hurried. It's a scramble of need and the most erotic, primal connection, as if it's the only thing left to tame that insatiable lust smoldering between us.
Say my name, Dylan.
He growls.
Scream it.
Lake, I whimper, reaching back to touch his taut abdomen, attempting to stall his motions as my thighs tremble against him. It's coming. I'm about to break. He must feel me tightening because he grabs my arm by the wrist, twisting it behind my back as his other hand slides up my spine until it reaches the crook of my neck, anchoring himself.
Fuck, you feel good.
He grunts, tightening his grip, clawing into my collarbone as he pins me down to the surface beneath me. He thrusts into me with his thick, long cock like a savage, claiming me as his. Harder, deeper, chasing his own sweet release. Echoes of moans escape me as his thumb circles around, holding me down against this table by the neck and forcing me to take what he's giving me.
Say it's us.
He whispers through the gasps of air leaving his lungs. I close my eyes tightly at the sentimental words during an act so vulgar, and I feel myself fall over that crest. My spine arches, and I push back into him as I quiver and pulsate through my release. Noises leave my throat that I've never heard before, while my cheek roughly rubs against the wooden table beneath me as he continues to ride out my orgasm with unyielding thrusts. Euphoric gratification overtakes me, and my body explodes with a crippling type of ecstasy I've never experienced. The raw, primal, inescapable pleasure of being taken by a man so crudely. I feel him pull out, and warmth spills along the curve of my ass as his raspy breaths expel in the sexiest echoes of his release. He drops his forehead to the middle of my back, still holding onto my shoulder as we both attempt to catch our breath and return to our bodies.
Fuck.
He breathes, pausing for a moment to collect himself. He grabs the edge of my sweatshirt, helping me to remove the now soiled article of clothing, leaving only my sports bra. Cleaning me off with it, he helps me upright. When I turn to face him, adjusting my pants back over my hips, half-lidded eyes find mine. He pulls me against him, my chest to his, and leans down to kiss me. This time, it's gentle. Kissing every arch, every curve, every crease in and around my lips, he claims me all over again with his mouth. Leaning back, he stares down at me. A fresh wave of emotions crashes over us upon that one gaze of affection. The intensity of his stare practically cripples me. The heartfelt apologies, the tender kissing, the passionate sex. It's all too real here before us. Don't say it. Please don't say it. Lake grabs my jaw in his hand, angling my face towards his. He's breathless, as if he's still inside me. Licking his lips, he peers at mine before his eyes tear through me again. Don't say it. Please don't say it. I can't say it back. Not yet. I'm nowhere near ready. I can't love him until I know him. All of him. The words lie there on his tongue, but the message is already being transmitted through the heartfelt ache in his gaze. I beg him with my mind to silence his truth, but it's no use. His thumb sweeps across my cheek. He peers at my mouth, then my eyes again, as if he's imagining a world without me, the idea shattering him already. Swallowing, he starts.
Dylan.
My heart is in my throat. Can't breathe. Lightheaded. Drowning. He runs his thumb softly across my bottom lip, the confusion and surprise at his recent discovery apparent in that creased brow.
The
The sound of keys in the door straightens my spine. Shit! I gasp, my eyes widening in terror. I've totally lost track of time and space. Colin was on his way home from work, and now he's here, outside the door. And Lake just fucked me on the table. Lake Decker fucked me from behind on the kitchen table on top of my bills. Who am I? It's Colin. Quick, go, get under the bed. I grab his arm, pushing him back towards my room. He laughs lightly, easily brushing me off as he turns to face me, his sweatshirt hanging on his fit frame with his white t-shirt slipping out of the bottom all lopsided. It's the lazy, satisfied grin that sets it off. We look like we just fucked. It's so obvious.
I'm a grown-ass man, Dylan. I'm not hiding under a bed,
he says with gravel in his tone. Yes, you are, Lake. A big man indeed. I shake my head, snapping myself out of this intoxicating wave he always seems to send my way, still feeling that subtle yet sore ache between my legs to remind me. The key clicks and the door opens as I pat at my ponytail, smoothing any loose hairs, cocking my head with one of the fakest grins I've ever slapped on my face. I look like a saleswoman trying to sell the fact that I'm indeed not a sex fiend, but a professional, a true professional. Lake's lip twitches and his brow raises as he watches me try to figure out which hip to place my hand on as I stand next to him, deciding on holding my neck and collarbone where a large handprint is more than likely imprinted.
Pickle!
Colin calls out as he walks in, his arms carrying his backpack against his chest like it's been stuck there since his bus ride. I'm not breathing. I'm holding my breath with this fake-ass smile, hoping I look way more natural than I feel. The room is still heated with the aftermath of sex. It's swirling around us and landing on my face like a giant billboard of truths. Colin immediately stalls in place, looking from me to Lake.
What's up, Col?
Lake says casually, moving to sit down at the chair near the table. He kicks back in his Nike sweats, his white socks crossing at the ankles. He took his shoes off? When did he remove his shoes? A gentleman even in raw passion.
Hope you don't mind that I stopped by.
Colin's brows knit together.
You here to see me or Dylan?
A fist tightens around my heart at his assumption that Lake came to hang out with him. Lake and I peer at each other. His lips pull into a grin, but he just sighs and replies,
Definitely here to hang out with you.
I shoot him a quick scowl that gets mirrored with a subtle wink.
Good.
Colin says with a nod.
Good. I have a race.
Perfect,
Lake says.
But I'm hungry.
Anxiety cripples me again as I recall the emptiness of my cupboard and refrigerator.
I'm gonna order a pizza,
he continues.
You like pepperoni?
Yeah, pizza. You worked up an appetite. It smells like sweat.
Colin goes to set his bag on the floor against the kitchen cabinets as I practically shrivel into myself, imagining the chaos that would have unfolded had he come home 10 minutes sooner and seen his little sister being plowed from behind on the dinner table by an NFL player. I'm frozen in place as Lake smoothly says,
Yeah, just got back from practice.
He lifts his sweatshirt to his nose, sniffing it.
Sorry, man.
You can shower. Shower and we can watch a race. Pizza and we can watch a race. I have to fill out my forms.
Lake's eyes fall to the forms on the table, and I swear I can hear him laughing internally as he licks his teeth. The race form is bent out of shape, sticking up awkwardly from being crinkled up in the heat of passion. I swallow as he grabs the paper, smoothing it out.
I'm here to help.
He smiles up at him before his eyes find mine again. One look, the same one he gave me a moment ago when his hand held my jaw, and I'm reduced to lake water. I feel his statement in everything that he is. He's here to help in more ways than one. He's here to help with the workload I carry alone. Here to help keep us together by making it his mission to include Colin in everything we do. And subsequently, here to show me how to love again.
You don't like them either,
Colin states, and both of our heads quickly snap back to him. His eyes focus on something on the floor near the kitchen. Lake sits up in his seat to get a better look.
Good. You don't like them either.
Colin repeats while nodding. Pulse is rising. Death approaching. Lake stands and, with one long step, quickly swipes something off of the floor. With his foot on the garbage, he opens the container, and I see him drop my ripped lace thong into the garbage can. He smirks at me from across the room through hooded eyes with that all-too-sexy grin. And if I had panties on, I'd drop them to the floor again.
Can't stand 'em,
he purrs.
46. Lake. I hate being on the other side of that wall, feeling cold, closed off to the warmth of that heart I've felt within. I didn't expect to be here, with my dick tucked, begging a girl with endless apologies after pushing her until she broke. But here I am, ready to do whatever it takes to win her back. I said some fucked up shit, called her weak and unattractive after pressuring her to open up to me. I pushed and pushed her, needing her to give me something back. I wanted to hear that she envisioned a future with me in some capacity, a future where her love and devotion expanded to include me. The promise of something more. I needed to hear it. And selfishly, I broke her down as I sat back with all my doors closed. The acceptance and acknowledgement of the fact that cancer promised to take away my rock. The only person I've ever known to love me unconditionally terrorized me. I didn't want this reality. I wasn't lying when I said I couldn't do this alone. My truth slipped from my lips like a scared little boy. I need Dylan's strength more than I care to admit, and the craziest part is she still has no idea. I order some pizzas from the kitchen table before going over the race form while Colin takes a shower and Dylan folds clothes in the living room. I kinda just made myself at home here and don't plan on leaving anytime soon. But since she hasn't kicked me out yet, I'm going to assume she wants me to stay. A girl like Dylan would let you know. Alright, so it says he needs a pedal car, a pit crew, a color choice, team name, and the option to have matching team shirts, either through the order form here or an outside source if you prefer. I call over my shoulder, holding the crinkled form in my hands. Silence comes from behind me, so I lean back further, looking over my shoulder at her. She's chewing the corner of her lips, staring down at the floor as she continues folding. D, I call out again. Blinking quickly, she inhales a breath, letting it out as she turns to face me with brows raised. Where'd you go? I ask softly. She simply shakes her head with a heavy sigh as she folds another shirt.
I've always been here.
I find myself a bit broken by the comment. It feels so much deeper than just words. Hot sauce, I declare suddenly, pointing my finger to the sky. She cocks her head at me as I continue. You got any hot sauce? I stand from the chair, walking around the kitchen table, and make my way to the fridge. She stands from where she's sitting, dropping the clothes from her lap back into the laundry basket.
No,
she says quickly.
I'm sorry, I
have this thing. I begin, gripping the handle of the fridge. I need some Frank's Red Hot sauce dripping from my pepperoni in order to eat it. Spice, I need spice, D. She throws her body before me, her back slamming against the fridge door with a loud thud, blocking me from opening it. My eyes widen, and I stare at her like the crazy little psycho she is. Tell me Eric's head is in a large pickle jar in this fridge, and I'll feel better about what just happened here. Her mouth drops open at my comment before her lips pull into a grin and she laughs with a scoff.
I fucking wish.
She deadpans.
No, it's just...
She shakes her head, shoulders tight to her neck as she holds the door shut with her body.
It's just peering through a person's fridge is a very personal and private matter. It's...
She thinks for a moment, wrinkling her nose as she winces.
Invasive?
A dry laugh leaves my throat. Invasive? She shifts on her heels, looking behind me, then nods. Baby, I begin in a cracked tone, leaning forward to whisper the words in her ear. I just had you bent over the kitchen table, legs spread, taking you from behind raw. The blush rises from her neck to her cheeks as I pull back to look her in the eyes. This is hardly invasive in comparison. Her lashes flutter and I can practically hear her thighs slap together tightly, warding off her pleasure at the simple mention of the fun we had. But I will respect your privacy and step away. She eyes me warily as I move away, slowly creeping backwards with my hands raised, my eyes focused on hers as if she's a wild animal I've come upon in her jungle. I grab my car keys from the table, turning to step into my shoes. Her eyes narrow and she absent-mindedly fiddles with the end of her ponytail, watching me curiously as I stand up straight again. I'm no fool. I'll be back.
Pizzas are generally delivered, Lake,
she says with an edge.
Where do you think you're going?
She's no fool either. I lean back against the door, biting my bottom lip. They don't just throw in free cheese bread for anyone who calls. This face, I draw an imaginary circle around it, gets the cheese bread. I give her my best overly confident grin. It's funny how I can practically hear her calling me a cocky prick in my head. Grinning sweetly and arrogantly, I turn, demanding she lock the door behind me and head out to do what needs to be done. About 40 minutes later, I'm balancing 2 pizza boxes on my head while white grocery bags litter the length of my arms as I kick the bottom of her door. Luckily, some little old lady let me in the main entrance while I was walking in from the parking lot. Colin opens the door, peering through the chained lock. Would you look at that? My girl actually listened to me. Would you mind helping me, sir? I ask as Colin quickly works to unlock the door, opening it just in time to catch the pizza sliding off my head. He takes it to the table, quickly pulling out a slice and heading back to his room while I push in through the tiny opening, slinging bags as I walk. I reach the kitchen, dropping them off my arms and rolling up my sleeves, noting the warped red lines from the bags tearing into my flesh. One trip, bitch. Dylan runs out from the bathroom in an oversized sweatshirt with what appears to be nothing beneath and a towel pressed to her damp hair. Those fit little exposed thighs have me forgetting what my name is, who I am, and what I'm doing with my life.
What did you do?
She asks with an edge, eyeing the 30 grocery bags of food in her kitchen. Don't get your hopes up, Cap. It ain't for you. I snap back, scowling at her as I say it. I unpack the groceries, placing them on the counter, and I can feel the hesitation as she watches me, curiosity screaming at her to get me to explain. You're dating an athlete? I begin. She opens her mouth to deny the truth, but I put a finger up to stop her. And athletes eat a lot. If I'm going to be over here as much as I plan to, I want to be prepared.
You're such a shit.
She shakes her head, glaring at me as a reluctant grin creeps across her face. I simply shrug with a smug smile. I love making it impossible for her to turn down my help. When I make it about me, she can't say shit. I win. After putting away the food, Colin calls for me from his room.
Lake, in here. Lake.
Dylan's forehead creases as a hand comes up over her mouth. For a moment, it looks like she bit her tongue, so I approach her. She's going to cry. What's wrong? I ask, cocking my head and sliding my hand down the back of her arm gently. She tightens her jaw, shaking her head as tears pool in her eyes. Pointing to his room once, she says shakily,
He just never does this.
Does what exactly? I ask softly. She swallows down the emotion as her eyes find mine.
Just openly invites people into his room.
It's so small, so insignificant, but damn if it doesn't move my entire world. As she explains, Colin isn't the type to allow people to freely enjoy his space. I somewhat forced my way in here the last time we watched races, but this time he's calling for me, wants me around. The way it's making my girl highly emotional has me bending down and kissing those impending tears away. I don't want to just leave you out here, I say, cupping her cute little face in my hands. My insides want to become outsides and smother her. I want to smother her with these strange emotions I'm feeling again.
No, go ahead. I've got a couple loads to finish up anyway.
She says with a heartwarming smile.
Please, go ahead.
I love you. I love you. I love you, Dylan. It lingers there in the back of my throat, my mind screaming the words as I gaze into those glowing embers with the black wispy lashes that curl up perfectly, opening the beauty of her eyes. But I can't say it. I'm terrified of what it means. She grabs my wrists, pulling my hands from her cheeks before she kisses my palm, the slight gesture running like a fiery lightning bolt from my hand to my heart.
And thank you, Lake.
She whispers quickly before kissing the other palm.
I don't like what you did or the way you went about it, but I'm not going to not thank you.
Her cute sentence earns her an admirable smile as I gaze longingly at her. Help from me makes her uncomfortable, that much is clear, but she's so adorable when she's soft and accepting like this. Turning away from me, she walks toward her spot on the couch, plops down, and begins folding laundry again as I stand there, just tonguing my teeth and trying to keep myself from smiling. A thank you is something I don't need from her, not when I'm so willing to do everything and more for this girl. I'm finding more pleasure in buying groceries for them than anything I've ever bought for myself. Taking the wood chair from the table, I join Colin's side in his brighter-than-bright room. I take in the sunny curtains hanging from his window, the yellow-striped bedspread on his twin bed, complete with a wall of tiny vintage cars in perfectly organized rows, settling in to watch the races with our pizza. Want some hot sauce? I ask, holding up the bottle after coating every inch of my slice. He looks down at the pizza in his lap.
Spice makes me have stomach aches and gas. Lots of gas. Pickle says no to the spice. Spice gives me gas. Flatulence.
I take a large bite out of my pepperoni slice, chewing as I talk. That's a funny word, flatulence. Colin watches the race as he repeats the word.
Flatulence.
Flatulence, I say louder, raising my pizza.
Flatulence!
Colin screams, and my brows raise in amusement.
Colin!
Dylan scolds from the living room, and I laugh.
Flatulence,
he says again.
A funny word.
My smile has never been wider as I go to take another bite. So, do you like your job, Colin? I ask, grabbing for another slice. He spilled some sauce down his canary-colored striped shirt, but it doesn't slow down his appetite. He's on this third slice already, and seems to enjoy pepperoni pizza more than I thought he would. I add it to the memory bank.
Yeah, I like my job. My job is important. Pickle says bagging is important. Yeah.
It is. It's very helpful, I agree, before taking a drink out of my water bottle.
Do you like your job? Football and women?
I practically choke on my water, wiping my mouth of the mess I've made. What?
Football and women. They say you play football and get women. Football and women. More women now that you can't play football.
What you see on the blogs is all lies. I shake my head, scratching the back of it. I'm not interested in women.
But you like Pickle? She's a woman.
I sigh, wondering how to navigate this. I really like Pickle. Your sister is, well, she's amazing, and I really love spending time with her, and with you.
So you love her then?
He nods to himself. It's not a question, it's a statement, a very gut-punching, truthful statement. I look around his room, noting all the varied shades of yellow that fill the space, from the color on the walls to the drapes to his favorite striped shirt. It's his own source of sunshine, putting the spotlight directly on me now with his questions. Well, I don't know, Col. I stutter.
So I was right about both of you. I was right. Right. I was right.
He repeats, rocking forward onto his toes in the chair as his fingers twist and untwist.
Both the same.
I peer at him, wondering what he could possibly mean. Has he had this conversation with her as well? Did he ask Dylan if she loved me? What did she say? What would she say? Would she embrace her emotions, or would she push them away to focus on the responsibilities before her? Does he see she does that? I'm not always sure I understand Colin or the things he insinuates, but it doesn't mean I won't try to be patient until I do. We watched the last lap of the gripping 2001 Cracker Barrel 500. This is a race I remember well. The rookie Kevin Harvick was racing as a replacement for the late great Dale Earnhardt, who had been killed in the tragic, historic race only a week before. I watch as Colin crosses and uncrosses his fingers while anxiously watching the screen. I know he knows what happens. This is an old tape, but the fact that he's still so invested makes me warm with affection. Harvick and Gordon crossed the line at practically the same time, and Colin nods once.
Great race. Emotional race.
Very emotional, I agree.
Harvick filled in. 0.006 seconds separating them. 0.006 seconds. Second closest race in NASCAR history. Harvick filled in for Earnhardt. History.
It's insane how much you know about this, I comment, running my hands down my sweats as I sit back in the wooden chair watching the racers finally slow.
You know what it takes? What it takes to make history?
Colin asks. I pause, turning to face him. He looks directly at me now. Colin is looking at me. He's never made eye contact for this long, ever, if at all. What's that? He stares at me, and for a second I wonder if he's forgotten what we were talking about until he speaks.
Courage.
I hold my breath as I gaze back at him. It's like he sees something in me, my hidden truth I've been covering for so long. He knows what I'm doing here, that I've fallen in love with his sister even if I haven't admitted it to her. He knows my weaknesses, my omission of painful truths, my reasons for playing football again, the hopeless boy beneath this shell of a man who still clings to the belief that miracles can happen and that making her proud of me again will somehow make that deadly disease vanish without a trace. It's like he sees it. He sees me as the coward I am.
Colin?
I hear Dylan's voice sneak up on us from the other side of the door, but I can't keep my eyes off of Colin.
You finished the form?
She asks with the paper in her hand. His eyes shift to her hands behind me before peering down at the floor.
You put me and Lake as your pit crew? We're the team?
He nods once, and my heart grips at the thought of him writing my name down. Me. He chose me for his pit crew. Wrote out my name.
And what is this? What did you write?
She holds the paper closer to her nose as she tries to read something he wrote.
I can't read this, Colt. The team name.
Colin turns his gaze back to me again.
The Canary Cowards.
He nods once to himself, turning to kick back in his chair again, and I feel my chest tighten as he repeats the name, the truth stirring up these impending emotions.
The Canary Cowards.
He repeats. 47. Lake. It's early as I slip out of the warmth of her bed to answer a call. She's not up for cooking, but she still wants you to come. It's the tone that kills me. Not up for cooking. That's not like her, not even close to her. A childhood of meals straight out of the pages of Taste of Home. Cooking was her happiness, putting her heart and soul into the meals she made for the people she loved. Having her own money meant finally being able to fill my belly the way she never could when I was growing up. Loving the fact that, as a football player, I needed all the extra calories I could get. But this hurt. The past few days have been busy. It's as if my mom and Dale don't want me around. Her excuse is that driving back and forth to help with her medicine is a waste of my time when I have therapy, team meetings, press meetings, photo shoots, gym sessions, more therapy, more Dylan. I'm always being tossed the casual, Dale is here to help. Besides, I'm feeling good. But she isn't good. She's dying. I can hear it in the weakness her voice carries. That same weakness I keep denying I hear. She isn't getting better. She's getting worse. The drives to the city have been long, and staying at Dylan's means I have to wake up earlier than ever in order to make it through rush hour traffic. But every extra minute spent driving is worth it just to get that time with the one person I seem to need the most. It's her confidence, her assertiveness, her complete control over her life that seems to make me feel like I can control mine. It's addicting to be around, and I crave the moments where I see it exhibited. I feed off it. It energizes me despite my lack of sleep. Watching her sleep is my newfound heaven. She's so peaceful for being the little spitfire she is when she's awake. She's become a welcome distraction from the pain I've been withholding. Last night she called out to me. Dylan said my name in her sleep, reached out from my arm and pulled it around her waist, snuggling into my bare chest as she dozed back off. Explosions were happening inside that chest, loud crashing waves of something bigger, loud enough I worried it'd wake her. But it didn't. If anything, it soothed her, my raging heart. We've been respectful, being that we're in such close proximity to her brother in the room over. Excessive kissing that's given me a set of wrecking balls I could knock any wall down with are a welcome consequence to lips that seem to demand me. But Jesus, if I don't find myself continuously guiding my fingers into places they shouldn't be, wanting to feel that heat building between those thighs just for me, I'm crazy about her. Studying her as she sleeps, counting her breaths, constantly touching her and trailing those fingers along the baby-soft skin of her bare stomach as I breathe in the smell of her mango-scented shampoo. And tomorrow she's going to meet the only other woman that's been a staple in my life, the one holding everything together until she fades and everything falls apart. After the phone call, I ensure Dylan's still sleeping, tucking her in tighter before I throw on my sweatshirt, sweatpants, and earbuds, preparing for a light jog to get my mind right. Halfway into it, my phone buzzes against my armband with a message.
Captain, I got ghosted by Lake Decker, an NFL player, best running back in the league. At least this will be a story for the grandkids one day.
She's cute even when she's trying to be upset. Not to mention the adorable way she mentioned grandkids, which meant one day she'll have kids. I like that she's thought about it. I quickly send her a selfie with my tongue sticking out, showcasing the earbuds with a message that says, "Getting a quick run-in."
Captain, your therapist warns against this excessive exercise.
Lake, not what said therapist was saying last night.
Captain, cute. Real cute. These lies.
I can feel her grimace through the phone. She wanted me last night. The kissing on her full-sized bed turned into rubbing. The rubbing turned into a mess of sex organs trying to connect through clothing that wouldn't allow either of us to be satisfied the way we needed. Colin's incessant demand for late-night macaroni didn't help either. But today I had a plan. Lake, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Taking you with me today, and I don't want to hear it. We can drop Colin off at work on the way. Now leave me alone, you obsessive stalker. I put the phone back in my pocket with a satisfied grin and finished my run with a new bounce in my step that only that girl can provide. Later that day, after we dropped an excited Colin off at the supermarket for work, Dylan and I drove to the private gym in my high-rise downtown condo in Chicago for our session and got right to work. Therapy, as of late, has been extremely productive. I'm gaining my strength, even though my mind is anxiously pushing to heal faster than my body. Dylan's been supportive and realistic, keeping me grounded as I struggle with the mental hurdles of impatience to the healing that's keeping me bound. One step at a time. Such a stupid statement that holds such relevance, because it actually is one step at a time, each one slowly providing more strength for the next. But progress and regression are set on a line that keeps slowly stretching further and further apart. As I get better, she gets worse. I don't know how to deal with that fact, so I don't. Dylan finishes up some of her paperwork and phone calls on a small desk in the corner of the gym, and I get an extra cardio on the stationary bike before completing a quick interview over the phone for a local radio station. Heading up the elevator to my condo, she gets word from Katia that she plans to meet Colin at the apartment when he gets off work later to ensure he's safe, happy, and healthy. It's the only thing that brings her some sort of comfort being this far from him. That and the promise that if he calls for anything at all, we'll race back. "Come on in," I comment, holding the door for her. Her eyes quickly scan the place, her face expressionless as she does it. If I'm being honest, I'm really fucking anxious about this. She's seeing a glimpse of my lifestyle, one that's clearly a far cry from hers, and by the looks of it, she's turned into a robot again. That's the one thing I can't stand about this girl. There are times when I can hear her voice in my head, calling me names, teasing me, or knowing she wants me to touch her. But then there are times like this, times when I need to read her but can't at all. I didn't bring her here to gloat or showcase my wealth due to fame, but this life is my reality now, and I can't deny it. I grab some glasses of water for us while she meanders into the large living room, the bright sun shining directly onto the floor-length wall of windows. She's careful as she moves around the large leather furniture with her glass, clutching onto it with both hands, almost afraid she'll trip over the large rug beneath and spill it. Walking up to the sleek, dark tile of the fireplace, she leans in, looking behind the round vases, and somehow spots it immediately. No one's found it before. Not that I would expect anyone to. I don't hide it, but no girl I've ever had over has done more than use the fireplace for a backdrop to a photography session. Dylan isn't the type to use me for anything superficial. No, she's perceptive, especially with the pain I hide. She keeps finding it, keeps drawing it out of me, just as she is now. My chest clenches as I watch from afar.
God, you were cute. Even when you were frowning.
She says through a smile. She grabs the tiny 3x5-inch frame that nearly breaks me every time I look at it, especially these days. Holding it up, she points at the picture.
Your mom?
I nod, setting my glass of water on the island. A sigh leaves my chest. That was taken the day we moved into our new apartment. She wanted... I stall for a moment, running a hand along the back of my neck before correcting myself. Needed to document it. Said it was one of those moments. One of those moments you need to remember, especially because they hurt and they're hard, but I admit that part.
She's beautiful, Lake.
She whispers, still holding the photo with such tenderness.
You have her smile.
Thank God for that, I say with a little more heat than I intend. What I wish is that I didn't have these blue eyes from the man who destroyed us.
I'm really looking forward to meeting her tomorrow.
She tips her cheek to her shoulder, her lips pulling into an adoring grin. I continue rubbing the back of my neck, trying not to think about the fact that the photo in her hand and the shell of the woman she's about to meet tomorrow are hardly the same person.
I mean, if that's still what you want?
She continues softly. Yeah, so you can make yourself at home, I say, brushing off the comment entirely, needing an escape. I'm just going to clean up for this shoot. Her smile fades as she holds one of my most tender moments in her hands before me. She drops her eyes to the floor as she nods, placing the photo gently back on the mantel. I grimace to myself as I get to the safe confines of the bathroom. Gripping the counter, I look up through the hair that desperately needs a trim and stare at him. Those eyes that remind me of her pain. How she could ever look at me growing up is beyond me. They're his exact color. Looking around at the bathroom's gold fixtures and the massive clawfoot tub, I feel the anger rising in my chest again. Turning back to the mirror, I glare at the man who should be happy for all he has, and for how far her selflessness has gotten me. I hate him for pretending for so long. I hate that somewhere deep beneath the meticulously sculpted body of an athlete, there's still just a little boy inside. A little boy who can't let go. I'm a fucking mess, Dylan. And you're about to see the worst of it.
48. Dylan. I didn't even see him before he left. He basically ran out of the door after getting dressed, shooting me a quick "I'll be back later" before leaving me in his enormous condo, alone. I tried to not let it affect me, his need to change the subject when I mentioned meeting his mom, but I couldn't lie to myself. It worried me. The way his shoulders slumped with disappointment, the way his face practically winced in pain when I said she was beautiful. It haunted me. Why is it that the closer I get, the further he seems to pull away from me? What part of his life makes him close up like this? What am I about to see? Being that tomorrow is the big day we have planned to go over there together for Thanksgiving, I just assumed we'd talk about it, discuss the arrangements. But his quick dismissal planted that fear in me again. The fear that as things become more real to him, me and Colin infiltrating into his life, he'll pull back, leave us, realizing the pieces of our puzzle just don't really fit, and I'll be back to square one with stupid hopes and a broken heart. Instead of dwelling on it too much entirely, I do what any girl in a rich man's condo alone would. Head for the food. He told me to make myself at home. Shouldn't have told me that. Opening the fridge doors, my eyes widen. It's fully stocked. Ridiculously so. There's so much food in here, I'm sure he could feed half the city. Most of it is healthy, Vegetables, fruits, eggs, shredded chicken, turkey bacon, and more flavors of sports drinks than I ever knew existed. But my eyes zone in on the one thing that's not. Smiling to myself, I glance over my shoulder, and seeing as no one's watching or walking in anytime soon, I turn back to face it with my devilish grin deepening. Halfway through the strawberry cheesecake tin that was once complete, I decide to continue my tour around the place, extending out from the large kitchen I've planted myself in. Slowly stalking through the expansive flat, I take in the decor and the entire mood of the condo with the pie tin in my hand. It's decorated very much like a man. Sleek, sporty, edgy, and very contemporary, with dark walls, expensive gold fixtures, and long, heavy drapes framing the large windows that dust the dark gray stained concrete floors beneath. They shine with a slick gloss from the rays of sunshine kissing them. Aside from an enlarged mural of the city that hangs on the wall, bringing some sort of nostalgic vibe to the otherwise icy home, there's a distinct lack of a personal touch to the space. The only thing of sentiment is the little hidden framed picture of him frowning and his mother looking proud as ever. The item that shifted his entire mood. Encased footballs illuminated by a light beneath each of them line the wall of the hallway, while a few jerseys from various teams hang in thick, heavy frames, all with his last name stitched onto them. It's a sexy place, one that I'm sure has hosted many women in its day. Remembering the Instagram model who took her selfies here, I pause mid-chew, the fork still in my mouth. The thought has me practically throwing the pie tin across the room in disgust. I hate the idea of other women, definitely women far finer than me, having walked up and down these halls in barely their lingerie or even naked after a romp in the sheets with the famous football star. Pain shoots through my chest, and the feeling settles somewhere in my frown. I'm heading down the hallway towards what seems to be the bathroom when I spot two large oval mirrors on the wall inside. Never have I seen myself as this shallow girl who cares about looks and beauty, but it's practically impossible not to when you're falling in love with a man who could, and probably has, bedded many of the best-looking women from around the globe. Ugh, since when did I become this insecure idiot who needs validation? I rub at the bags under my eyes, pinching my cheeks to give them a little color, then frown at the mess of a ponytail I'm rocking. I'm a joke. A sweaty, stale joke. Pulling the hair tie out, I drop it on the large black marble counter before me and turn my back against it, leaning back as I take in the luxurious room. There's a massive clawfoot tub on the other side of the dual sinks I'm leaning against that sits just before another large floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly tinted in the private space. A space that easily costs a couple million. A space I'd never in my life imagine casually bathing in on a random Wednesday. The idea that some people get to live their lives in places like this, enjoying the perks of filling up a bath this big every day and not having to worry about how large the water bill will be at the end of the month, aggravates me. I deserve a fucking bath. I deserve to eat cheesecake and not worry about finances while I casually read my book porn in a tub more than any other woman he's probably brought here and told to make themselves at home. Again, shouldn't have told me that. I'm a little angry now, feeling owed the pleasure I've constantly pushed away for selfless reasons. It's spiteful tranquility and well-deserved, if I have anything to say about it. With determination, I walk towards the bath, stripping myself of my clothing and tossing them into the corner of the room. It filled up faster than I thought it would, the bubbles I'd found smelling of a rich and hearty vanilla. This man has a slew of what looks like expensive handmade soaps sitting near the counter like a goddamn hotel. Soaps of all kinds. Face cleansing soaps, body wash soaps, exfoliating soaps, herbal soaps, glycerin soaps, liquid soaps, a soap with a fucking flower inside of it. A real flower. This man has a soap fetish. That's his kink, cleanliness. I grab 3 different soaps, placing them on the little wooden stand near the bath, deciding to run a test study on myself as I reach for the pie tin on the counter. Placing my book by the large golden clawfoot, I slowly sink into the soapy heat of the water beneath me. A relaxing sigh escapes me as I adjust to the temperature, finally sitting back comfortably and letting my muscles relax into it. I shove another full bite of this delicious cheesecake into my mouth and moan around the fork. It's so disgustingly good, made with ingredients clearly above my pay grade. Things that don't include preservatives or trans fats. I have no clue how long Lake will be gone, but I would imagine photo shoots followed up by interviews take some time. It's only been a half hour since he left. I've got time. After finishing the majority of the cheesecake, I drop the rest of the tin, making a pained face at the destruction. I have no self-control. I frown, then grab my book I conveniently set nearby. Easing myself deeper into the warm water, I lean my neck against the smooth porcelain, letting the remaining bubbles embrace me, sliding up and around my shoulders. Falling completely into my reread of Break Me on Bareback, I flip another page, eagerly getting into this spicy little scene that's building. With my nose in the book and my body beneath bubbles, I hear the front door open with a beep and a click. It almost seems unreal, a beep and a click, so quiet while screaming wealth. Just like a rich man's condo to be technologically savvy. The closest thing you get to a beep and a click at my place is a buzz and a clunk. Hearing the sad wailing buzz of the dying intercom system to alert your neighbor your key isn't working in the main door again, before you attempt to open the old wooden door to your apartment that's swollen in size, forcing you to throw your body into the door with a clunk. Buzz and a clunk. My eyes bulge at the book still in my hands as I hear the footsteps of a confident man approaching from down the hall. Chucking it behind me in the corner, the book's pages ruffle as it flaps like an idiot chicken attempting to fly. I slide beneath the remaining bubbles again, covering myself from neck down to ensure my private parts are hidden, as if he's never seen them. Peering up from the suds before me, my breath gets lodged in my throat as I see Lake leaning against the doorframe, looking sexier than ever in a tight-fitting white button-up shirt and black slacks that fit those muscular thighs better than if they were painted on. He looks like he just stepped off a magazine page. His hair, tousled to perfection, is slightly slicked back with product, a few pieces hanging free across his forehead. He arches a thick brow as he takes in the scene before him.
Enjoying yourself?
He asks huskily. I swallow, running a hand over my hair and slicking it back over my shoulder. I made myself at home, I squeak out, looking around nervously at the bubbles, then peering down at the pie tin beneath the bath with only a slice left. His eyes follow mine, and he tips his head, peering intently at the near-empty tin. Oh God, what if his mom made him that cheesecake? It's his favorite homemade cheesecake, and I just stuffed my fucking face with it like the homeless chick he once thought I was. He waits for me to explain myself, but there is no explanation. I'm ashamed. It appears as if I was playing housewife, and it's probably making him uncomfortable, considering most women more than likely want to sleep with him for his money and fame. He knows I'm broke from years of credit card debt, student loans, and legal fees. Surely he doesn't think I'm trying to come up off of him. I wasn't playing rich housewife, if that's what you're thinking, I begin, suddenly feeling nervous under his direct gaze. He pushes off the door and places his hands in his pockets as he slowly moves towards me. I've just never seen a tub so big and thought, how fun would it be to soak in while reading and shoveling cheesecake down my throat? I chuckle nervously before my fake smile drops. You know? No, he doesn't know. I sound crazy. I'm dying internally from embarrassment as my wild eyes dart all around the room, looking for a quick escape. I should run. His brows knit together as he scowls, looking around the tub again.
Where is it?
He asks sternly, and I get the feeling he's mad. In my stomach, I answer with a weak voice, cautiously. Lake stares at me, tipping his head quizzically before his eyes pinch in the corner and he shakes his head.
Not the fucking cheesecake, the book.
My mouth drops open as I stare in confusion. Why?
Don't play stupid right now, just tell me where the book is.
He's confusing me with his tone as he slowly walks forward, unbuttoning the sleeves of his crisp white shirt. He rolls up the sleeves, unveiling the corded muscles of his tanned forearms as he does it. If I wasn't naked in this bath already feeling vulnerable, it might be hot. But at the moment, I feel like he's the professional doctor who's about to give me the pap smear I accidentally orgasm through. He's too calm. Entirely too calm and serious. Not flirty. Not even smirking or smiling. Just looking at me with his hard eyes as he prowls forward, rolling those sleeves before unbuttoning the top of his shirt only by a few buttons. I swallow as my arms tighten across my chest, my thighs squeezing together beneath the water. I threw it, I finally admit.
Where?
I nod my head behind me. Back there somewhere?
Why did you throw it?
He asks calmly as he approaches. He tucks his hands back into the pockets of his slacks and continues stalking around the tub, staring down into the water as he does. I don't know. He pauses in place at my answer, tipping his head to the side. His eyes trail the length of me beneath the bubbles, and I swear he can see through them.
You don't know.
He mutters to himself. He peers towards where I told him I threw the smut before looking back at me. My heart is racing in my chest. I'm nervous for some reason. Anxious. Out of place. Something strange is going on in his head, and I can't figure it out. Is he mad? Upset from earlier, and now this exhibition pushed him over the edge? I can't gauge him, and the longer I sit here in this water, the more I realize I don't really know him as well as I thought.
Get out of the tub, Dylan,
he says harshly. My body trembles at the demand. I feel like a child being scolded by a parent. My eyes look for a towel I never grabbed. I don't have a...
Stand up,
he interrupts. I try my best to read through the tone of his voice, the direct eye contact, the way he's unknowingly tightening his hand into a fist next to his thigh. My heart rate increases as my chest heaves in nervousness. He waits for me to move. I let out a nervous breath, looking down at the bubbles, then shake my head once. I have no need to be ashamed. If he wants to make me uncomfortable in his home, then I'll make sure he's just as uncomfortable, if not more. Standing from the water, I let the warm bubbles slowly slide down my wet skin. I straighten before him, naked, with my head held high. My eyes narrow, and my brow cocks in a silent fight for dominance. He shamelessly eyes my bare body as I summon all the strength from female warriors everywhere. Sacred goddesses, send me your strength. I beg you. His gaze pauses at my breasts before dangerous icy blues beneath hooded lashes meet mine. The slightest twitch of his jaw tells me all I need to know. Pointing to the door, he says one word that makes my insides clench, the tightening in my lower abdomen forcing my thighs to press together.
Bedroom.
49. Dylan. He doesn't know it, but I can see him. And I don't simply mean physically. I see through him. I see the facade holding this man together. He stalks towards me as I lay back on the dark gray comforter. Droplets of water cling to my body, my slick and heavy hair sticking to my back. Goosebumps rise across my arms and up my shoulders, making me shudder, awakening all of my sensations as the cool air creeps across my bare skin. The feeling in my gut has me uneasy. I don't want to assume anything, But I can't control the idea that's already planted there about him, about this. He's a great liar when he needs to be. My chest heaves, my nipples hard and erect as I stare at him through calculated eyes. He doesn't break contact as he approaches the edge of the bed where I'm perched on my elbows, tipping my head up as he gains closeness. The master bedroom is big enough to fit a family of 30, but other than the expansive space, I haven't been able to part from his direct eye contact to take it in, afraid of what it'll mean if I do. It's dim in here as hints of sandalwood and cedar hit my nose, and the soft, plush hairs of a rug beneath me tickle my toes.
I'm not sure why you feel the need to hide it from me,
he says in his gravelly tone.
Your pleasure, your enjoyments.
I feel my throat roll, and he peers at it immediately.
Even now you look scared, embarrassed.
His eyes narrow before he shakes his head.
I won't have it. No girl of mine will need to fuck her fingers when she's got me right here.
Bringing the book before his face, he pages through some of it until he stalls, more than likely at one of my tabbed sections, and silently reads. I'm naked and dripping wet on his bed, and he's standing directly in front of me, completely clothed, reading my smut book. My body quivers in anticipation of his next move.
Here,
he says with his nose still in the book, one large hand holding it open.
Start here.
Handing it to me, I hold it near my chest, my brows knit in confusion. He unbuttons the last few buttons on his shirt, peeling it down over his tanned, toned shoulders, shrugging it off as he carefully kneels before me at the edge of the bed. His hands find my ankles as I watch from an elbow, the other arm clutching my book to me. My lips part as his large, calloused hands begin slowly skimming up the back of my calves, his eyes still directly on mine with a concentrated focus.
Begin,
he demands. My lashes flutter as I study his face. He pulls roughly on the back of my calves, causing my back to hit the mattress and the air to slip out of my lungs as I now lie spread open at the edge of his bed.
Start reading, Dylan. I want to hear the words slip from your mouth as you come to them.
Heat stirs in the pit of my core, and I try to bring my knees together. He doesn't allow it. His arms slip under my legs so my calves are on his shoulders, and his firm grip holds the top of my thighs open. I stare up at the large square divot in the ceiling with a different shade of paint inside, wondering why he needs me to do this.
Read.
His voice startles me, and I open the book, orienting myself to the scene he chose for me by reading a few lines. I close my eyes, making a pained face. I can't read this scene aloud. I'll literally die. Die! I can't read this out loud. A demonic grin forms on his lips. A knowing grin.
You will. You've read it before, now you'll read it with my tongue inside you.
A weak moan reluctantly leaves my lips as my pained face finds his one more time. I'm given a single nod before he disappears between my legs. Soft lips find my thighs as he kisses his way to my center. I can barely keep it together already. How the hell will I be able to keep my eyes open long enough to read? He stalls with his lips paused by my inner thigh, about 4 inches from the place already aching for him. He's waiting for me to start. Swallowing down any embarrassment, I dive in head first. My bare back slowly eases back against Psycher's chest, feeling his hard body beneath. Anticipation swirls through me as firm hands wrap around and grip the flesh of my thighs, parting my legs wide for him. Lake kisses just beside my clit, and I jerk suddenly, feeling a wetness between my thighs that's not from the bath. I find a way to continue reading. Exposed and open for his brother's approval, Kagan slowly lurks from the dark shadows of the firelit room, staring with dangerous intention as he approaches. Frustration causes his lip to curl as I see the war raging inside of him. Jealousy and desire interweave beneath his skin, crawling into the depths of his bones, seeding itself deep within him. Lake's tongue darts out of his mouth as he licks the length of me. I squirm against the bed, my heels pressing against the mattress in an attempt to scoot up and away from the overwhelming pleasure. His hold tightens, fingers squeezing then releasing, telling me with his touch to continue. I blow out a quick breath. Kagan stands directly before me as his brother holds me open, my bare body exposed entirely. It's overwhelming, the emotions of the room, the heat, lust, and desire trapped inside all of us. The break inevitable. I'm theirs now, in this dark, desolate room, to do with what they please. I gasp as Lake's lips surround my clit, sucking before gently kissing the swollen bud, but those hands on my thighs squeeze again, alerting me to keep going. With Syker's grip holding me open, his erection pressing against the curve of my ass, Kagan grips the back of my neck, forcing me to face him as he mutters the words, "You are ours to take, little dove. Ours to play with. Ours to use up." "I can't read this," I say breathlessly.
"Continue,"
he demands against my skin, the deep tone vibrating through me in its own pleasurable way. Kagan forces his way to the edge of the chair. He quickly drops his pants, holding his hardened erection in one hand. I pause, feeling a flurry of excitement, embarrassment, lust, desire, everything the main character is feeling and more. Stroking the cock that's a deep and angry shade of red, my eyes widen and my breaths become choppy. I lean back against Syker, but am met with the reminder of what's behind me. There's no escape. Kagan stares down at me, seemingly enjoying the fear I'm emitting. "Hold on to her tight," Kagan instructs Syker while staring at me. And with one long, powerful thrust, he enters me. As the words fall from my lips, I feel Lake's finger push into me, his tongue lapping at my clit with a steady tease. "Oh, God!" I cry out, closing my eyes tightly as waves of pleasure roll through me. I'm so close. Too close. This is sensory overload. His tongue pulls away at the same time his finger stalls. He's waiting for me to continue. I pant in frustration. I scream out as he stretches me, but Syker reaches up a hand, covering my mouth. Lake continues moving his finger, and his tongue slowly begins flicking my clit again. A breathy moan leaves my chest as I try to blink through the cloudiness in my vision before continuing. He can't know his brothers have me upstairs like this. His own jealousy would have him forcing me to leave, forcing me away from the boys who've stolen a piece of me. He captures a painful cry into his palm. Syker's soft lips kiss the side of my head gently. The move, a far cry from the viciousness of Kagan's wild and unrelenting need. 2 fingers push into me now as a moan rumbles through my chest, and I'm forced to grip the hair at the top of his head to slow the tongue that's swirling against my clit, making my thighs tighten around his head. I cry out loudly again, muttering his name as my chest heaves.
"Come on, baby. Keep reading,"
he whispers before his talented tongue strokes the length of me again. Another breath falls from my parted lips as I try to form words. Pinned between the 2 of them, defenseless and for the taking, Kagan grips the back of the chair, and with a feral forcefulness, he finds his release inside me. His growl tears through the stuffy room of the cabin as my eyes water and my body becomes limp against the hardness of Syker's lap beneath me. I tighten my grip on Lake's hair, breathing hard as I continue. Closing my eyes, I moan. I feel Kagan pull out of me, only to be replaced with the stiff cock beneath me. Syker's thick, awaiting dick slides into me with his brother's cum still dripping. I drop the book as Lake sucks hard on my clit again, only to be replaced with quick flicks of his tongue, his long fingers curling up and massaging the place deep inside me that pushes me closer to the edge. I tighten around the fingers that slowly pulse inside of me. My orgasm is on the brink, and he knows it. With a quickness I'm unable to even follow, he pulls his fingers out, unbuckles his pants, and in a blur he lines himself up with my entrance, burying himself deep inside me as if the idea of not being in me would be the end of him. I cry out, dropping the book. Lake grabs me with an arm wrapped around my lower back, pulling us up to the middle of the bed, still connected. Sucking roughly on my neck, I scream his name as he fills me again and again, harder and faster, with the sexiest grunts escaping him as the sensation of being so full wrecks me. It hits me like a wave I'll never outrun. My entire body stiffens as it washes over me, breaking into waves of pleasure that continue to pull me beneath the surface with every stroke. It's not a single sensation. It's a continuous cycle of orgasms that feels like it lasts forever. I grip his muscular ass with one hand, puncturing my nails into his shoulder with the other as he pushes deeper and deeper, drowning me in pleasure as screams leave my throat. I can't even orient myself when his lips find mine and his tongue slides into my mouth, touching my own. With a numb face, his mouth seals to mine as he fucks me harder than ever before. The thrusts stall when he quickly pulls out, spilling onto my abdomen with harsh breaths against my lips, his hand fisting his cock until it empties entirely. He seems lost in his own pleasure above me, his eyes sealed shut while his breathing calms. It's so sexy, the way this affected him almost more than me. But it doesn't detract from the reality that still sits in the pit of my gut. Eventually, after finally breaking away from the soft kisses to my lips he couldn't seem to pull away from, he returns from the bathroom with a warm, wet cloth to clean me up. I sit at the edge of the bed, wrapping myself in the other large towel he handed me, and stare down at the floor. Something feels off inside of me. The fog of the sexual tension is lifted, and it's unfortunately all too clear to me now.
Was it? Are you?
He stutters before stalling to run a hand down his face. He's still clearly in post-orgasmic bliss, attempting to rationalize my sudden change in behavior.
What's wrong, Dee?
He settles beside me on the bed, where I can't seem to ignore my racing thoughts. Is this a distraction for you? I ask.
A what?
A distraction. I run my hand through my drying hair and sigh, turning my head to face him. Am I a distraction? He drags a hand down his face, not wanting to look at me. You can't express yourself simply through sex, Lake. I need more.
Express myself through sex,
he repeats with a scoff.
I was expressing how blue my balls had become from endless nights of rubbing against this perfect little body.
He finishes with a laugh, trailing his hand down my back and circling his arm around to my hip. I pull away slightly to add some space between us and shift my body to face his. His brows lower at the separation. This is important, and he needs to know how I operate because if I don't put my foot down now, this type of dismissive behavior might continue when things get too emotional. I thought you understood, I begin softly. I've opened up to you, but as soon as I get even the slightest glimpse of the deeper parts of you, you close up on me. He sighs, raking his fingers through his hair as his eyes find the floor. I need more from you, Lake. More than just this. I look at the bed behind us. Or it won't work. Licking his lips, he turns his head to look at me.
I'm sorry, Dee.
I stare back at him as he stares at me. Seconds pass and nothing happens. He can't seriously be telling me there isn't more. Is he? I will walk. He just continues looking at me with his mouth ajar, so I stand.
No, sit. Sit down.
He says, grabbing for me.
Please.
I lift my hands, but he grabs my wrists and pulls me into his lap.
I'm sorry.
he says immediately, then kisses my shoulder. But he can't simply apologize and continue to do nothing about it. I let it slide last time, the whole not confronting the situation thing, but I won't leave it alone now. Peering at him, I arch a brow, waiting for him to continue. I need something. Anything.
I was closed off earlier. You talked about my mother and asked about tomorrow, and I completely brushed you off. Shut down the conversation. I don't mean to do that to you. It's more me than anything,
he admits, shaking his head. I take a breath, realizing he's trying right now, and wanting to nurture that, I lift my hand to his cheek. It's his mother, something he himself hasn't addressed. He gazes at me as I stroke my thumb along his light stubble.
I brush off the hard shit because I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it because then it's real. It's not right. It's not healthy what I'm doing.
He stalls, looking around the room, trying to find the words to convey his torture.
I just don't know how to deal with it yet. I can't process it because I'm not ready to, all right?
There's pain here. A real heartbreaking pain in his tone that wasn't there before. He hasn't told me what it is, but I'm not pushing him to the point of breaking, only bending.
I'm sorry. I made it about sex. Well, I'm not sorry about the sex. That was amazing, and I'll do it all again in a heartbeat. Jesus, that was fucking awesome,
he says bluntly, blinking his eyes wildly, and I chuckle lightly.
But I'm sorry for making you feel disregarded or used as a distraction in any way. You know you mean more to me than that.
My heart pinches in my chest as his eyes emit that truth. His arms circle me tightly.
That wasn't my intention, Dylan.
I know, Lake, I reply, rubbing my thumb along his cheek. I know. I just wish you'd let me in. Let me be here. I drop my hand from his face and press my palm against his bare chest, feeling his raging heart beneath. Not just because I need it necessarily, but because it seems you do, too. His eyes focus on my hand before his gaze shifts to me. He needs to learn how to lean on someone just as I need to. We all do. We need someone to share our struggles, our pains, and our stories with before they swallow us whole. We're all cowards, as Colin so elegantly put it. His forehead creases slightly between his brows, and his expression, etched with agony, practically screams of a broken boy within. He nods silently, a painful admission for a man of his strength and success. I pull him into my chest, weaving my fingers into his hair as I hold him against me, my chin resting on his head. After a moment, he pulls back and grabs my face in his hands, resting his head against mine. He kisses me softly, and I feel his heart racing, his mind right behind it. So I give him what he needs now, and I kiss him back.
50. Lake. I wake to a loud, spine-tingling shriek. Blinking and orienting myself, I quickly realize what we've done. Fuck. Dylan, I murmur, running my hands down my face. She's up, running around my room, frantically searching for her shirt and panicking, as she should. She's not supposed to be waking up here. I was supposed to drive her home last night, but one orgasm turned into dinner, and 5 more, and fuck my life, we fell asleep. We got caught up in the passion, the sex, the wild night we couldn't seem to end. Colin. Did you call him? I ask immediately, standing as she slips into her sweatpants. I help her search through the tangled sheets. She lets out a huff.
He didn't answer.
I feel the anger and tension radiating off her as she runs her hands through her hair, her nostrils flaring as she does it. She's fucking infuriated with herself, and that scares me. Dylan mad at Dylan means the dictator comes out. She's about to retreat into her shell of safety, and the idea is terrifying. It's all right, Dee. Katia checked on him after work. Everything was fine last night. Just try to call...
You don't get it!
She yells, interrupting me. I pause in place, staring cautiously as she finds her sweatshirt.
Sorry.
She takes a quick breath to calm herself.
You just don't get it, Lake.
Slipping it over her bra, she heads out of the bedroom towards the living room. Fuck, I grumbled to myself, angrily tossing the comforter to the floor and scrambling to keep up with her. I should have never put her in this situation. She told me to take her back. I kept telling her only a few more minutes. I could hold her a few more minutes, and my alarm would go off. I'd take her to her apartment before Colin ever woke up. Now it's almost 7 in the morning, and she can't get a hold of him. Control is the only thing that keeps her feeling safe and secure, and selfishly, I've taken that from her. Today, of all days. Racing to get clothed, I slipped my arms through a sweatshirt, the hem of it rolled up and barely covering my abdomen as I grab my keys and she slips into her shoes. Her attention locks onto her phone as she texts and calls him repeatedly. I lead her by the elbow down the hallway to the elevator, sloppily slipping on the heel of my shoe, only to be met by the eyes of Dr. Clark Shelby, our new director of sports medicine, opening his door down the hall. I stare for a second in disbelief as we make eye contact. He catches a glimpse of me in all my glory, my torso hanging out of my sweatshirt, my sweats barely above my boxer briefs, slipping a shoe on in the frantic escape, but I don't address him. Practically shoving Dylan into the elevator, I immediately follow her inside, closing the door. I don't think he saw it was her. This day is turning into a disaster and it's not even 8. Beads of sweat lay upon my brow as we scurry through the parking garage to my truck, where she tries calling him again. She slumps into the side of the passenger door, her elbow propped on the armrest near the window with her head resting in her hand. Words cycle through her thoughts, names she calls herself. Idiot, irresponsible, careless, reckless. I can practically hear them. Nothing I do or say will make her feel better at the moment, but I try anyway. I'm sorry, Dylan.
Yeah. I hear that a lot.
She says coldly. She must realize how that hurt me because she squints her eyes and shakes her head right after saying it.
I didn't mean that.
She sighs. It's fine, I say, turning out onto the street.
It's just...
She begins, then stalls.
It's just structure and consistency are so essential to...
She rubs her temples and lets out another exacerbated sigh. I reach over, placing my hand on her thigh, and give her a light, reassuring squeeze.
Just not today.
She murmurs.
Not today.
Today. The day they meet my mother. As if I wasn't anxious enough for the both of us, now she's a total wreck. We're setting ourselves up for failure today, clearly. I took her focus off Colin. I did everything wrong. I'm the one who's supposed to let her free fall while catching her responsibilities for her. I pushed her out of her comfort zone, only to leave her hanging. I fucked up big time. And the thought of Dr. Shelby seeing me with Dylan leaving my condo so early in the morning, half-dressed, has me ready to vomit. This could be catastrophic. Dylan's phone rings in her lap and she practically drops it on the floor trying to pick it up.
Call? Call, I'm almost home.
She rushes.
You good?
The pure panic in her tone breaks me. It reminds me of when I was a complete dick to her about being in Arizona for the away game. The game I forced her to be at for her job, not even knowing she was frantically trying to keep contact with Colin the whole time, making sure he was all right while she was gone. Jesus, I'm a fuck-up.
Oh, good. Just grab some cereal and milk. I'll be there soon, and we can make sure to have your favorite shirt ready for today, all right?
My phone rings and Coach's name appears on the screen. I swallow, staring at it for a moment, feeling a lump in my throat before I pick it up from the console. My stomach drops as immediate anxiety washes over me. He wouldn't be calling me for anything else today. I peer over at Dylan, who's staring back at me with the phone still at her ear. I'd wondered if she saw my reaction, but the sudden crease between her brows and the slight tip of her head in my direction says she did. I toss my phone into the cup holders as she ends her call with Colin. Please, don't ask me what that was about.
What was that about?
She asks immediately. Lie. Don't lie. Tell her the truth. Lie, lie, lie. Apparently I chose destruction when I woke up this morning. Thanksgiving. It's game day. They just want me there for press.
The Bears aren't playing today,
she says bluntly. My eyes meet hers, and by the annoyed glare she's throwing my way, she knows I'm lying. All right, fuck it, I'm lying.
Obviously.
She sneers.
You suck at it.
Hey now, I'm a good liar, I retort like a moron.
That wasn't even a good lie. As if I don't know the team's schedule.
She looks out the windshield at the road with her fingers holding her forehead while muttering.
You're an idiot.
Idiot? I'm an idiot? I scoff. You're the one whose nose wrinkles when some bullshit comes out of your mouth, Cap. You suck at it. Besides, I'm a great liar when I need to be. I wink.
Comforting.
She rolls her eyes, then stares at me with raised brows, waiting for an answer. I grip the steering wheel tighter before dropping another heavy sigh. I'm not sure why Coach called, to be honest. My eyes fall over every tree, every light, every obtainable object they can fall on before terrifyingly turning to her. She stares at me like she's trying to piece something together.
Then why are you so anxious? Why not just answer the phone?
She adjusts in her seat, turning to face me.
What's on your mind, Lake? What are you not telling me that's got you acting like this?
I feel like she can see through me. How the hell can this chick pick up on the fact that just dismissing a phone call can mean something so much deeper? These girls and their vibes. It's fine. Everything's fine. Her glare eats away at me and I rotate my jaw. Just don't panic, all right? Her brows practically meet her hairline as her eyes scream panic.
Seriously, Lake? Who the hell says that? Don't panic. Of course I'm going to panic. Might as well have just told me to freak the fuck out because that's exactly what I'm doing.
I inhale deeply before letting it out, knowing that it's going to be really hard to breathe in here once I drop this tidbit of information. I saw Dr. Shelby in the hallway when we were leaving my place. Silence. Dead silence. It's the kind of silence you get when you're dealing with someone as smart as Dylan. She's not freaking out because she's a calculated person. She's already playing this out in her head, assessing the repercussions, the strategy to solve this mess of a situation. I slowly peer towards her, ensuring she heard me, when I'm met with a face of pure, pained disbelief. I don't think he saw you. Your head was down. I pushed you into the elevator so quick, I'm sure he didn't even have time to.
Oh my God.
She says breathlessly, falling forward until she's bent over onto her lap. I don't know if that's why he's calling, but I get the feeling he's not calling to wish me a happy Thanksgiving.
This is it.
She says into her lap. She pops up, shaking her head.
This is it. My career. It's done. Oh my God, I've lost it all.
Dylan, don't. It's not. Reaching over, I run my hand down her back. I won't let that happen. I'll explain everything.
Explain everything?
We'll figure this out, I say confidently. I won't let anything happen to you and Colin. I fucking promise you that, Dee. Nothing will change. On Rainbow. She looks at me through her fingers and it breaks my heart. She's broken. Tears form and I watch as they spill down her cheeks. Awaiting more setbacks in a life that's seen enough of them. I won't let her fall.
Fuck!
She yells out. Kicking the dash with her foot, she bends over again, resting her head in her hands, her fingers weaved through her hair, pulling at the roots with white knuckles. I'll call him back today and see what he has to say. It might be completely unrelated. Let's not even go there yet.
It's not, Lake. You wouldn't feel what you're feeling right now if it wasn't. This is a big deal. The NFL doesn't take shit like this lightly. I'm done for.
We pull up to her apartment complex, the tension heavy between us. She goes to jump out before stalling with her hand on the door. She doesn't know what to say, how to feel. She's upset with me, but probably even more mad at herself. I'll get to the bottom of it. Go make sure Colin is all right, then call me when you guys are ready. I nod. I'll be back. She tightens her jaw while looking down. Her face is pale, as if holding back the contents of her stomach is currently a struggle. I wave her back towards me, and she wearily leans across the passenger seat. Wrapping my hands around her soft cheeks, I bring her forehead to mine. She sighs softly, closing her eyes briefly before opening them. Her gorgeous golden eyes hold her worry as she whispers,
I'm scared, Lake.
It nearly breaks me, hearing a woman so strong admit to something so real, so easily. I got you, baby, I whisper back. You know this. Eyes filled with hesitation and uncertainty peer longingly into mine. She nods once, unconvincingly, before slowly pulling back and shutting the door. I can take the heat. I'm Lake Decker. But the damage this girl will do to herself from making this choice will be irreparable. I need to call Coach.
51. Dylan. I'm just staring at him, lost in a trance, with my mouth parted and eyes glazed.
My shirt, Pickle. I need my shirt. My shirt. Cleaned for today. I won't go. I need my shirt.
I blink suddenly, shaking my head to clear my cloudy vision. I'm trying my best to remain calm, but internally, I'm screaming. Yes, your shirt. I walk into his bright bedroom, searching the dirty laundry for his favorite canary-striped shirt. Finding it, I immediately toss it into the wash. I'm staring at the dial on the washer with my fingers dangling over it, my mind on the terror at hand. If Dr. Clark Shelby saw me leaving Lake's condo that early in the morning, there's only one reason as to why Coach called Lake, and that reason will cost me my livelihood.
Lake likes my shirt. I gotta have my shirt. My shirt to meet his mom.
Colin says in my ear, bringing me back to the real world.
Lake likes it.
You're right. He loves this one on you, I say, adjusting the settings and starting a quick wash. And I have a feeling she's going to love it just as much. I turn to face him with an easy smile, hopeful that the shift in schedule this morning doesn't alter his seemingly cheerful attitude.
Is Pickle nervous? Scared? Is Pickle worried about Colin today? I don't want Pickle to worry about Colin. Colin will be good with my poppet. No issues. Good. Colin will be good. Good.
He says, stimming as he paces from side to side. My poor, sweet brother. I hate that even he can sense my nervousness. He operates on a wavelength above the surface where the rest of us stay perched. He can sense things, feel things differently. Always has. It's one thing I truly admire about him. Of course, I'm worried about how he'll handle today. Having a meltdown over Thanksgiving dinner would really be the icing on the cake, wouldn't it? But since this missed phone call situation, I haven't worried about it at all. I'm not nervous about you meeting them, Collie. I can't wait for you to tell him all you know about NASCAR, I say, wrapping my arm around his shoulders. You'll have to ask Lake about his Rainbow Warrior jacket.
Rainbow Warrior jacket?
His eyes widen at the spot on the floor he's fixated on. I nod eagerly.
I need to hear more about this Rainbow Warrior jacket. I need to know about the jacket. Jacket. Jeff Gordon jacket. Born August 4th, 1971 in Pittsboro, Indiana. 93 wins, most second-place finishes. Brought popularity back to the sport. Won 4 Winston Cups. 1995, 1997, 1998, and 2001.
All right, Call. I interrupt, walking him towards the bathroom. Keep the facts for later. Let's get you in the shower and wash this mop.
It's not a mop, Dee Dee. It's my hair. Not a mop. I like my hair,
he says, wiping it off his forehead after I lovingly messed it up.
Makes Colin feel like a man. A burly man.
I chuckle at his strange comment, then ask, Dee Dee? He's never called me that before. I cock my head at him, but he slips behind the bathroom door before I get any answers. 2 hours later, I'm anxiously gazing at the black screen on my phone. I thought for sure I'd receive a call by now. Lake would have called Coach back after dropping me off, only to call back within minutes, reassuring me he only needed to talk with him about his timeline of return. But no call. Just a blank, black screen, screaming obscenities at me. My regrets are burning a hole through the linoleum counter on which my phone lies. Adding a finishing layer of lip gloss, I adjust my blue high-necked cable-knit sweater dress and flip my long hair over my shoulder. Hearing a loud commotion in the room over, I drop my gloss and run to Colin's room. He's throwing cars from his shelves, clothes from the hangers in the closet, and fidgets fly from his drawer through the air. A toy car flies past my head and hits the wall behind me as I yell, "Colin, what are you doing?"
My yellow pocket poppet. Pocket poppet. Where's the pocket poppet?
Lucky for me, I see it on the edge of his dresser. Grabbing it, I help him off the floor where his feet are tangled in a pile of clothing from his closet. "I'd say this was a lucky find," I say, placing the yellow pocket poppet against his chest, the one he needs in case he gets extra stimulated today. But we make our own luck around here, don't we? He holds the pocket fidget in his hand, staring down at the mess he made as he nods and paces. A knock at the door has us both turning our heads. He can't be here already. Why didn't he call? I give Colin a quick rub on the back before walking towards the door. I tuck my hair behind my ear, pausing to take a quick breath before placing my hand on the door.
Let him in, Pickle,
Colin says behind me, standing in the doorframe of his bedroom, staring at the door. I let the air out of my lungs, feeling as if my balloon of anxiety is finally releasing some, before opening the door and letting it fill all over again. There he stands. I can hardly breathe as I fix on him. He's devastatingly handsome. My eyes trail from his stylish leather sneakers, making their way up the dark jeans that conform to his thick, muscular thighs, to the slim waist that makes me swallow. His tight white V-neck t-shirt is a bright contrast to the tanned skin peeking out beneath. The black, brown, and blue sweater he wears over it somehow brings out all the colors of him. His rich, coffee-colored hair, and we can't forget those eyes.
Stop staring. Say hi,
Colin says behind me. I turn my head, throwing him a bratty look, before turning back to see a lopsided grin on Lake's face.
You look beautiful,
he whispers, eyes washing over me. I've never been the type to want to be called beautiful, never needed that. I wanted to be called strong, intelligent, caring. But Lake's already called me all of those things. He's already addressed that I'm more to him than just a physical appearance, more than a pretty face, so him calling me beautiful now feels better than ever. He makes me feel everything so much, so hard. My bottom lip feels the pain of my teeth digging into it, so I release it and walk forward, wrapping my arms around his neck and pressing my chest against his. He's a little taken aback by my forwardness in front of my brother, but wraps his arms around my lower waist, holding me to him tightly regardless. I lean up on my tiptoes, my lips just barely reaching his, and give him a quick, soft kiss. His lips curve into a smile, and the feeling of those butterflies in my gut has me on the verge of passing out from the sudden dizziness. My nerves are on fire, but I'm not sure if it's from our connection or the information he's about to tell me. I need to know before we start this day. I need answers before I can even feel the proper anxiety I'm supposed to feel meeting the mother of the man I've fallen for. News? I ask softly.
None,
he whispers back, his smile fading. My brows pinch together. None? How is that possible?
Didn't answer,
he says simply, brushing it off before looking behind me.
Hey, Call.
His tone changes into something more upbeat.
How are you, bud?
He walks past me, leaving me in a cloud of confusion. He didn't answer? So we're still waiting. Anxiety balloon refill. Lake walks up to Colin, holding out his hand to shake. Colin takes his hand, looking down at the floor, and shakes it once before dropping it with his palm stretched wide. He grips the bottom of his shirt, rolling the edge in his palms like he does.
You ready for some good food?
He wiggles his brows at Colin.
I'm talking catered takeout, better than you've ever had.
As long as there's no spice. I don't want to fart in front of your mom. No farts in front of mom. No spice, Lake,
he says with a warning to his tone.
Flatulence.
Lake laughs, his smile spreading across his face, warming me all over.
How could I forget?
His genuine smile has my heart thumping again. He turns his smile towards me, and it's small, but I see it change ever so slightly. His eyes dart away from mine, and something pulls at my chest. The moment is so small, but it doesn't sit well with me. Regardless of the look, he holds his hand out for me. I slide my fingers into his warm palm, and he pulls me towards him, wrapping our linked hands behind my lower back and holding me to his side. He kisses my temple with soft lips, and my heart flutters.
"Ready, Cap?"
He whispers into my hair. It's then I notice his hand is shaking in mine. I give him a light squeeze before looking at Colin and back. "Start your engines, boys. We got a Thanksgiving to get to." We arrive at the home, and naturally, my jaw drops. The driveway is long and circular, weaving us through rows of gorgeous pine trees directly to the front of the stunning blue and white craftsman-style home. "Lake," I gasp. "This is beautiful." He grins, putting the truck in park.
"Believe it or not, I had nothing to do with this. Her dream, her house."
The statement hits home. Of course, it's only natural to assume that this young man gifted his mother with a beautiful new home after he solidified his career in football, making millions. But the fact that he made it known he had nothing to do with it only insinuates that his mother is as badass as I already believe her to be. I step out of the car with the help of Lake before he opens the door for Colin. Breathing in the scent of pine surrounding the tucked-away home, I draw my eyes to the large wooden door that practically radiates warmth in its rich tone. I feel the care and attention to detail as I walk along the brick pathway towards the front door, noting the orange and yellow mums surrounding it. There's an overabundance of love beneath this roof. It's practically palpable in the air surrounding us. Colin throws his backpack over his left shoulder, walking up behind me as Lake leads us up the wooden stairs to the large porch stretched before the door. With his arm reaching out before him, his fingers linger just above the doorbell. The door opens before he gets the chance to push it, and the sight knocks the wind from my chest. There before me is the answer. His reality. His reason for withholding, for not accepting his truth. Before me stands a tiny shred of a woman, half of the person I saw in that picture on his fireplace mantel. By the yellow silk wrap covering her more than likely hairless head, I can only assume some sort of illness is controlling every bit of her life in the most torturous way. And yet, through the frail exterior, she somehow beams with a radiance reminiscent of that image of her from a time when things were different. Lake's face says it all. He stills in place, eyes just staring at her. Shock is etched into his features as he fixes on her, unmoving. It makes sense now, the words that fell from his lips in a time that feels forever ago. I can't do this alone. Sliding my fingers through the hand that's just hanging near his thigh, I grip my palm to his, giving a light squeeze, telling him everything he needs in one simple touch. You don't have to anymore. "Dylan," Lydia exudes with a smile stretched across her face as if she's seeing her best friend for the first time in a long time. It's simple, really. She radiates love, kindness, and strength. And with one hug from her, I feel it all. Everything that Lake is set to lose.
52. Lake. So many things. I'm feeling so many things. Somewhere deep down, I knew my mom and Dale were lying to me. She wasn't doing well. The myth that she was just remaining stable was an illusion to keep me away, keep me focused on my own healing and goals. But here she is, fading into nothing before my eyes. The strongest, most resilient person I've ever known is fading into nothing. It hasn't even been that long since I saw her last, yet somehow her weight has dropped significantly. She's nothing but bones and that bright, loving smile. Watching her wrap her brittle, slim arms around Dylan as they embrace has me remembering all the times those arms held me together. Countless nights of her picking me up, taking me to bed, rocking me to sleep. Those arms. Those fragile little arms holding the one piece of hope I have no choice but to let go of next. I can't take this. The horse is still in the barn? I ask, taking a step back. Dylan turns to look at me with concern, but Dale simply rolls his lips inward and nods, understanding my need for a moment to catch my breath. The farrier was just here a bit ago. They're in the stalls, due for some treats, Dale adds.
Colin, it's so wonderful to meet you as well.
My mom says, going to give him a hug. She doesn't realize Colin doesn't give hugs, but tries anyway. He ducks a bit, folding into himself, then backs up a step by me.
I want to see a horse.
My mother's eyebrows raise with an amused smile as she looks at me for some sort of confirmation that I'll take him. Somehow the idea of Colin coming with me when I just need a minute to breathe isn't annoying at all. It's refreshing, actually. A different sort of energy I need right now to take away the pain of losing a mother I haven't lost yet. Let's go, Col, I say, nodding my head in the barn's direction.
Well, come inside and warm up, Dylan.
My mom comments, pulling a hesitant Dylan into the house.
This is a beautiful dress, by the way. Something I could definitely see myself in. I used to be quite the looker back in my day, believe it or not. A thick woman with curves for days. Curves this man could barely maneuver.
She wiggles her drawn-on eyebrows at Dale. He tips his head back as a laugh escapes him. I should enjoy this, their happiness amidst the pain, but I can't. The only thing I can think of when I see him laugh is the ticking clock set to end those smiles. Trust me, Dylan. It wasn't her curves that drew me to this gem. Not that they didn't help. My mother gasps in playful horror.
In the palm of my hand, Dylan. Palm of my hand.
She brags.
Dylan chuckles at their banter, following her into the home with my mom's arm around her shoulders and her arm wrapped around my mother's lower back.
They hold each other like they're familiar, like they've known each other forever. It's comforting, the ease of their embrace and connection, yet entirely too painful to see, especially with the knowledge of everything to come. With a frustrated sigh, I get into the horse barn with Colin on my heels. I grab a few carrots from a bag hanging near the stalls. You ever fed a horse, Colin? I ask, tossing him one.
No,
he says, catching it against his chest.
Horses eat a lot. I could never keep a horse full. I can't keep Colin full. I couldn't feed a horse. Horses eat a lot.
I walk along the stalls to Rosie, our older quarter horse, whom my mother adopted from an overrun sanctuary needing space. She's a beautiful, sweet old girl who's good with everyone. She comes right up to me, rubbing her muzzle into my hand. Hey, sweet girl, I whisper, stroking her head. I offer her a carrot and she grabs it from me, crunching it loudly in her rotating jaw. Colin continues walking along the stalls behind me, pausing in front of our other quarter horse, Magdalene, checking her out before walking down further and stopping in front of the last stall. Be careful there, Colin, I say, giving Rosie the last of the carrot and heading towards him. Colin is staring at Tenor, our wild Arabian. My mother adopted him a few years back from another farm that didn't want him. He was a typical horror of a horse that anyone else would have put down already. Countless homes with countless threatening encounters. Too wild, too reckless. A dangerous animal that shouldn't be around people, especially not kids. My mother heard none of that and made sure to let him live out his life with us on the farm, giving him his own stall and portion of the pasture. Dale's background with horses of this nature helped facilitate that. I approached Colin from the side, staying out of Tenor's view. That's Tenor. He's another rescue horse, I explained softly as he peers at him. Tenor turns in his stall, hearing Colin. He doesn't approach the stall door, but remains along the wall, watching. We aren't exactly sure what happened to him, but he doesn't trust people. We've had trainers out here, experts to try to work with him, but it just seems to cause him more stress, I explain, leaning against the barn. He seems to like his solitude. Colin continues gazing at him, and I'm immediately on alert. Tenor has been known to bite. He's not the horse you just go up to and feed treats by hand. Worried Colin's going to try to feed him his carrot, I take another step forward, but he doesn't lift his hand. They just gaze at each other until Tenor steps forward, looking as if he's ready to make a move.
Colin just stands there, still as ever, his eyes dropping to stare at the door before him.
He's not making eye contact with Tenor now, just letting the horse be aware of his presence. Tenor shakes his head and puffs a breath out of his nostrils, vibrating his muzzle with a loud purring sound, almost wanting Colin to move, enticing him to. My face breaks into a smile. "Look at that," I say beneath my breath. "He's waiting for you to do something." Colin gazes at him, unmoving.
He's just never met anyone like me,
Colin says in his monotone voice.
He doesn't know how to react. I'm not normal people, and he knows it. They always know.
I swallow, registering his words. "Animals are amazing creatures, aren't they?" I comment, stroking Magdalene's muzzle as she nods at me. I hand her another carrot and she readily gobbles it.
Your mom is sick,
Colin says suddenly, still holding eye contact with Tenor. His forwardness knocks the breath from my chest.
She's dying,
he continues, sounding factual and not at all empathetic. I tighten my jaw, withholding the tears that want to tear through. It's not his fault he doesn't sound sympathetic. It's just the tone of his voice he can't control that makes it feel disingenuous. She is, I admit, turning away from him. I walk back towards Rosie and give her the rest of my carrots, trying to ignore the bluntness. Colin just doesn't understand social norms, and I have to remind myself of that.
We're all going to die,
he continues.
All going to die.
I'm really trying not to get upset, but this conversation is striking a painful nerve with me. I came out here to not deal with this, specifically to get away from it, and here Colin is immersing me in my torture. We are, I agree blandly, grinding my jaw.
It's better when you get to say goodbye.
I pause, bracing my hands on the edge of the stall door. My head now dipped between my shoulders. This pain is unbearable. The forwardness, the direct words I've been avoiding for so long. Death. Goodbye. He throws them out like they're nothing, forcing me to catch each of them, not knowing our goodbye is coming next. Tears fall from my eyes and I wipe them away with a quick hand, throwing them to the gravel beneath my feet as nausea hits my gut again. None of this is fair. It's not any easier knowing what's coming, Colin, I say to the dirt. The sentence holds a double meaning for all I'm about to lose.
It's always coming. Death. It's always here. We're all going to die. Death is always here,
he says with a simple shrug, a shrug that shows his courage. You say that like it's nothing to be afraid of.
It's not. You can't be afraid. Not afraid. You can't always be afraid. Every day there is death. Every day there is life. Give her your best goodbye. Best goodbye. She needs the best goodbye.
Turning my head to face him, I see him staring at me again. Those brown eyes that resemble his sister's in their almond shape. The eyes that hold so much beneath their surface. Secrets of seeing things others don't. Understanding the world in a different light. A simplistic realization that resonates and reaches me better than anyone attempting to be sympathetic ever could.
Best goodbye,
he says once more with a nod before approaching the edge of the stall. Colin, wait. He reaches his hand out, offering his carrot to Tenor in the stall. Tenor's ears flick forward as he straightens. I want to intervene, but Colin just seems so sure of himself. No fear in his proud stance. You can't be afraid. Every day there is life. Every day there is death. Confidently holding the carrot out, he waits until Tenor takes a step forward. Tenor never approaches the door when people are in the barn. The simple visual of him this close to another person is mind-blowing to me. I watch as they seem to speak without words. There's an understanding between the two of them I just can't intercept. Tenor gently takes the carrot, and Colin removes his hand from the stall with a nod. No expectations for more. Just satisfied with the simple exchange.
Time to eat,
he says in his signature robotic tone, turning to walk towards me.
I want to eat now.
I stare in disbelief while he approaches me as I catalog this moment, being as significant as it is. Such an amazing soul, trapped in this shell that society tells us to separate from the rest of us, clumping him into a category of illness that is supposed to encompass him. Someone that people as simple-minded as Eric will never understand, nor should he be lucky enough to. He can't conform. He shouldn't. Colin is everything. He's needed to make the people around him open themselves to a new perspective, a childlike view of the world around him, simple and to the point. He has no idea how much this moment will change me. Shit, I have yet to understand it. I swallow down my fears that seem a little easier to handle now. A few simple words from a man who's anything but simple. The best goodbye, I reiterate. Wrapping my arm around Colin's shoulders, we walk back towards the house with a new attitude. Not one filled with sadness and sorrow, but a new appreciation for the time we have now. Goodbyes are coming. Death is around the corner. But today, no one is looking. Not today.
53. Dylan. The illusion of typical family dinners is something I'm used to. Watching cable television growing up helped me visualize the idea, and seeing it represented in comedic shows that always had some sort of underlying inspirational message about love and family and togetherness is what I became accustomed to. What I haven't seen was this exemplified in real life. Everything about this family dinner, and this home in general, is idyllic. The earthy tones and the colors of the walls, paired with the family portraits hung in warm-toned wooden frames. There is so much life within these walls, and the love that permeates them has never been more present. The space opens up like a log cabin. The living room is centered around an enormous slate stone fireplace that reaches the ceiling, while windows everywhere give way to the view of the rolling fields behind us. Dinner was already here. They had it catered by a local family restaurant instead of cooking. She wasn't happy about it. According to Lake, cooking family meals for the three of them was Lydia's favorite part about the holidays. But that wasn't an option anymore. Lydia was a complete gem of a woman, caring and nurturing in nature, and you could tell her illness limited her in ways that made her uncomfortable. I immediately stepped in and lent a helping hand to serve the dinner that was delivered in large tinfoil wraps, much to her dismay. She was sick, really sick. It was clear her body was dying, but the life inside of her lived on. Her humor, her love for her son, her smile, none of that has faded. I watched them interact at the table as we enjoyed our meal over light conversation. She squeezed Lake's hand while he spoke about the prospect of him returning to the game sooner rather than later. Gazing lovingly at him, as proud of a mother as you could ever imagine, he told her about the first day we met. She scoffed as he explained his moody, nightmarish attitude, and laughed when he told her how I put him in his place that first day. She sighed with an endearing smile as he described the Special Olympics, where he met Colin for the first time. "Colin, do you love football as much as Lake?" she asks.
More,
Colin says, finishing a bite of his mashed potatoes. Lydia laughs as she leans back in her chair, and Lake grins at him from across the table.
Racing is his forte, though,
Lake says, leaning back as well.
This guy is a bank of golden wisdom when it comes to NASCAR.
Really? Lydia exclaims. She stands, and Dale and Lake immediately grab her arms on both sides, assisting her. "Well, you must come with me. I have something I think you'd really appreciate." She winks at me, and although it's simple, I feel the weight of it in the depth of my heart. I never had a mother like her, someone that cared about me more than herself. Lydia's that type of mother, though. Selfless. And in one wink, I feel more for her than I ever felt for the one who birthed me. Colin follows her and Dale down the hall towards what I'm assuming is Lake's old NASCAR memorabilia, leaving Lake and I alone. I look up from my empty plate, catching his eyes from across the table. Lake's staring at me with a light grin and what looks like admiration in his narrowed eyes as his fingers toy with his spoon, spinning it on the hardwood table ever so slowly. His smile fades softly and his fingers stall, his stare changing into something of an appreciative yet remorseful look. He's so tight with his feelings, stingy with his emotions, and in moments like this, I really wish I could read every thought in his mind. Moments where he looks at me like I'm disappearing before him, too. It makes me uncomfortable. Dry for me? I ask suddenly, peering at my plate, then back at him, needing to break him of this spell. His eyes cast downward at the plate, suddenly putting it together. His grin returns as he nods, and I'm able to breathe again. Finally, he gets up from his seat, grabbing a stack of plates as he does. We wash dishes while Lydia and Dale listen to Colin in the living room around the corner, describing the 2015 Goody's Headache Relief Shot 500 race, in which a revenge crash from Matt Kenseth sent Jeff Gordon on to win his final victory race and punched a ticket for him to go to the championships. They are so good with him. Listening to him and treating him like an adult rather than a child. It truly makes me happy because sometimes people don't know how to act around Colin, so they treat him like he's slow. They speak in careful words, talking to him like one would a toddler. It annoys me more than anything because he's not slow by any means. He just thinks differently, and not everyone understands that. Lake and I are side by side at the sink, occasionally bumping into each other as we continue washing. A casual brush of an arm here, a soft trailing of a finger beneath the water there. The silent flirting is in full force as we spend more time than we need washing dishes that are already clean. He dries a pan I've handed him, setting it in the drying rack before leaning over me, placing both arms on either side of my body around the sink. He presses his body against mine, trapping me against the counter, and I still in place. I feel his lips trail along the side of my neck, and my eyes fall shut at the sensation that somehow sinks to my chest. He breathes me in, resting his forehead against the back of my head, almost as if he's savoring me. After everything today, the conversations with his mother, the care and attentiveness towards Colin, and the beautiful family dinner we shared, I realize I've slipped and fallen so hard, there's no getting up. I turn my body around to where he's leaning over me, finding the nerve to look up into his eyes. They sweep mine, and that feeling overtakes me again. My heart literally beats for him alone. It awakens in his presence, wanting to escape my chest, to grip onto him and never let go. This pain he's holding, I want to take it on as my own. I want to be everything he needs, especially now, because I understand him. It's so complicated, yet so simple. He drops the towel he was using to dry the dishes, and his hands find my shoulders, slowly sliding their way up the sides of my neck. I break out in chills as they move ever so softly against my skin. Pausing with his thumb and forefinger on my jaw, his eyes peer from my eyes to my mouth. Tipping my head up higher for him, he drops his, brushing his lips against mine. I feel it everywhere. The simple touch of his lips brushing against mine sends a warm electrical current down my neck to my chest, settling somewhere in the tightening of my stomach. We breathe against one another before his mouth surrounds my bottom lip, sucking it gently as his hands hold me in place. He kisses me then, with a passionate hunger. It's wet and warm and makes my entire body tingle. The idea of pulling away is something I'd never do. I let him devour me in this rush for a connection, meeting every flick of his tongue with my own. This kiss is more than two people looking for some sort of physical pleasure. This kiss is binding in a way that so many kisses often aren't. It makes me sad for all the wasted kisses out there that aren't this kind. So many wasted kisses. But this kiss isn't wasted. It's monumental. It's forgiveness, it's thank you, it's pain, need, and love, all wrapped in one. Until he pulls away. Taking a step back, I'm left breathless as those hands that we so delicately wrapped around my neck now plunge through his dark, thick locks. He stands tall and pulls at the roots of his hair, looking frustrated, and the idea that he just needs a minute to calm himself around his mother and Dale makes me blush. I cross my arms, then trail my thumb along my bottom lip, holding back my smile at the power of our connection as he stares down at the floor. But something changes in the air as the seconds pass. He doesn't look me in the eye again. Grabbing the towel from the floor where he dropped it between us, he grabs the plate he set down and continues drying it before placing it back in the cupboard nearby. He just kissed me with everything he had, and now he can't look at me. I'm really trying to figure him out, but with the stress of seeing his mother like this, I can only imagine the guilt he feels for kissing me like that in her home. At least, I think that's what's going through his head. I honestly can't tell, and it's making me nervous. Just like the way he brushed me off after asking about the phone call from Coach. Is there something I don't know? Is he withholding the truth from me?
I need to use the bathroom. I need to go.
I hear Colin say from the living room. I open the drain to the sink, letting the warm, sudsy water out before I turn to leave the kitchen and the suddenly all-too-quiet lake to go find Colin. I can show him where it is, I say to Dale, who was getting up from his seat. Down the hall to the right, darling, Lydia says with a sweet smile in place. I thank her, taking Colin towards the bathroom. I glance up at Lake as I pass him and am met with an emotionless man staring off into the distance. Brushing it off, I find the bathroom, waiting outside the door until Colin finishes. Lake's just battling his own emotions right now. I can't let that affect how I'm feeling. He's simply dealing with a lot. It's not personal. I keep reminding myself of these things as I hear Colin murmuring to himself in the bathroom. Col, you all right? I say against the door.
It's my pants. I got some on my pants.
Shit. I plant my hands on the door, whispering through the wood. Open the door. I can help you. He's pacing the space in his boxers when I enter, his pants hanging over the edge of the bathtub.
I got some on my pants. I got some on my pants.
He repeats, thumping his fists against his forehead.
I got some.
It's all right, Col. I breathe. I'll wash them up quick. It'll be fine.
I got some on my pants.
He yells this time, and I peer at the door behind me, knowing they heard that from the living room. He's embarrassed, he's frustrated at himself, and now he's worried that he's ruining this day like he mentioned before. Upsetting me is something he consistently tries not to do. But what he can't help are the emotions that become too much for him. I take his pants from the bathtub and begin washing out the urine that dribbled on them in the sink, trying my best to remain calm even though my heart is in full marathon mode.
I messed up, Pickle.
He paces behind me.
My belt got stuck. I was holding it for so long because I didn't know where to go. I messed up. Colin messed up. Messed up.
It breaks me hearing that. I should have known. This happens with new people in new situations. He'll neglect himself to spare the embarrassment of asking anyone for help. He's probably had to go since he got here, but has been holding it, being uncomfortable in this new environment. No, Col, it's fine, really. I'll get this washed out and ask Lydia if I can dry them.
No,
he yells.
No, you can't ask them. No.
A knock on the door makes us both jump.
Dee, you guys good?
Lake asks from behind the door, zero judgment in his tone. Colin sits on the floor in his polka-dotted boxers and canary-striped shirt, resting his elbows on his knees and hitting his head with his fists, his face pained. I pull open the door a bit and see Lake's worried face. We just need a minute, I say as calmly as possible. I'm not calm, though. I'm freaking out internally now. Colin is on the verge of a meltdown, and I need to find some way to get through this without making a huge, embarrassing scene for him. Successfully washing out the pants, I realize there's no way I can get these dry without some assistance. I scan the shelves for a hairdryer, but see nothing. With a tremendous sigh, I bend down to Colin, informing him I need to ask Lake for some help. He twists and untwists his fingers, his back rocking into the wall behind him, but finally nods his head, and I can tell it crushes him. I inform Lake of what happened, and he rushes to his old room for some sweats for Colin. Everyone is being so nice while we figure out the situation, but I'm also internally dying of embarrassment. I don't want to be upset with Colin, and I'm not, but I'm just feeling overwhelmed at the moment, and unfortunately, the need to take him back home is upon me. He's reached his limit for the day, and it's just easier to get him back to his safe space, where he feels most comfortable. The hardest part of life with Colin isn't dealing with him myself. I have no issues doing whatever I have to for my brother. I don't even think twice about it. It's trying to get other people to understand how his life works that's the challenge. After getting Colin fitted in some new pants, I bag up his old ones and shove them into my purse. Lydia tries to convince Colin to stay longer by bribing him with some dessert, but Colin respectfully declines, insisting he'd rather go back to the horse barn before we leave. Dale walks out there with him, and Lake jogs off after them while Lydia and I watch from the porch. She wraps up in a brightly colored wool blanket from inside and leans up against me. "You're an amazing sister to him," she whispers. "I've only done what I'm supposed to," I shrug. "What I needed to." "It's more than that. You love him fiercely. You protect him. You're as selfless as they come, Dylan, and that's not something anyone can teach you or something you can even learn on your own. It's just who you are." I stiffen slightly, turning to face her as she continues. "You've been through real battles, real struggles. Struggles I worked to make sure Lake would never understand as he grew up," she says, still staring at the barn where we see Lake just inside the door. He removes a tarp from a pile and grips onto the ropes of a hay bale, making a stack. "He appreciates all of your sacrifices more than you realize." She turns towards me, an appreciative smile spreading across her face at my comment. Recognition of the fact that I'm aware of her sacrifices too. "It's funny," she says, watching as Lake turns in our direction. He stares at us for a second before appearing to swallow and then turns back around, heading further into the barn with the hay. "I feel good about letting go now. I've made peace with it." I tighten my jaw at her words, fighting back the tears that come with these types of conversations. "I had a hard time with it all, knowing he'd be alone, feeling as if I'm leaving him. But after today, Dylan, after meeting you and Colin," she pauses, her eyes filled with a hopefulness that makes my eyes water. "I know he's not, nor will he ever be." A tear falls from my eye, and I wipe it away quickly, looking back at the barn and seeing his back as he works. "He'll fight you, you know. Find reasons to assume he's not good enough to fit into your world, not worthy of another woman who sacrifices herself for others. He's as stubborn as the asshole who made him." She makes a face. I snort a laugh at that before sniffling, appreciating her laying out the truth more than ever. She knows him best, better than anyone, better than me. "But he's got my heart," she continues, nodding softly, "and that heart never gives up. Not when we know what we love, and that boy knows what he loves, who he loves." Her words tear into me, making me feel weak at the knees. "Give him time. He'll need time," she says in a cracked tone. "It's all it takes to make the tears fall freely." She drops her blanket, both of her hands finding my face as she wipes away my tears with her thumbs. "He'll need time, but he'll find his way back to what really matters," she whispers knowingly. "We always do, you know?" She puts an arm around my shoulder, and I wrap my arm around her back, holding her tiny frame as she rests her head against mine. We stand side by side, our battles stacked up behind us, connecting in our own unique way, while watching the one we love from a distance. 54. Dylan. You know how they say silence can be deafening? Well, this silence isn't deafening. It's destroying. He's keeping something from me. It's more than obvious by the way my stomach is twisting and turning with every mile we drive. Women, we have an intuition about these things. We can sense changes in the air, the shift of energy when someone's feelings are changing, even if it's as subtle as less direct eye contact. It's there, and we know it. He drives us home, walking up to help me carry in the leftover food that Lydia sent with us. Colin retreats to his room when we get back, the obvious strain from the day wearing on him. Lake lingers at the door, sure not to step foot inside. I don't want to believe that he's withheld the truth from me, but given the circumstances, I can actually empathize with it. Are you not coming inside? I ask, already knowing his answer. He rests his temple against the door, looking up at me through his lashes. His answer is in his silence. I wince because it hurts, the knowing without knowing.
I should.
He nods down the hallway. Listen, Lake, I start, walking towards him. He stiffens against the door, so I stop, staying in place. I know today was... I pause, searching for the words. Heavy and hard. But you must know I'm here to...
I can't work with you anymore, Dylan.
He interrupts. His words force me to suck in a breath, feeling the hit directly in my gut. I haven't even taken my purse off my shoulder from meeting his mother, and he's already ending things. I thought I knew what it was like to have your heart break. The pain of losing yourself to someone only to have it thrown in your face. But nothing compares to the pain of the person you've reluctantly opened yourself to in the most intimate ways, becoming the coldest version of themselves before you, especially when you know it's not really them. What do you mean?
Dr. Shelby talked to Coach. They are setting me up with a new therapist to finish up my therapy on Monday.
I can barely hear anything amid the loud pounding of my heart echoing inside my head. This wasn't just about his mom. No, he'd been sitting on this all day. I knew it. You lied to me earlier, I choke out. He runs a hand along the back of his neck.
I didn't want to.
Ruin the day. I get it, I say, rolling my lips into my mouth and biting down, attempting to take this pain away. I take a deep breath, trying to make sense of this. I'm a fish out of water, and the inability to breathe on this side of the lake is nearly impossible. So I get fired, and you get a new therapist. That's that, huh?
I'm sorry, Dylan,
he says, shaking his head with what sounds like no sorrow whatsoever. I simply stare at him. There's no explanation, no let's figure this out together, no we can still find a way to be together, no however I can get you. None of that. Just, I'm sorry, and that's it. He's not acting like himself, looking at me with that tortured, pained expression as if I'm the one who did him wrong. How can you do this? I ask. How can you just leave us like you don't care at all? I fight the urge to yell, but lose it as I continue. You're different, Lake. You said you'd take me any way you could get me. You told me what you wouldn't do was let me go. You made promises. He swallows, running his hand along his jawline as his forehead creases, unable to look at me.
I have to step away, Dylan.
His voice cracks at that, and for a second I think maybe he does have a heart in there.
My focus hasn't been where it should be. I need to keep my attention on getting back to what I do best, and you need to focus on your career and Colin. I think we can both agree this just got too messy.
He's saying things he doesn't mean. Messy. I breathe out in disbelief. He turns and walks out into the hallway, where he paces for a second. I'm just stuck where I am, stunned.
I'm sorry,
he says one last time before he turns and walks away. Standing there with nothing but confusion and hurt wrecking me, I fight the urge to cry. After everything we've fought through, how we've opened up, this is how it ends? I make the decision without even thinking, tossing my purse from around my shoulders onto the couch and run after him. He's just walked into the stairwell, so I catch the door before it closes and call out to him. Lake, wait! I jog down the few cement stairs, my eyes already brimming with tears about to fall, and catch up to where he stills on the landing, his back to me. I grab him, twisting him around to face me. He's got red eyes that look as if tears were freshly wiped away. I know you're not doing this because you want to, I choke out, tears falling freely down my cheeks. There's more to it than that. There has to be. There's something you aren't telling me. I know what you're doing. You don't want to walk away. Tell me you don't want to walk away, I sob. The torment in his eyes says more than his words ever could. He closes them tightly, shaking his head before gently placing his hands on my wrists, pulling my hands off him and dropping them between us. Don't make this mistake, I cry out. Don't push me away to protect me. It's what he's doing. It has to be. It's us, Lake, I whisper, reiterating his own words. His lips part as he exhales a shaky breath, as if the words are physically paining him in the same way his actions are paining me. He runs his hands through his hair, blowing out all the air in his lungs.
I have to go.
He turns from me then, jogging down the cement stairs and never looking back, leaving me in the stairwell alone. I wait, listening until the steel door slams shut, feeling its hollow echo everywhere inside me, down to the center of my bones. He just left. Just like that. Thunderous music blasts from above me, breaking my trance. I shake my head, attempting to brush off Lake's departure and turn to run up the remaining stairs. I hear a plate shatter from my apartment before I even step inside. Bursting through the old wooden door, I walk in to see Colin in a ball on the kitchen floor, rocking as he slaps his head while the television blasts some cable show. Call, calm down! I rush over to get him away from the broken shards of the plate he's fallen on. What happened? I see my purse on the couch, on top of the remote where it landed when I tossed it and ran after Lake. The loud noises, the shock of the plate he must have dropped. It's too much. He's in full-fledged meltdown mode, and with everything he's just dealt with today, there's just no coming back. He swings his arms at me as I approach him. I grab one, attempting to pull him away from the plate before he gets cut, but he draws his arms inward, causing me to fall into him. He hits his head again, harder this time, with his fists curled tightly, so I get behind him to try to hold him still like we always do, singing Kanye until he sighs and relaxes. But his fight is more than it's ever been. He twists an arm back, trying to get me off of him, and ends up sending an elbow into my side. All the air leaves my gut at the hit as I fold into myself. His anxiety turns into rage as the show continues blasting through the television speakers. Another hand comes up to hit his head, but he hits my forehead instead. A shard from the plate must have been stuck to his palm because I feel the warmth of my eyebrow splitting and see the blood dripping onto the linoleum floor beneath us. Colin, stop! I cry out, grabbing his forearms again as I roll with him on the ground. I successfully wrestle with him until my legs are around his hips, my biceps wrapping around his upper arms in a secure hold. His frustrations get the better of him, and his heels begin scooting back on the floor, pushing until my back meets the kitchen cabinet behind me. He pushes back forcefully, and I'm trapped behind him. Cole, stop! I gasp as his body continues pressing against me, his heels scooting him against me harder and harder. I can't breathe! My chest can't expand as his arms continue flailing against my hold, screaming out the way he does, trying to cover his ears. If I can just get him to calm down. My strength is weakening as the seconds continue to pass. Call, I whisper, the scene around me getting hazy. There's a noise at the door, a shuffling of feet. Before I realize what's happening, I see the shadow of Lake running towards us. I got him, I breathe as Colin forcefully shoves me back into the cabinets again. I got this, Lake. But Lake doesn't listen. He's in panic mode. He rips my arms from Colin and tries to pull him off me. Colin swings again and makes contact with Lake, punching him in the jaw as he claws out around him. No, Lake, don't! I scream in terror before Colin's arm flies back and hits me in the face again. In the scramble, arms fly as legs kick before Lake finally grips Colin's arm, getting him off me. Colin flies forward with the force, hitting his face on the retaining wall separating the kitchen from the small dining area. He slides along the wall, the blood already smearing. Colin! I scramble to get up off the floor, kneeling next to him. Colin's nose starts bleeding immediately, the blood pouring down his canary-striped shirt and onto the floor beneath him. He immediately curls into himself, holding his face as he rolls from side to side. Lake steps back immediately, both his hands raised in the air.
Oh my God,
he whispers to himself, his hands now covering his mouth as he mutters.
What have I done?
Colin's cry gets louder, and I pull his arms away from his head to inspect his face. His nose is crooked, and there's blood everywhere. The hospital, I say quickly. We need to go. Lake nods, pulling his keys from his pocket as I hand Colin the towel hanging on the fridge door before we scurry out of the apartment. Colin is talking with the doctor nearby on one of the rolling beds, a thin sheet of material separating us, while another nurse tends to my forehead wound. Not deep enough for stitches, she says, placing a bandage over my wound. You're lucky, though. Could have been much worse. It could have been much worse. I put myself in a dangerous situation tonight, thinking I could overpower Colin. Seconds away from passing out, I could have been seriously injured. I would have been, if not for Lake. He's never going to let this go. Lake is pacing in the waiting room as I approach, bandaged up. He stops when he sees me, his hands resting on his head, a look of pure defeat in his reddened eyes. It's broken, I say. But they already reset it, and he's going to be
I hurt him, Dylan.
He interrupts with a broken tone. A look of complete disgust is etched into his features.
I fucking hurt him.
His pain is killing me. Literally breaking me. I know where this goes. You did what you had to do. I couldn't control him.
No, I'm no good for you,
he says suddenly, hitting me where it hurts most.
I'm worse than Eric. I laid hands on him, Dylan. He'll never look at me the same again. He'll never feel safe around me.
I look down at the floor as something like a sob leaves my throat. With time, he'll...
I can't keep dragging you both down, making life worse for you. I won't. I won't do it.
Lake, I say, wishing he wouldn't do exactly what he's doing right now. Beating himself up over this, using it as further proof to distance us. But he was there when I needed him. He came back. But you came back. Why did you come back? There was a reason he was there. He couldn't have heard what happened. He came back for something, and I need to know why.
It doesn't matter,
he says, pacing in place as if being in his own shoes has never felt more uncomfortable.
Tell him I'm so sorry.
He chokes out, an obvious break in his voice.
I can't be here when he gets out. I have to go.
And just like in the stairwell, he walks away from me again. This time, his reasons are set in stone.
55. Lake. So then I said, you lying out your asshole. My mama makes the best greens this side of the Mississippi. You out your goddamn mind. I nod, lacing up my shoes. And he hit me with the, yo mama can't cook. And I swear to God, Lake, I almost stuck the line marker up his punk ass. I nod again, pulling out my phone and scrolling through the old text messages, touching her words as if I could touch her through them. And then I told him I couldn't wait to wife up Dylan now that she's single again. My head snaps over to where he's casually leaning with one leg perched on the bench. He removes his helmet from his head, his eyebrows raised and a smirk in place. Ah, so now you're paying attention. I scowl, looking back down at my phone. Wheels, he says with a heavy exhale, walking around the bench and taking a seat next to me. If you're gonna let her go, then let her go. He snatches the phone away from me, looking at the empty inbox. He scoffs. See? Still empty. Hasn't changed. Not gonna change. Especially with a woman like that. She cuts you off, it's over with. Good luck. I hit him in the chest with a backhand, causing him to cough out a laugh. Talk to me, brother. Get it off your chest so I ain't gotta get hit in mine, he says, settling back onto the metal bench, resting his arms across the back. I eye the rest of our teammates as they run practice drills, the blow of the whistles screaming through my already pounding head. Coach told me if I walked away from her, Dr. Shelby would still give her the position. He was going to bring her in as one of the main physiotherapists on his team. I told them I was to blame for seducing her. They said if I left her alone, they would be understanding and let this situation slide. Under the rug, as they often do in these circumstances. Whoa, 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 Candy says, waving his hands and sitting forward. You were sleeping with her? I rotate my jaw, cracking my fingers into my palm. He laughs. Chill, Dick. Clearly you were sleeping with her. I fix my glare on him. He shrugs, pursing his lips. All right. So you can't work together. You sacrificed your love for her advancement in her career. Got it, he says dramatically. It was more than that. I struggled to find the words. I made the decision to walk away. I couldn't have her miss out on the opportunity she's been busting her ass for her whole life. On her own. Especially when it was me who pushed her to cross that line. That line that she had set in stone to protect them. I was cold as ice as I broke her heart, hoping her hatred for me would make it easier. Anger is better than pain. Candy's eyes narrow as he listens. Afterwards, I went to my truck and I fucking lost it. I hated myself for how stupid I was being. Everything I said I wouldn't do, I did. I promised her I'd be different. But I was no better than her dick of an ex, and I ended it with the only girl I've ever loved. Candy blows air through his lips at that. Shit, that's heavy, Dick. I decided to take it all back, to head back up there and explain myself, make things right, find a way to work it out, regardless of Coach and Dr. Shelby. I'd tell them to screw off, and that there was nothing or no one who could keep me away from her. His brows raise. But then things got worse. Candy cocks his head. Worse as in, Colin was going through some sort of meltdown when I got back in there. There was glass on the floor. He had her pinned against the cupboards, unintentionally choking her out. She was bleeding. It was a mess. It was awful. I fucked up. Oh, Jesus. Did you punch her brother? Tell me you didn't punch her poor, sweet, disabled brother. I could kill him for rubbing salt in my already throbbing wound. I threw him off her into a wall. He broke his fucking nose, Kane. I face him, watching as his mouth parts open and his eyes widen. It's over with. He'll never come near me again. I broke his trust because I didn't know how to handle it. In a matter of minutes, I turned into the one man I hate most and put my hands on him. I put my fucking hands on him. I shake my head, disgusted with myself. All I do is bring them down. Ha! Candy laughs, and my eyes send daggers at him. Bring them down? Boy, quit playing. I promised them everything and fell fucking flat. Dude! He scoffs, his helmet dangling in his fingers by the face mask. I can't handle this bitch shit. Bitch shit? I take a step forward, standing above him on the bench now, getting heated. I'm fucking wrecked right now, and you want to call it bitch shit? He leans back in his seat again, eyeing my alpha-like pose before him, smirking as if it truly entertains him, as if he gets off on it. Yeah, Lake, bitch shit, he reiterates while nodding. You copped out. You folded, he says definitively. You took away the one thing that woman had going for her. The tension in my back has the muscles on fire. I breathe heavily through my nostrils as I try to
put it together. The choice? I soften my stance, slumping my shoulders as I run my hands down my face, letting out an exasperated sigh. You didn't let her choose, did you? You let her go before she could leave you, because God forbid another amazing, selfless woman slips away from you. I can't breathe. His sentence is filled with so much honesty and truth that it hurts. It hurts in places I didn't know I could hurt, places that have never felt such a void. Candy knows my story. He knows the battles my mother has fought. He knows about my childhood and our difficult past. It rips through the heart I didn't know held so much in it. It's bleeding out, endlessly depleting me until I'm drained and empty. I'm not okay without her. I need Dylan like I need air, but I chose to suffocate instead. But she wouldn't have left you, Lake, he whispers, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. She wouldn't have left you, and Colin would have forgiven you. I slump back onto the bench beside him again, resting my hands on top of my head. The guys are giving their all as the offense runs another play. She'll never forgive me now, though. I choke out, admitting the inevitable. Candy sighs. She might not. The truth feels like bricks on my chest, the weight practically unbearable. There's so much I've destroyed. I hear the echo of her voice cracking as she yelled at me in that stairwell, see the pain in her eyes when she reminded me of what I'd promised her, what I'd promised them. So what do I do now? I ask, exasperated. I mean, what would Ross do? He says. Ross? I contort my face. Yeah, man, Ross. You know, he was obsessed with Rachel, always feeling as if he wasn't good enough for a girl like her, but they were endgame, my dude, endgame. Before I can even comprehend what the fuck he's talking about, my phone rings in my hand, and my heart nearly beats out of my chest. But the name on the screen isn't the woman I love. It wouldn't be. The person on the phone is Dale, and the feeling I get from a call from him at this time of day sends shivers down my spine.
56. Dylan. I walk back into work after an extended weekend and see Jaden already here. It's not like him to be here as early as me, but I'm trying not to overthink things. The door slams shut behind me, the ring of the bell circulating the gym. I feel sick to my stomach. I walk forward with my bag slung over my shoulder, approaching Jaden, who's refusing to look at me. Please tell me I haven't lost what friends I have left over this, too. I stop alongside him, where he's cleaning a machine that doesn't need to be cleaned, when I hear my name called from the office.
Dylan, come into the office,
Greg yells out. I swallow what feels like a boulder as Jaden's nervous eyes finally find mine. He gives me a sorrowful glance, and it's all I need to see to understand the damage I've done. I'm fucked. Royally fucked. I walk into the office where Greg is turned in his chair behind his desk, his back facing me.
Have a seat,
He instructs, filing through some papers. Shrugging off my sports bag, I take the seat across from him, my pulse pounding so hard I could start a fucking band. He turns to face me, dropping a stack of papers before him. His face stretches into a huge grin.
Well, you did it, girl,
He says proudly.
They want you.
He pushes the stack of papers over to me, and I see the logo on top of the paperwork. My eyes immediately draw up to his. Is this some sort of sick joke?
Dr. Shelby was a good friend of mine back in school. He was more than excited for the opportunity to bring you aboard.
I don't think I can breathe. Dr. Shelby wants me? Lake took the hit. He took the heat for me, putting all the blame for our relations on himself. He saved my name, my credibility. Are you serious? They want me? Here I thought I was going to get a lesson on how not to suck your clients' dicks in the back room, but now I'm being offered a job with the National Football League? A piece of my shattered heart glides against the rest of the broken mess in there, and I feel the pain of his sacrifice.
As sad as I am to see you go, I'm beyond proud of you. You've really grown here, and I'm excited to see you spread your wings,
He says with a glimmer of a tear in his eye. Better wipe that shit away, Greg. You don't want them thinking you've grown soft due to your love of handheld kitchen appliances.
Ha! That's my girl. Give them that same attitude and you'll kill it out there.
He smiles.
Come on, bring it in.
He stands, walking around the desk to pull me in for a big bear hug before dropping me back down on my feet.
And go check on your buddy out there.
He comments.
Soft ass thought you'd be mad at him for stealing your client.
I stare at him in confusion. He hands me the stack of employment papers from the NFL, then points in Jaden's direction. Walking over to where he's still cleaning equipment, I cross my arms over my chest and lean against the stationary bike, waiting for him to turn. Are you his therapist now? I ask, pulling on his wrist until he finally spins and faces me.
Yeah, Dill.
He sighs heavily, dropping his cleaning towel.
I wanted to tell you the minute Greg called me, but I was worried you'd kill me.
I chuckle softly, then shake my head at him, my smile fading. You know I'd never. You're one of the only friends I've got. My smile returns. Can't go killing them all off. He smiles back, a weight clearly lifted off his chest.
This is true.
But honestly, why would Lake still drive all this way when he could utilize one of the new therapists on the team?
Why do you think, Dylan?
He smirks at me.
He'll do whatever he can to stay close to you while you're still here, even if it means using me.
Another cracked piece falls off my shattered heart, dropping to the pit of my stomach. As frustrated as I've been at Lake, I can't help but see how everything he's done has been for me. He wanted me to be the best version of myself, giving me all the opportunities I've ever wanted. But what he doesn't understand is that he's what makes me better. I hate ignoring him how I have been, knowing inside he was fighting for me all along, even if he went about it the wrong way. He texted me, asking about Colin throughout the weekend after the incident, and I left it unread. I was hurt. I was heartbroken. Still am. And while Colin has seemingly forgotten about the entire situation, I can't seem to forget it. I'm not myself anymore. I feel the ache of my brick walls climbing back up, wanting me to close up and swear off love forever. But some deeper part of me that's awakened because of him screams to keep them away. Maybe with time, I can find a way to trust him again while still holding myself accountable. Maybe.
And actually,
Jaden says, looking at his Apple Watch, then at the clock on the wall.
He's running late. Like, really late.
I rub the back of my neck while looking out of the windows at the parking lot, nervous to come face to face with him again. I don't know how I'll react. I don't know how to act in his presence anymore. The tension and awkwardness will be practically unbearable. That's not like him. He's always early, annoyingly so, I reply.
Yeah.
Jaden agrees, confusion warping his expression.
That's what I thought.
Maybe practice ran late? Maybe he had a meeting run over? Who knows? He's getting closer to playing again. I'm sure life is about to get more hectic. The idea of him going on the road again to all the games, leaving town and mingling with new fans and faces, makes my stomach ache with a strange jealousy I don't feel the right to own. He chose to walk away and let you thrive, on your own. The torture sweeps through me again, as it does every time my mind goes back to him. The conflicting emotions of being mad yet missing him toys with me.
Looking like he might be a no-show.
Jaden shrugs, placing his hands on his hips. But Lake isn't the no-show type. My gut tells me there might be another reason for his disappearance. And that reason is the worst of them all. 57. Dylan. After leaving Greg's office, I make my way back home to contemplate things. Lake had allowed me to be in this position, to have everything I've ever wanted, to get my dream job of finally working in the NFL and solidifying the stable environment I've always worked to obtain for Colin. I had it all. And yet, nothing felt more wrong. Lake never showed up for his therapy session. Maybe he had second thoughts about coming, knowing I'd be there. I couldn't wrap my head around it being for any other reason. It could have been as hard for him to face me as it was for me to face him. The idea of seeing him sent my heart into overdrive. I knew I couldn't hold back the emotions that were still there for him. My heart still wants him. The worry that it will never change is what haunts me. I'm tempted to text him as I curl up on my couch the following night, an old rerun of Modern Family on the television in the background, drowning out the silence that's filled my head since he left. Colin's back home from work now, and after eating spaghetti, he's back to doing what he does best, watching racing videos in the comfort of his room. I've never been the type of girl to feel lonely. I've been on my own for long enough now to have experienced this loneliness. But now, after being touched by Lake in such a way, I've never felt such desperation for someone to hold me. The ache to simply be in his presence again is a pain I can't seem to endure. The idea of him being somewhere without me, making memories with other people, sharing laughs with anyone who isn't me, makes my stomach turn. It's a strange feeling to feel possessive over someone else's happiness, but I'm finding that it's an emotion of his I want to own. I want to be the one to provide all of those things for him, his good days, his smiles. But as it stands, another night passes by without a word from Lake. I don't know why I expected anything different, but I did. I hoped that his determination wouldn't win out, that he'd fall to his own selfish needs and call me, check on me, on us, keep that door open and contact between us a reality. That door has closed, however, and with every minute that passes, I feel the pain of it more and more. A phone call lights up my cell phone on the end table before me, and I lunge to answer it. "Hello?" I say, sounding desperate. Too desperate.
They offered you the job.
A familiar voice floods my ears with the upbeat positivity I've been lacking as of late. My heart both sinks and soars. "Can you believe it, Ash? Wait," I pause. "How the hell did you find out?"
Dr. Shelby called me for a reference since I was the first of your NFL rehabilitations.
He says with what I'm assuming is a proud smirk on the other side of this phone.
As if you really needed one. I hear Lake's progress has been amazing. Even better than mine. Damn guy.
His modesty makes me smile. "Well, it's been a journey, that's for sure," I say, twisting a nearby blanket between my fingers, thinking of memories that now make me sick with sadness. "But he's an amazing athlete, as are you. Makes my job look easy."
Forever humble. But for real, own up to the fact that you're officially going to be working in the NFL. My girl finally made it.
Hearing him say "my girl" generally wouldn't provide much of a reaction from me, but as it stands, I'm still someone else's girl. Maybe I'll always be. Anxiety finds me again, the cruel creature that seeps throughout my body, never leaving. We talk for several minutes as I explain the expectations of the job from the paperwork and how I have an official meeting set up to tour the facility and meet the rest of the team in 2 days. I feel a sickness in my gut even talking about it. This job is everything I've ever wanted, and yet my reasons for still getting it fell entirely on Lake taking the blame. It's not like it would affect him in his career at all, but something about it just doesn't sit well with me. If Lake had described to me the conversation with his coach rather than just quit on me, would things be different? What if the ball would have been in my court? Would I have given him up just as easily? Is that why he made the decision for me? Yes, he chose to protect me, but was it deeper than that? Was he worried I'd have dropped him like a bad habit upon realizing my dreams were about to be mine? The thought sends my nausea into overdrive. He left me before I could leave him.
I'm insanely proud of you, Dill. You accomplished so much, and with everything you do for Colin, I'm just blown away, truly. Be proud of yourself. and believe that you deserve this.
Ashton continues. Jesus, what did I do to deserve you? I shake my head. You're too good to me.
Nah.
He scoffs.
It's all true. And if I was right, I'd say that Lakey boy of yours feels the same way.
He comments, and I feel him fishing. I inhale a deep breath, filling my lungs, then let it out with a sigh. What do you know?
I know that man looked jealous as hell when we were at the bar. I know that when you went to the bathroom, he sat in that chair staring at that door like a psycho until you reappeared. Didn't he break a glass?
I chuckle lightly at the memory. He was insanely jealous and protective, something I find myself actually missing, even though I swore I'd never allow such behavior. It's oddly endearing when it's him, because I know his underlying truth.
I know when a man is in love, Dylan, and that man has it bad.
I drop my head back against the couch. That's two people who have told me it was more than obvious Lake loves me. I feel it in my heart too, but he's never once voiced that. Maybe now he never will. He's not alone, I murmur, then groan, falling face first into the couch. But Ashton simply laughs at my answer.
Knew it.
It's horrible, really. I could have lost my entire career, Ash. The sound of him readjusting himself back in his bed hits my ears as he says,
Spill, girl. You know your secrets are safe here.
I explain in slight detail the entire past few months. The chaos, the sneaking around, the moments with Colin, even the confrontation with Eric. He listens intently as I spew my heart.
So what are you going to do?
He asks after I finish. What do you mean? What is there to do? He sighs.
Listen, Dill, you're a smart girl, one who rarely lets obstacles get in the way of what she wants. How is this situation any different?
It's different because it's the NFL, I retort.
The Dylan I know wouldn't let anyone tell her what to do. She makes her own rules, and everyone else falls in line.
I smile at that.
Just know that this doesn't have to be the end of the road. You just have to find your way out of the maze using a different route.
Tears well up in my eyes. You're my best friend for a reason, Ash. God, what would I do without you to pump me back up when I'm feeling overwhelmingly deflated?
The same thing you'd be doing without me, kicking ass and finding ways to make shit right for yourself.
He's not wrong about that.
But I'm about to head to bed. 2 days are back, and if I don't get some rest, I'll be useless as a concrete parachute.
Oof, sounds dangerous. I shudder.
Oh, I can be.
He brags.
But let's plan to meet up when I'm back in town. Maybe we can grab some ice cream at that old creamery we took Colin to.
That sounds perfect, I say with a smile that's more genuine than the ones I've been wearing for days. After hanging up with Ashton, I'm left feeling utterly torn. How can one be so heartbroken yet still care so deeply about someone? I wish love was simple, easy, carefree, and fun. But no, it has to be complicated, painful, and a constant fight to hold on to what you've found. My love for Lake isn't like sand from the beach being slowly dragged back into his water. I often thought of myself drowning in the entity that is him, suffocating beneath his pressure. But it wasn't that at all. I'm his shore, the place beneath his surface that surrounds him, tethering him to my earth, holding him safe, providing him with that comfort he's unknowingly sought. He needs me more than I need him. I decide to head into that meeting this week with guns blazing. If I want to be in this field, I'm going in head first with nothing swept beneath someone else's rug. I wake to a sliver of light shooting onto the ceiling from my nightstand. It's still dark in my room. The only thing illuminating the space is my phone screen. I slap a hand over it, ready to flip it over, when I bring it closer to my face. I squint as I attempt to focus on the message before me.
Lake, you upstairs?
My chest feels like it practically caves into itself. My stomach swirls with nerves and sudden anxiety over the 2 simple words he sent me. 2 words that could mean only one thing. I sit up straight, rereading the message. He sent it less than a minute ago. Did he mean to send this to me? Surely something strange happened here, an old message he accidentally sent? Or perhaps it was meant for another girl. I check the time, seeing it's 3 a.m. He can't seriously be here right now. Is he? I don't want to go there, but the final thought in the back of my mind is that something terrible has happened. I've heard nothing about him since yesterday when he missed therapy, presumably because of me. I text back that I am home and patiently watch my phone. I see the 3 little dots appear, insinuating he's typing, only to see them vanish a few seconds later. I lay my head back against my pillow, staring up at the ceiling. What I don't want is to be toyed with. He made it clear we couldn't work together. He wanted this, the separation. I don't want a back and forth game if that's what this is. I'm so in my head. I need to chill. Checking the screen again, I see those 3 dots reappear. I wait as they continue bouncing in their own torturous way, the anxiety of what's coming next making it hard to breathe properly. But before they come, they disappear entirely. Confusion hits me at the same time as curiosity, and I lean over my bed to the window to take a peek down at the parking lot. Sure enough, his truck is parked outside in one of the empty stalls. It's running, but his lights are off, and it's too dark to see him inside of it in the dimly lit parking lot. Throwing on a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt, I grab my apartment keys from the counter, quickly peeking in on Colin to ensure he's sleeping before I lock up and head out to the parking lot. It's colder than I thought it would be, and I clutch my arms around myself as I breathe out a cloud of frigid air before me. As I approach the truck, I begin to see the outline of his form curled forward around the steering wheel. I can't see his face, only his arms clutching around the wheel as he remains hunched over awkwardly. My heart pounds. I walk around to the passenger door in the corner of the lot, the early morning air cutting me down to the bone with its chill. I knock on the window twice with my knuckles. Nothing happens. No movement. My chest feels tight. Knocking a little louder, I'm startled when I see him wind back and punch his dash. I gasp as he hits it hard enough to do some damage to the air vent. Getting some sort of satisfaction from the physical release, he hits the dashboard again, then again, before dragging his hands through his long, dark locks and down his face in clawed fists. I don't want to believe it's true. Not yet. He turns his cheek enough for me to see what looks like wetness across his face reflecting in the street lamp above. He's crying. My stomach sinks with the knowledge of what that pain is, a pain that nothing in this world can fix. Opening the door, I rush in, throwing myself across the seat. I wrap my arms around him, his fists remaining near his temples. He's falling completely apart right now, losing himself in pain. I can only assume the worst as he begins sobbing against me, his body shaking violently as he releases his cries. He leans forward into me as I crawl my way into his lap on the seat. His hands find my sides, and I wrap my arms around his head, cradling him against my chest as he crawls into me. His fingers claw into my back almost painfully as he releases his agony.
I'm sorry,
he says, shaking against me.
I didn't know where else to go.
He says through cracked, heartbreaking cries.
I have nowhere to go.
Tears spring free from my eyes, and I cry along with him at the pain of his admission. I hold him tightly to me, wishing I could take every bit of this heartbreaking agony away.
She's gone, Dee.
He cries out, his voice breaking as my body shakes in a sob at the undeniable truth.
She's gone. And I didn't get to say goodbye.
I keep hold of him, wishing I could put this broken man back together. But losing a parent doesn't allow fixing. It creates a forever hole that you somehow learn to live with. A piece of you is always going to be gone now. Every day will awaken you to this new reality, and it never gets easier. It's a pain that constantly reminds you that this life we live is short and sometimes entirely unfair, especially to the good.
It hurts so bad,
he whispers again, barely breathing on his own. I know, I say, wiping away my own tears as my heart breaks for the little boy in that picture, the one that stuck by her side through it all the battles won and lost.
I'm sorry. I didn't know where to go.
He sobs again. I pull away from him, placing my hands around his face and wiping his tears with my thumbs. He looks up at me with his bloodshot eyes, his face wet with tears, his hands falling to my lower back. This amazing, record-breaking athlete, looking entirely broken, is being held up by only the strength of my hands. You're right where she wanted you, I whisper. Tears stream down my face as he winces at the statement, closing his eyes tightly. He rests his forehead against mine, my hands gripping his neck while he fists the bottom of my sweatshirt, pulling me tightly to him. We sit for what feels like forever, just holding each other, cries breaking through every so often, before we simply rest our heads together again. No one would expect Lake Decker, famous football star, to be alone and in need during such a traumatic moment in his life. No one would expect him to be human. He's a superhero to most, impenetrable by pain. But here he is, as human as they come. He puts up his facade just as I have, the tough exterior, the walls, the front. But who we are in dark parking lots late at night says more about us than anything. And tonight, it's just two shattered souls who've lost the fight to need someone.
58. Lake. She's too good for me. After all I've done, here she is, holding my shattered little world together when all I did was obliterate hers. I often wondered how I'd manage after losing my mom. I knew the day was coming, but held it so far from reality, almost as if it wouldn't come to be. But the truth is, it's far more heartbreaking than I ever could have imagined. Every day, everywhere I look, all I see is her ghost. But my physical existence without her is the most debilitating torture, a painful reality I awaken to every minute of every day since she passed. My soul aches inside of my body. I feel restless, anxious, ruined. That woman was my everything. She birthed me, fed me, clothed me, brought me into a life without abuse, and struggled so I could pave the path she always desired. She sacrificed herself for my happiness in every sense of the word, creating avenues for my future so I could excel and succeed at the price of her selflessness and dedication. The thing that kills me most is I wasn't able to give her what I'd fought so hard to do. I needed to be back on that field for her, bringing back some of the hope her illness had taken away. But I was too late. She didn't get to see me soar again. After years of cheering for me on the sidelines, waiting to pick me up after practice, driving me to tournaments, making snacks for my teammates, all of it. She was gone, and I was empty. Dylan's words tore through the empty heart of mine, tearing the last little bit in two. You're right where she wanted you. I'd wondered about their last conversation on Thanksgiving before we left. They were holding one another, leaning in together as both of their eyes stayed locked on mine. Had she known the end was near? Was she holding out for me? Did seeing me with Dylan give her that last breath before she could finally let go and say goodbye? Everything hurts as she holds her hands around the sides of my neck, her forehead to mine. I can't even look at her right now as we breathe the same air between us, feeling too much, and all at once, I'm aching, building up with an urge to obliterate something while feeling completely crippled in pain.
Why don't you come inside?
She whispers, her tears mirroring my own. Her thumbs wipe mine away from my cheeks, and she dries them on her sweatpants. They just keep running as I stare at her through them. I watch her do it again, then wonder how the hell she's been through this with both of her parents. This woman, who has had so much adversity in her own life, is still here for me, holding me together. I don't deserve her. I can't. I shake my head, looking down at her lap on mine. I can feel her eyes on me as she figures it out.
He's sleeping, Lake. He won't even know you're there.
Remaining motionless, I still don't answer.
Come on.
She urges, her fingers sliding into the sides of my hair, holding my head to hers. She waits for me to open my eyes.
You can't stay out here. You're exhausted. You need to rest. I'm sure you haven't slept in days.
I just need to go for a drive. I lick my lips, tasting the salt from my tears.
Lake.
I'm sorry, Dylan, I say sympathetically. I just can't sit. I don't want to think. I just need to move. She nods, a silent understanding of my pain as she gazes down at me.
You don't have to go through this alone, Lake.
She whispers, running her thumbs along my cheeks. I tighten my jaw, attempting to rein in the flood. I've never felt more alone in my life. My only actual family is gone. Yes, there's Dale, but our relationship was never one with great depth. My mom and he got together much later in life when I was already away at college. He was an amazing support system for my mother, and I'll be forever grateful to him for his love for her. But our connection may fade after this, as sad as it is. I'm the last of my name, the last of my family. I just need to sit with that for a while, drown in it, submerge entirely before I can find my way back. Sighing, I reach up, cupping Dylan's face between my hands. Her lips part as I hold on to her, tucking her hair behind her ears so I can see her entire face, studying it, memorizing it, remembering it. Take the job, Dylan, I demand. Her forehead creases in confusion before I repeat myself. Do it. Take the job. Please don't let that go. I know her type all too well. She'll selflessly sacrifice this for me, ruining her name just for the sake of me. It's too much. I've already run one woman I love into the ground with my desire to be the best. I just wish her life would have been easier on her. Before I break down in front of her again, I grip her head between my hands, needing her to listen, demanding an answer. Tell me you'll take the job. Tears flood her face as her little nose wrinkles.
I'll take the job.
I nod once, hoping the nose thing was pure coincidence this time, before opening the door and standing with her in my arms. I place her down on the concrete, my arms still wrapped around her waist. We stand there in the cold night breeze, not once feeling the chill through the overwhelming pain already piercing me. Thank you, I swallow, shaky with my words, for being home. She sniffles against me.
I'll always be your home, Lake.
Her sentence obliterates me. There's so much truth in that she doesn't even understand. She's forever got a piece of my home inside her. Words from the woman I love, held deep inside, locked away in the heart I'd fallen for. Dylan is my home, and I love her with the only pieces I have left of me. But our timing has never been right, and I won't get in the way of her dreams. Goodbye, Dee. I whisper against her forehead before kissing the spot softly, resting mine there again. She fists the hem of my sweatshirt, not wanting to let me go. I don't want to have to do this to her again. Break her by walking away, but I need to find a way to mourn the loss of my mom without pulling her deep into my darkness. Now isn't the time to bring down Dylan when her career is on the upswing. I need her to thrive and flourish for me. Understanding, she eases up her hold on me, and I drop my arms to my sides. Our foreheads finally pulling apart when she turns to leave. Getting back into my truck, I start it up before I can watch her walk away from me. I drive away, realizing my need to sit alone with this, immersing myself so deep until I'm able to wring out my pain without the remnants raining down on them. I have to do this. For them.
59. Dylan. It hurts just as badly the second time, but I understand it now. I know what he needs. time. This is a life-changing moment for him, and how people handle loss is entirely theirs to own. Lydia knew how he'd handle it. She even warned me about it. Knowing that brings me some peace to our situation. Lake is pulling away in order to self-preserve. Only by doing that will he ever come back to what he knows, who he loves. I can only hope we'll both be ready when he is. My face is still wet when I get back into the apartment as quietly as I can.
What happened, Dee Dee?
Colin's voice comes from the kitchen, making me jump. I clutch my hand to my chest, gasping as I feel the heart that's pounding in surprise. Colin, you scared me. What are you doing awake? He takes a step towards me, looking closely at my face.
You're crying. Why are you crying? You're crying.
All the air leaves my chest in a sigh as I slump down into the kitchen chair. Lydia, Lake's mom, passed away, I admit. He just stopped by for a second to let me know. I rake my hands down my face before realizing what I admitted. My eyes find his immediately. He's not here. He frowns, looking down at the carpet before approaching the table in his oversized NASCAR race shirt and checkered black and white pajama pants, twisting his fingers methodically.
Is he scared of me?
This sentence actually makes me laugh through the tears. He's questioning the same thing about you.
I'm not mad at him, Pickle. I'm not mad. Colin is not angry with him. He helped you. He helped you when Colin lost it. He helped you.
You're not scared? I ask softly, cocking my head. I thought for sure Colin would have some serious issues after the incident that could have had him spiraling in the presence of Lake. Months of fear stemmed from Eric's situation and his broken trust in me. I imagined this would be similar, even though it wasn't nearly as traumatic.
I'm no coward, Pickle, and neither are you. We rise in disparity and adversity. We always have. We just have another flat. Another flat.
I study him for a moment, blanketed by his words, yet entirely confused by them. It's true, historically. When faced with obstacles, we shift gears, redirecting and powering through until the next roadblock. Maybe we just have another flat.
Flat tires happen to everyone,
he continues.
Cars always break down, crash, start fires, break down. It's the team that gets the racer back on track. The team. It's the team. Team. Team.
I bite back my tears. What if the team tears apart, Colin? What if they don't want to be a team right now? What if one of them decides to go off on their own, worried they'll bring the team down when that's not the case at all? I'm sure I'm confusing Colin more than ever with my ranting, but my heart aches for him in a way that won't resolve. How can you be there for someone who just simply needs time? It's a tug of war that cuts into your soul, and I don't know how much more my soul can take.
There's a reason a team becomes a team, Dee Dee. They trust each other. They rely on each other. Trust. They trust each other to fall back when they need to, and someone else fills in. Everyone has their role. Role on a team.
My tears fall, and I lose the fight with my emotions. Falling forward onto my forearms against the wooden table, I let it all out. I release everything my heart has been holding on to, crying for everyone. I cry for Lydia. I cry for Colin. I cry for Lake. And I cry for me. I get out a rush of overwhelming emotions like a tidal wave finally breaking, and feel Colin's hand on my back. He doesn't see me like this often, and I don't want to scare him or set him off with my lack of control over my emotions. I take a deep breath, attempting to rein in my agony, wiping my face off before standing and giving him a big hug. He wraps his arms around me, patting my back with both hands before he whispers,
Just another flat. A flat. Trust the team.
His words, while not entirely making sense, make me think. Colin rarely comforts me, and It's my own fault for that. I hold in all of my struggles and pain, trying to shield him from all of it when, in reality, he's been there through it all, silently watching, knowing. I take this hug, embracing it, holding on to his words. Colin is comforting me right now. I can only hope he's strong enough to handle my flat.
60. Lake. The play clock has 3 seconds left and counting. Hansen makes the snap and the handoff is mine. I cradle the ball in the crook of my arm, running through the mess of men blocking. Swiveling through them, I take off in a sprint. 5 yards becomes 10, and then 10 becomes 20. I see a defender coming at me from the corner of my eye. As he grabs from my ankle, I spin and step out of his hands, taking another 3 long strides before finally getting tackled by another player. "Damn, Dick!" Candy yells, approaching me from across the field after the whistle blows. "I haven't seen you move like that since... shit, ever! You're killing it today, baby!" He slaps the top of my helmet, screaming out his praise as I toss the ball to the referee, rushing back to the new line of scrimmage. Sweat drips from my brow, my legs aching from the obvious overuse in my first game back since my injury. The screams from the crowd and the echoing of the roars from the fans are making it hard to hear the play call, but one look from Candy and I know exactly what to do. For you, Mama. We break from the line and I dart out past my defender, cutting into a slant. I turn just as the ball is approaching. With a quick catch, I grip the ball to the crook of my arm again. Everything happens in slow motion. I take 3 more steps, seeing a blocker come at me. Pushing off the ground, I hurdle the man, barely clearing him as he dives to tackle. My feet catch the ground and I take off. With the end zone in sight, I take those last few strides, hoping she's watching from heaven, proud of her baby boy. Tears fill my eyes as I kneel in the end zone, completing the touchdown. The roar of the crowd vibrates around me, electrifying my veins in that all-too-powerful way. I say a silent prayer, my hands shaking as I touch my forehead, then make the sign of the cross over my chest. The boys charge me, lifting me up as they continue to celebrate. I'm back, but nothing is the same. I head back over to the sidelines as the kicking team comes in. Coach slaps me on the top of the helmet. "That's the way you do it," he yells, congratulating me. "You did what they said you couldn't. You made it back in 8. Proud of you, son." I plop down on the bench, catching my breath as I grab a water bottle from one of the staff members. I turn my head to look behind me, scanning the sidelines for her. But as usual, there's no sign of her. She told me she'd take the job. Promised me she would. It's been 3 weeks since the night I left her parking lot, feeling the lowest I've ever felt. 3 weeks since I've heard her sweet voice in my ears. And 3 weeks since I declared myself the biggest coward in the history of cowards. I'm here because of her. I began this journey back to the field for my love of one woman and have made it here because of the love of 2. Days turned into weeks after I left her, as I put my focus on myself and getting back to the game. Getting back into the swing of football has been overwhelming, to say the least. It's helped to keep my mind occupied and my body releasing that anger over circumstances out of my control. But those nights when I'm alone at home, it's those nights that eat me alive. Thoughts of her plague my mind any chance I get a second to think. She's always present, setting up permanent camp in my continuous cycle of thoughts. During any achievement, any moment of excitement, and especially those dark times filled with unexplainable pain from the holes that will never fill again, I think of her. She's there like a disease that seeped deep into the depth of my marrow. A part of me I can no longer remove. She's in my veins, the only thing still keeping me somewhat alive inside. I've resorted to stalking on social media again. Kind of hard when she never actually accepted my friend request. She changed her picture a few times, though. One was a picture of them smiling as Colin leaned over his kettle car with a shocked face. They must have bought one together. The presence of a man's arms in the background, holding the edge of the car, had filled me with rage I couldn't own. I pummeled a few men into the dirt during practice that week. The new picture she changed to about a week and a half ago is one of her and Colin facing the camera this time. They must have been at a birthday party because of the cone-shaped party hat Colin was wearing and the balloons in the background. They looked so happy. She looks happy. Maybe what we had wasn't meant to turn into anything more than a fling. Maybe sometimes people come into our lives at the right time to teach us lessons, to be there for an infinitesimal moment when you truly crave that companionship and those words that can get you through your darkest hours. Perhaps I needed to just be thankful I had both of them there when I needed it most. They got me through the hardest, most heartbreaking moment in my life with words I still hold dear to me. I'll forever be grateful to both of them for that. Life isn't the same for me. The things that used to matter just don't seem to matter the way they did before everything changed. I ache for those deep connections rather than the superficial shit I'm always surrounded with. The press, the fans, the awaiting women with hopes to score a night with a famous athlete. It's all a circus of fake nothingness. I just want to feel again. I've walked away from the only family that wasn't family. We might not have been blood, but we connected in ways that changed my outlook on life forever, and I let it all go. The following week, my alarm goes off at the crack of dawn. I gather myself, getting everything ready for another big home game. I stop by the large window of my condo, gazing out into the surrounding city. Another day, another dollar. More wasted time. Peering at the fireplace mantel, I make my way over to the picture of my mother and I. I don't want to disappoint her. I want nothing more than to live for her to be proud of who I've become, who she's created, the man with nothing but love and dedication instilled into me through her selflessness. But it wasn't just football and success she wanted from me. It was love, real selfless love. I had it, and by focusing on all the wrong things, I lost it. By thinking Dylan would walk away from me, I left her, telling myself it was for her own good. Now it's too late, and it tarnished the relationship I had with Colin beyond repair. With a clouded head of emotions, I work towards channeling that energy into my game as I always do, and head out of my condo to make it to the locker rooms before the press makes their appearance. It's my second home game, and I'm back to being the talk of the town, everyone clawing at me for a few words, a picture, anything. Getting into my truck, I pushed to start it up, only to hear it click over. What the fuck? I murmur, trying it again, but it doesn't start. Fuck! I hit my hands on the steering wheel. With a heavy sigh, I get out of the truck, slamming the door in the process. Lifting the hood to look at the engine, I scour everything until my eyes fall upon a gaping hole. My car battery. It's gone. This is a secure underground parking garage, I yell out to no one at all.
Shoulda got the Tundra,
I hear behind me. Spinning my head, I turn to see the last person I ever suspected. Colin? My jaw practically drops to the cement floor beneath me. What are you doing here? Where's Dylan? He doesn't answer me as he continues to walk down the alley of parked cars towards me, gripping the straps of a backpack and shuffling in his shoes as he approaches. How did you get in here? I ask. He doesn't make eye contact as he approaches, just stares at my truck with the hood up.
I told the lady you were my Special Olympics coach,
he says, looking at my engine as his fingers twist and untwist before him.
Told her you were coach. Told her, and she believed me. People love people like me.
A scoff of disbelief leaves me. Well, I'll be damned. What are you doing here? I ask, my eyes looking past him in search of her.
Dee Dee doesn't know. Dee Dee doesn't know,
he says, rocking on his toes and back.
Dee Dee doesn't know.
Who's Dee Dee? Is that your new advisor? Is she supposed to be here with you? I look behind us again, waiting for someone to come out.
No, I'm here because you need a ride. You need a ride because you don't have a battery. A ride.
I cock my brow. How did you know I didn't have a battery?
I know you didn't have a battery because I took your battery. Colin took your battery. It's my battery now. I needed it. Needed it.
Colin. My mouth drops open as I stare at him in complete confusion. I can give you a ride back. Just give me the bat.
It's not here. It's not. The battery isn't here.
I stand straight with my hands on my hips, tipping my head in confusion. Where is it?
I used it to soup up my car. Soup up. Now, come on. Soup up car. We have a race to get to.
He says, turning from me and walking toward the garage exit. Colin, I call out, jogging after him. He turns, holding onto the straps of his backpack, looking down at the ground as he blinks quickly. Your race, I ask breathlessly.
It's today? He nods once, then reaches for his backpack. Opening the zipper while holding the bag against his chest, he pulls out what looks like a canary-colored shirt. He zips it back up, placing it on his back as he throws the rolled-up cloth at me. I catch it against my chest and watch in shock as he turns and continues down the alleyway. I open the shirt, seeing the team name printed across the chest in white. The Canary Cowards. My heart drops into my stomach. The team. Our team.
Team needs you.
He yells forward into the garage as he continues walking.
Team needs you.
I swallow what feels like a brick, clutching the t-shirt to my chest, and my eyes begin to water. I tighten my jaw, attempting to hold back my emotions before running after him. Wait! Colin! I reach him in a few steps, stopping directly in front of him and forcing him to stall his motions. Are you sure about this? About me? I don't know how else to ask if he's still afraid of me when clearly he's here, in my parking garage, throwing shirts at me and stealing my car battery.
I called you a coward for a reason,
he says, looking me up and down. I've never felt more hurt, more disrespected, more loved in all my life. This man sees through me entirely. I may not understand how he always does it, but I know that much is true. Wait, I stutter, shaking my head. Why are you doing this? Why give me a chance again after all I've done? He purses his lips and shrugs.
You love her. Love her. You love her. Don't waste it, Lake. Love her.
My face falls into a pained frown and I literally feel my chest crack in half. Colin takes a step forward, placing his arms on my shoulders. He gazes down at my shoes and says,
All we have is this time right now. Time is always taking away from us.
I suck in a breath, absorbing his words. I nod my head, letting out a heavy sigh. Colin pats my shoulders before pulling them towards him. Before I know it, his head is resting on my shoulder and his arms are around my back, patting me. Colin is hugging me. Never did I imagine today would begin like this, but here I am receiving a hug from the man whose nose I broke, receiving an embrace from the guy who hates hugs because he forgives me, because he knows I still love his sister, and because he's not a coward like me. He's the bravest man I know.
I'm here to fix the flat. My team needed me. Now, let's go. Time to go. Uber is here,
he says, pulling away from me. I have no clue what he's talking about. Wait, I say, raising my hands, trying to sort this out in my head. You called an Uber?
How else do you think I got here?
He shrugs. Oh my God, Dylan is gonna kill you.
No. Dee Dee will be happy. Happy. Very happy.
What's Dee Dee? Why do you keep calling her Dee Dee? I thought she was Pickle.
She was, but she's been Dee Dee since she's been yours.
My heart clenches in my chest as my forehead creases, trying to work it out. Dylan Decker? A quick grin slides across his face before vanishing as fast as it appeared. You sly dude, you, I comment beneath my breath, shaking my head in disbelief. But honestly, Call, I don't even know if she'll have me. We just never got it right, you know, our timing has been off. I doubt she wants anything to do with me after what I put her through. Put both of you through.
She's sad, Lake. She misses you. Dee Dee misses you. She's sad. I want her happy like she was with you. You make her happy. Dee Dee was happy. She needs to be happy, and she needs you to do that. We both do.
My stomach drops. I've been hurting them both by not being there. Walking away from that girl was the biggest mistake of my life. I love her with all of me, every fucking broken piece. I love her, I spit out, not even thinking.
I know,
he says nonchalantly.
I know. So go tell her already. Tell her. What are you waiting for? It's go time. Race day.
He says, turning again to walk away. Okay, I say, scratching my head. But I've got something I need to grab. Do I have a minute to run back up?
Hurry up, Blake.
Colin sighs.
The day waits for no one. Time is being wasted. So much wasted time to fix the flat. Time to get back on the track.
A laugh escapes my chest, and I feel a warmth surrounding me that hasn't been there for weeks. I recognize it immediately. A remembrance of home. Fuck this game. I'm leaving here with Colin. I close the hood of my truck before tossing my bags in the driver's seat. I slide my arms into the freshly made t-shirt that represents all that I am, popping my head through the hole and pulling it down my chest. It's time I go to this race to complete this team of cowards we've formed, owning our fears and facing them head on, as Colin has taught me. I'm going to win my girl back, the one that's all she said she is, my home.
61. Dylan. I check the time on my phone again, gazing out across the crowd of people on the other side of the fence. Where the hell is he, Ash? I groan, blocking the sun from my eyes. We're lucky it's somewhat warmer than normal this morning. After weeks of bitter cold and a brutal Christmas, I was worried it would never clear up. But here we are with our lightweight coats, ready to start this race without our driver. Tucking my phone into the back pocket of my ripped jeans, I grip the ends of my braids, tying them around my neck.
Chill, girl, before you lose consciousness,
he says, swatting at my hands.
I'm sure the bus was just running late.
Bullshit. Something's up. Colin was up early this morning, way earlier than he'd like. I assumed it was just his nerves for the big day. The lack of sleep lately hasn't helped. Since starting the new business, we've both been working our tails off, endlessly pushing ourselves to the limit. But it's never been more worth it. I turned down the offer for the position under Dr. Shelby. The following week, I went to the office and put everything on the table. I refused to work in an environment where my mistakes could be swept away or put on someone else. I owned up to my faults, needing the truth to be known, and, surprisingly, he respected me for it. What Lake and I had wasn't a fling. It wasn't a situation where a famous football star tried taking advantage of a girl on the cusp of her own success. It also wasn't a situation where a gold-digging therapist looked to advance her career, sucking off one player at a time. No, what we had was so much more than that. It was everything. Until it was nothing.
Why did he have to go into the grocery store anyway? I thought he quit. The whole crusty cunt thing.
Ashton asks, sidling up beside me along the metal fence, leaning over it with his forearms. I smack a palm to my forehead, removing it slightly to look at him with one eye. I told you about that?
Yep,
he says with a smug grin. I had another incident at the grocery store. Colin was getting blamed for a new cashier whose drawer was off at the end of her shift. She tried to accuse him of stealing the cash, and I lost my shit. Again, it was even more of a reason for us to figure out the next step for our future. One that involved us both. Fuck, I murmur to myself, making him chuckle.
Worth it,
he asks with a grin. Oh, most definitely, I blurt. But apparently he went there to pick up his last paycheck? I don't know, feels off. He never leaves me a note like that before I'm even up.
I'm sure it's fine. He wouldn't miss today for anything.
He pushes off the fence, turning to rest his back against it as he peers off toward the race car.
Do you know why he removed the hood yesterday?
Ash asks, cocking a brow at the awaiting car sitting in our designated pit area.
I noticed he scuffed up the paint job we worked tirelessly on. What's that about?
I turn my head back and inspect the hood from a distance. You're right. My brows lower in confusion. Hey, bitch! I hear the voice I could pick out of any crowd calling out for me in the distance. Ashton's eyes widen as he turns to face me. Cat! I scold silently as she approaches me from the side, wrapping her arms around my neck and pushing me back into the fence. She molds her curvy body to mine, hooking a thermos with two of her fingers and her keys with her pinky. I breathe her in and smell it immediately. Are you drinking? Oh, hold on. I grab the thermos and smell it. Is this a margarita? She purses her lips, tossing a hand at me. Pre-game the race, baby. She elbows me. Besides, I heard some cuties were going to be raining in today. Her eyes find Ashton, raking the entirety of his body. His eyes widen further, his chin practically hitting his neck as his eyes glance at me nervously. Looks like the forecast was correct. Ashton swallows, and his eyes dart around for safety. None in the presence of this cougar. Sorry, my dude. As I'm about to successfully strangle myself with these braids, I see a canary-colored shirt making its way through the crowd. Oh, thank God, I whisper. Come on, let's head back to the car. We walk back over to our pit area, and I frown at the paint scrapes I see when I approach. I didn't notice them when Ash unloaded the car from his truck. We worked really hard to make the plastic exterior look exactly like his yellow-striped button-up shirt, just for him to mess with it last night? I need answers. Colin makes his way across the track with his backpack slung over one shoulder, sauntering over to us. Where were you? I scold as he approaches me. My nerves are shot, Colin. What did you do this morning? Where were you? I'm exhausted, spent, as emotionally drained as they come, but damn it if I haven't still been giving everything for him and us. It's been a hard few weeks, but I threw my energy into the new business, one with real meaning. Who starts a new business, putting themselves into more debt while still lassoing old debts? A girl who was told by a man she loved that she could do anything, be anything, that's who. As crazy as I am for it, I know it's right. It was a feeling in my gut that wouldn't go away once Colin and I came up with it.
Dee Dee, I had to fix the flat. The flat. Races today. I had to fix the flat.
He comments, placing his hands on my slumped shoulders. What are you talking about? My words trail off as the literal air gets sucked out of my lungs. Knees go weak as an intense feeling of butterflies reawaken within every part of me, a sensation that's almost too big to handle. My mouth hangs slightly parted as my eyes connect with another tall, dark-haired man in a canary-colored shirt, making his way through the crowd. No, I shake my head. No, you didn't, I practically whisper, suddenly feeling the need to vomit or chug Cat's margarita.
I did,
Colin says in his robotic tone.
I did, and Dee Dee will smile again.
My throat dries up as if I've swallowed sand, and I turn to tip my head at Colin. Why do you keep calling me that? Before he can answer, Lake's eyes find mine. He looks even hotter than I remember, and it bothers me. I get homesick at the sight of him. My heart is suddenly alive and well after weeks of hibernation. Weeks of pretending I wasn't watching him on the screen when the games were on. Weeks of scrolling through social media, looking for any hint of a new woman in his life. Heartbreaking lame shit women do to themselves for some odd reason. Rip into old wounds to see how fast they bleed. His tall, fit form is standing there beneath a pair of casual jeans and a basic, plain, custom-made t-shirt that was never meant to look so good on a body. It's literally cut for a box, yet forms around his toned, tanned arms and broad chest, while a zip-up hoodie fits comfortably over it. It's Sunday. He should be prepping for a game right now, not be here at the race. Stalling at the fence about 20 yards away, he grips the metal with both hands, leaning forward, almost looking like he needs to catch his breath before he crosses the track. Colin shakes my shoulders.
Do you or not?
He asks. I realize the world around me is blurred in his presence. My ears numb, as if I'm drowning deep in that water again, sounds becoming vibrations. I shake my head of it, pulling my eyes away from Lake to look at Colin. I'm sorry, what?
Do you want him to come over here or not? He told me to ask first.
My lips pull into a lopsided grin, and a scoff of a laugh leaves me. Seriously? I look back at Lake, who's still leaning forward, gripping the fence like if he lets go, he'll fall forward directly onto his face. His worried blue eyes lock on mine again, and I feel it everywhere.
Yeah, Lake didn't want to ruin this. He didn't want to ruin my day. Your day. Ruin the day.
I take a deep breath, letting it out with a heavy sigh. I feel an arm slide around my shoulders, and the smell of margarita fills my nostrils. The meteorologists never lie, Cat comments with a feisty tone, staring with me over at Lake. I close my eyes tightly, shaking my head at her nonsense. Opening them, I catch Lake's head dropping between his shoulders, arms still bracing him. The reflection of a gold necklace bounces off his neck as he hangs. He drops his hand from the railing, each finger slower than the last, before he stands and turns, beginning to walk away. My eyes narrow before they widen in a panic. He thought I just said no. I curse out loud, dropping Kat's arm from my shoulder as she stumbles slightly. She falls back into the arms of Ashton, who's there to scoop her up, stabilizing her on her feet again. Perfect. Pushing through people coming to watch the race, I practically hurdle them like waves, walking deeper and deeper out into my water. Lake! I call out, feeling the desperation filling my lungs. The closer I get, the harder it is to breathe. He stalls in place beneath the shade of a nearby tree, his hands resting on the top of his head. The muscles of his back stretch the fabric of the hoodie as his fingers interlock and find their way to the back of his neck. I'm breathless now as I make the last few steps to reach him.
You lied to me, Dylan,
he says, still facing away from me. My heart rate triples at the sound of his voice saying my name again. Fuck, I missed him. But he's not wrong. I did lie to him. I promised him I'd take the job. But he promised me things too, so screw that. You always said I was bad at it, I retort playfully. Silence fills the space between us, and I know his mind is racing.
Tell me you want me to be here before I turn around,
he calls out. My chest practically cracks in half at the comment. He can't face me if I were to walk away from him right now. I understand that pain, know it intimately. I slowly walk forward until I'm directly behind him. I grab onto a few of the fingers resting on his neck, pulling his hand down and turning him around. He pivots slightly, looking down at our hands, staring at them as his chest heaves. His nervousness is so new to me. Lake Decker is nervous in the presence of his stale therapist. I'll never live that down. I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather have you be, I say softly, grabbing both of his hands in mine as I gaze up at him. His eyes slowly trail up until he gains enough confidence to look at me. It's as if that one look breaks him, and his shoulders harden while his jaw tightens, his eyes wrinkling in the corners.
She told you to be patient with me, didn't she?
He asks abruptly. I suck in a breath at the mention of his mother. Tears fill my eyes, and I wrinkle my nose at the pain of them forming.
There's no other reason a girl as amazing as you would wait for a guy like me,
he confesses. The tension is thick, and the emotions we both hold over the secrets we've held on to feel as if they are ready to bubble over. Who said I did? I ask suddenly. Idiot, Dylan, you're an idiot. This is not the time for inappropriate humor, clearly. He looks like I just stabbed him in the side with a spear. I'm kidding, I say abruptly with a dry laugh. I'm sorry. I'm just nervous and stupid shit comes out of my mouth at weird times, and I thought maybe you needed to feel a little anxious like I do. Payback for the whole semen swallowing comment. I continue rambling. Remember? He pulls my hands forward until I fall into his chest, interrupting my rant.
I'm sorry,
he whispers, staring down at me.
I'm so sorry I took so long to get my head together, and I'm so sorry for saying sorry so much.
I blink and realize we are pressed against one another, surrounded by a crowd of people walking past us. My eyes wander all around, checking to see who's looking.
I don't care about them or anyone,
Lake says, as if reading my mind. His face hardens as he contemplates his words.
You lied to me about taking the job, and I lied to you too.
Our gazes connect again, his eyes piercing straight through to my soul, tearing me down. My forehead creases, and I stare with uneasy eyes.
I told you on Rainbow I'd never leave you, and I left you before you could leave me.
His hands drop mine between us, and he grabs the sides of my face, locking my eyes on his.
But I was wrong, wasn't I? Because you were never going to walk away, were you?
My lashes flutter as fresh tears form. Nothing could keep me from this man. Trust me, I tried to tell myself that a code of ethics and professionalism mattered, but when it came down to us, nothing could hold us back. Not careers, not illnesses, not disabilities, not even death.
I'm not a coward anymore, Dylan.
Lake continues.
Colin helped me conquer that. I came here today, leaving all the broken pieces of my heart on the table, ready and willing for you to crumble them into dust if you needed to.
He licks his lips, taking a breath before peering back into my eyes.
See, I'm not afraid of the potential heartbreak. That doesn't scare me anymore. What I'm afraid of now is not trying before my time runs out.
Lake, I whisper through my cracked tone.
I haven't been the same without you.
He runs his thumbs along my jaw, gazing down at my lips and back.
I think about you and about Colin endlessly. I told myself even if she doesn't want you back for breaking her heart, I'd at least try to be friends, to be anything, just to keep you guys in my life. I just need you.
My heart aches at his admission, and my tears continue to flow down my cold cheeks. We could never be friends, I say, shaking my head, and his forehead wrinkles. You would never make book club. He tips his head back in a laugh before staring at me again. His smile fades into an appreciative grin as he leans forward, resting his forehead against mine, our pained smiles mirroring each other's. But as I think about the past few weeks, I'm reminded of my heartache and the complete feeling of emptiness at the loss of him. It hurt. There's just no denying it. I wanted to mourn with him, work through that together. My smile fades, and he feels it.
Tell me I can love you the way I need to in order to breathe.
He whispers his demands like he does.
Tell me you'll let me back in.
My stomach churns in anxiousness. Of course I love him, and I've dreamed of this moment. But will he walk away when things get hard again? Will he lose himself to his own self-pity when he feels he doesn't deserve what he has before him? I can't hold on to this fear of the what-ifs any longer. As if sensing my running thoughts, his grip tightens on my face, and his eyes gloss over beneath those dark, full lashes.
I love you, Dylan,
he says with a heavy sigh, his pained eyes trained on mine.
Tell me I'm lucky enough for you to love me back.
I feel explosive and numb, like I'm breathing too much and not enough. She was right about him. We always come back to who we love in the end. Life just isn't long enough to hold on to these needs when you've seen death before you. People become woke to the understanding that life is simply a series of events that occur until we meet our end. Days that bleed together, struggles that endlessly plague us, nights that ache with the pain of the uncontrolled. But then there are moments of pure connection to another soul that scream from the depths of us to be explored. Moments that beg for our attention, like that never-ending itch that requires to be scratched, demands to be touched. Love fucking hurts. And occasionally, we all lack the courage to embrace the torture that it is. It's not easy, and doesn't always align the way you wish. It's a give and pull, a race that feels unfinished, a dizzying circle of highs and lows. Some days you're in first place, and some days the flat sends you to the pit crew, disappointment racking through you. But if we don't have the courage to hop into the car and take the first lap, then what's the point? Sidelines are for the weak, and if there's one thing to know about me, it's that we don't do weak here. I'll love you every lap, Lake. When we're in the lead at the peak of our race, and when we crash into the fence burning into nothing but shattered pieces and flames, I'll love you through it all, because you've always been part of my team. Our team. His eyes pinch in the corners, and he drops one of his hands, fisting the edge of my sweatshirt. Nostrils flare as his throat bobs, holding back his emotions.
Tell me I can kiss you.
He whispers, inches from my lips.
Please, Dylan, for the love of God, tell me I can...
I stop his words, pulling him into my lips by the shirt on his chest. Our lips meet, and everything melts away. Fears, sorrows, and worries wash away from us in our waves as his tongue brushes along mine ever so softly. It's taken a lot of courage to get here. A lot of time to think about what it means to be in love and need someone when we constantly think we are strong enough to do it alone. We continue kissing on our little island, miles away from the reality of people everywhere around us, and a feeling of utter bliss surrounds me. That is, until a familiar voice rings through.
You done fixing it yet?
Colin calls out behind us. Lake pulls away from my lips, looking almost as dazed and drunk from our kiss as Kat is about to be from her margarita. His mouth pulls into the sexiest half grin, before widening into a full smile, showcasing that little chip in his tooth I've missed so much. He licks his lips, almost savoring our kiss as he peers at my lips again.
I don't know,
he calls out to Colin, keeping his eyes locked on mine.
Might need more fixing.
Pressing his lips back to mine, he kisses me again, and I fold into his heat, my arms wrapping around his neck as he holds my lower back, pulling me tight to him.
I don't understand. Colin doesn't understand. It looks fixed. I think we can race now. Race now. It's fixed. I fixed it.
Lake's lips leave mine, needing a breath from the overwhelming sensation of being back in this place again. As do I. My butterfly hose are wasted out of this world.
You're right, Col,
he says, still looking at me. He finally straightens, wrapping an arm around my shoulder to turn me. I look up at him as he opens his other arm out, waving the tips of his fingers at Colin.
You fixed it. You fixed the team.
Colin walks forward, gripping the straps of his backpack until he approaches us. He looks at Lake's arm, confused, before ducking beneath it. Lake wraps his arm around his shoulders, pulling him into me until we form a tiny little huddle. Colin's eyes find mine, and I give him the most appreciative smile. I mouth, "I love you," to him, and he nods in return.
It's time to get pumped up for this race,
Lake says, switching into football mode, his face set in a sexy, terrifying glare.
No more tears. Only the tears from our competitors,
he yells in drill sergeant mode. I bite the corner of my lip as I look over at him, feeling every bit of that dominant tone of voice between my thighs. Chill, bitch.
On the count of 3, we scream cowards at the top of our lungs,
Lake says, and Colin's eyes light up with excitement.
Then we go out there and we race. We race and we leave here with a win before the flag even flies.
I squeeze Lake's shoulder, feeling those tears forming again. His eyes find mine in the huddle, and the softest smile creeps across his lips.
Love you guys,
he says in a cracked tone, flexing his jaw as he stands, putting his extended hand out in the middle of our circle. Colin follows suit, placing his hand on top of Lake's. Both of them look up at me as my eyes drift to the clouds above us. I say a quick thank you to the amazingly selfless woman who did her part in keeping me strong enough to bring us here. My focus drifts back to the two of them, eyeing them both with a mischievous, confident grin, finally placing mine on top. With the past now behind us and the promise of the unknown before us, we find our courage together. And we scream.
62. Lake. I thought I got a glimpse of home when Colin surprised me in my parking garage, but I had no idea of the overwhelming euphoria I'd fall into with my lips against hers again. Dylan is my safe space. She's my light, my energy, my sunny days. She's my teacher, my inspiration, my love. She's everything I've needed to feel whole when I didn't even know I was incomplete. She's what life, as short as it may be, is all about. I'm back where I belong, and more in love with her than I ever thought possible. The race is about to start, so we rush back over to the race car on the inside of the track. Immediately I spot Kat, her neighbor who helped her get ready for our night out. Her face lights up when she sees us walking over hand in hand. Her expression changes almost instantly when she bumps into a golden-haired man I know all too well. Bestie from the bar, insert glass break. I don't know what their relationship has been like since I've been out of the picture. Obviously, she reached out to him for help with the car. The picture on Facebook comes to mind. And I've definitely located the infamous arm I studied for longer than I cared to admit. Has he been pining for her, knowing I left them heartbroken and in pain? Did he slide in and become part of their team when I couldn't commit? The thought makes me nauseous. Dylan links her arm through mine even tighter as we approach, and my mind churns as I try to read the vibes. Is this a calming mechanism or anxiety on her part? Golden Retriever eyes me suspiciously and mine narrow in response. Cat bounces excitedly, her fingers twiddling together as her eyes flash to me, then Golden Boy, and back, as if she's waiting for the main event of the evening to begin.
Look who I found skipping games.
Dylan says all cutesy, leaning back to smirk at me before wrapping her arm around my lower back and pressing up against my side. See? My girl. Ah, yes. Look who finally made it, Golden Boy says, tipping his head with a smirk. I can't read his energy. He's either a huge dick or really just a naive sugar bear. He's entirely impossible to read, but it's definitely one or the other. I don't need to beat your ass, do I? I ask casually, legitimately confused. His brows knit together before he looks at Dylan and back. Dylan rolls her eyes, looking away. No. No, I don't think so, he answers, sounding equally confused. He looks to the ground, scratching his head, almost like he's racking his brain for any past faults that may be the reason for a guy like me to be mad at him. He shakes his head with finality, as if deciding there couldn't possibly be anything. Yeah, this guy wouldn't hurt a gnat. Dylan clicks her tongue, shaking her head at my nonsense, clearly understanding more than retriever over here.
Ash, you remember Lake? Lake, Ash.
She says, reintroducing us. If this is indeed her good friend, then I need to respect that like I respect her. I gently remove her arm from my side and she looks at me nervously. I approach Ashton, standing directly in front of him before gripping him into a hug. He stills for a moment until realizing I'm not attempting to beat his ass, and returns the embrace as we pat each other on the back. Thank you, man, for being there when I couldn't, I whisper so only he can hear. I'm sorry about your mom, Lake, he begins in a low voice with a firm pat. Dylan knew you needed time, but she needs you in a way her friend can't fill. They need you, and you need them. My heart pinches in my chest, the emotions again nearly impossible to handle.
I need someone.
Kat interrupts us with a slight slur to her tone that has me cocking my head. I pull apart from Ashton, and he holds his hand out to shake up as Kat continues.
To get this bitch another refill. It's Taco Tuesday, and after this drink, this senorita is getting me a big ol' burrito tonight.
She wiggles her eyebrows at Ashton, and his face flushes. Is she drunk? I mouth to Ashton. He shrugs with wide eyes.
Kat, it's Sunday, not Tuesday?
Dylan says, clearly not catching the meaning behind the crude joke.
And speaking of which, why aren't you at the game? This is a playoff game, like, you're gonna get fined.
Damn, I missed her scolding me. Smirking, I grip her hips, pulling her into me. I don't care to be anywhere but here. I'll pay the fucking fine.
But, Lake...
I pause her thoughts by capturing her lips in a quick kiss. The only but I'm worried about are these asses we are about to kick. We switch into race mode as Ashton and I side up along Colin's car at the starting line.
All right, so when they wave the flag, you just have to pedal your heart out.
Dylan tells him from the front of the hood as he buckles himself in.
I'd rather not.
Colin responds in his monotone voice, making Dylan frown and gaze at me questionably. Oh shit, I yell, standing abruptly. Wait 1 sec. I jog down the racetrack, weaving through the other racers with their families to the pit crew area.
Lake, it's about to start!
Dylan calls out after me. Making it back to our initial station, I quickly grabbed the jacket from Colin's backpack that I tucked in there before we left. Holding it against my chest, my eyes water again as I grit my back teeth together. An announcer on the loudspeaker lets the crowd know the race is about to begin, pulling me back to the present. Approaching the race car that's conveniently painted the same color as Colin's favorite shirt, Dylan's anxious eyes find mine. With a serene smile, I hold up the Rainbow Warrior jacket. Her throat bobs, and her eyes immediately fill with tears as she straightens.
She mouths the jacket. This should fit, yeah? I say, holding it before Colin. His eyes light up like fireworks as he touches the fabric, running his fingers across the different colors and textures.
I want it on. Want it on. Heard it makes you faster. She said it makes you faster.
He says, unbuckling his belt and standing up out of the car.
She told me.
Smiling at his mention of my mother, I help him into the jacket that runs up on his arms a little, but still fits around the back. Dylan's got a hand over her mouth as tears spill down her cheeks. She knows the meaning behind this, the significance of such a moment. "Racers, to the starting line!" A loud booming voice announces over the speakers. The team waits by our designated pit crew area, and I throw an arm around Dylan's shoulder, awaiting the race with Colin in his yellow car, the rainbow warrior jacket getting its chance to shine again. She looks up at me with an appreciative smile, mouthing, "I love you," to me. I wipe her tear-stained cheek with my thumb. "I love you," I whisper back.
She'd be so proud of the man you've become, Lake.
She continues, gazing longingly at me. "The man I'm becoming," I correct her. Her lashes flutter as she inhales a breath. "The man I'm becoming with you." Our lips meet again as the flag flies in the background. The crowd erupts in a roar as people jump and wave their hands around wildly in the blur surrounding us. I see nothing but her and my first glimpse of what a future with us together could really mean. Arriving back at my condo, we're both giggling like a couple of high schoolers from the day's events. Colin did, in fact, win the race. He won the race with the souped-up car he constructed secretly all on his own. His car flew past everyone else who was simply pedaling their cars around the track. Our team looked on in shock when Colin's car shifted into gear, zooming through everyone, lapping most of the racers multiple times as his car flew like the wind. We went crazy, Dylan, Ashton, Kat, and I, hollering like a group of wild animals as he finished the race in record time. He was disqualified almost immediately upon stepping out of the car that had entirely broken the rules of the race, but it didn't stop Ashton and I from lifting him up on our shoulders and cheering like a bunch of crazed savages living in a world all their own. It didn't matter that he didn't technically win. He won in his eyes, he won in our eyes, and the smile it brought to his face was one I'd never seen before. I'd ruin any race, break any rules, disrupt any event to see him smile like that again.
He told me it was the jacket.
She says, still smiling from our laughter.
That he never even really connected the battery like he said.
A deep rumble of laughter leaves my throat as Dylan slides up in front of me, gripping the zipper of my sweatshirt in her fists. I'm just glad to have my truck working again. After the race, Ashton drove Kat and Colin back to the apartment complex for the night so Dylan and I could spend some time together. Hopefully he made it out alive. My smile slowly fades into a grin as she flutters her bright amber eyes, gazing up at me with a new fiery look in them. We have so much to catch up on, but at the moment all I want to do is reorient myself with the way she feels, the way she tastes.
Thank you.
She whispers, gazing at my lips, then back at my eyes.
For being everything I've ever wanted and needed. For being everything I never thought existed.
I know she's referring to how I am with Colin, showing her that a relationship with someone who chooses them both is really possible. He's always going to hold a special place in her life, and that alone is one thing I admire most about her. I couldn't be happier it didn't work with anyone else. And thank you for showing me that a life without her isn't an ending, only a beginning. Her chest expands, then contracts as the breath leaves her. Hands slowly rake up my neck, finding the hair at the back of my head. She toys with it between her fingers, the feeling so welcomed. Fuck, I've missed you. I practically groan, pressing my body against hers. Like gas to a flame, the fire between us takes off. Clothes become a distant memory as we kiss. The need to connect, never more pressing. I strip her down to her bra and underwear in the living room. My shirt gets thrown on the coffee table, my pants pulled down by her eager hands. I pick her up and her thighs find my waist as we fumble back towards the bedroom, our lips staying connected. I toss her back onto the bed and she squeals. Smiling, she bites down on her bottom lip and I slowly stalk towards her, pulling my boxer briefs down before I kneel on the bed. She slides out of her underwear, letting the straps of her bra slide down her shoulders before she tosses it into a dark corner of the room. We're both naked on the bedspread as my thigh separates hers and I settle myself between them. The quickness has faded as we lie here, skin against skin, studying each other, remembering, soaking it all in.
I missed you so much too,
she whispers, her thumb brushing across my bottom lip. She leans up, capturing the lip between hers, sucking on it softly. My heart races almost as fast as hers as we familiarize ourselves with each other again. The head of my hard and ready cock brushes against her soft, wet center, and we both release breathy sighs. My hand runs over her perky breast, cupping the soft skin in my palm. Her eyes fall closed and I lean down, capturing her pebbled nipple in my mouth, sucking softly.
Please, Lake, I can't wait any longer.
She moans, dropping her head back against the pillow and arching her back, needing more contact. Okay, baby, I whisper, understanding. I can't wait any longer either. The 5 weeks without her were entirely too much. Gripping the base of my shaft, I run the length of her, coating myself in her eager excitement. With our eyes on each other's, I angle myself, finally pushing into her tight, dripping heat. Fuck, I mumble, dropping my head against hers as my cock slides deep. This feeling, this closeness, this connection, the love, it's shaking me to my core, making me question how stupid I was for ever walking away from her, yet almost knowing it was a blessing in disguise. Now I know what I could never leave. Her lips are parted, her lashes fluttering as she adjusts, gripping her fingers into the skin of my shoulders. I pull out slightly, then push myself even deeper with more force. She cries out, nails piercing into my flesh. I groan at the sensation, then continue upping my speed as I say, I want this, us, every day. She licks her lips, eyes wincing as I increase my thrusts. Her hands slide to my neck, holding my jaw as we gaze lovingly at one another. I roll us to the side, gripping her thigh with one hand, hitching it up and over my hip while I continue fucking her senseless. Shockwaves of immense pleasure stem from the base of my spine, and I know our first time back together won't be long. Everything feels heightened when the word love comes into play. This woman is my soulmate, my person until my end of days.
Lake.
She begins, and I already know where this is going. I know. I'm close too. I groan, licking her bottom lip until she opens her mouth for me again. Our tongues touch gently as mine sweeps the length of hers.
More.
She moans. Jesus, this woman. She kisses me like she never thought she would again, holding me against her like the thought of me being with her in this moment is still a dream to her. I can't stand it.
No, Lake, I'm not.
She stammers, her brow wrinkling as she finds my eyes.
Don't finish.
I thrust up hard, cutting off her words, causing her to cry out and arch her back, pushing her chest into mine. This shouldn't affect me the way it is, but the idea that she's possibly off her birth control at the moment is really turning me into a madman. Visions of her round and swollen with my baby are consuming my mind, forcing me to fuck her harder than before. It's everything I never thought I'd want, but I want it. I want it with her. I won't, I say against her lips. My gaze finds hers as our chests heave together, panting in our chase for that good feeling we only get together. Unless you want me to. Her eyes clue me into her understanding, but before she can answer, they close tightly, her mouth dropping open as she grips the back of my neck, tightening around my length as she comes around me. Her beautiful cries ring out around me, and I lose my fight to my own release. At the last second, I pull out, spilling all over her abdomen as I stroke myself empty, breathless at the pleasure. We clean up, curling up naked beneath the sheets after our soothing shower. I wrap my arm around her waist, backing her flush against me.
You didn't do it.
She whispers, turning her chin to face me.
I thought you were going to...
I prop myself on an elbow, my hand needing to hold that beautiful jaw, my thumb desperate to touch those lips as I explain what she's hinting at. I didn't, I reply. Not that I didn't want to. I definitely wanted to. You will be carrying my baby at some point. I want you pregnant with my kid. I can see it already.
Lake.
She smiles at me with an astonished look about her. But I figure there's a proper way to do this. Her lips curl into an unknowing grin as her forehead wrinkles, and it's adorable to say the least. It may be too soon for this to all be happening, but one valuable lesson I've learned is that time is ticking, and I don't want any more of it wasted. I love you, I say again, feeling free with myself and my emotions as I do. Tell me you'll marry me, Dee Dee. Her eyes widen at my statement, and she pulls away from me, looking at me all crazy-like.
Why'd you say that?
I chuckle, because it's what I want.
No.
She shakes her head.
The other part. Dee Dee. Why'd you say that? What is that?
I smile, withholding my laugh. He's been calling her that, and she still has no idea why. I lean back in the bed, reaching over to open the drawer to one of my nightstands. In the drawer is the tiny black box. I hold it in my hands, and she sits upright abruptly, backing herself into the headboard with the sheets clutched to her chest, looking almost fearful. Tell me you'll marry me, and I'll tell you what it means, I tease, popping the box open. Inside is the ring that was literally made for her. My mother's ring, the one she bought for herself when she decided she could conquer and rise again with the weight of the world on her back. The fact that it's a canary-colored diamond, pear-shaped for the tears that would fall no more with a delicate band of diamonds, is even more of a sign that our story was written in the stars above. Her shoulders slump as her mouth falls open.
How did you...
I can't take all the credit. I smile, removing the ring from the box to admire its new look. The original diamond is hers, but the band she had designed for you. Her face wrinkles up and those tears fall freely again. My mom gave me this ring in her will with a special message not to open it until the timing was right. The jewelers had contacted me after her passing, making sure to let me know what it stated in her will. Only open when the time is right. I now see why. A small folded-up letter resides in the box's top with Dylan's name on it. I gently peel it out of the box, seeing her handwriting on the top of it. Touching it with a finger, my own tears form. It's for you, I say, handing it to her. She looks at me with uncertainty before opening the tiny letter. Her face crumples into a sob after she reads it, and she holds the note against her heart. I don't ask what's on it. That's between them. That's their special relationship, as short as it was, that they get to keep together. I do, however, grab her other hand, her left hand, pulling it out before me. With the ring now in my hands, I demand again. Tell me you'll marry me. She sniffles adorably, her eyes wrinkling in the corners as she nods vigorously. I slide the ring onto her finger and we both peer down at it. Dylan Decker, I whisper before bringing the hand to my lips, kissing her fingers softly one by one.
Dee Dee meant Dylan Decker?
She gasps, then laughs.
Like, Colin's been calling me that for months now.
I know. I can't hide my cheesy grin. Guess they both knew long before we did, huh?
Nah.
She sniffs, gazing lovingly at her ring.
I knew the moment you called me stale.
I chuckle into the pillow before picking it up and throwing it at her, causing her to buckle over with laughter. I quickly hop alongside her at the top of the bed beneath the comforter, sitting back against the headboard with my arm wrapped tightly around her. Can we call Colin now? I really want to tell him already, I say, peering down at her perfect little hand, the ring shining in the dimly lit room.
Tomorrow,
she whispers, still gazing at it with her grin in place.
Tonight is ours.
With that, our lips find each other again, and the fire that's always there reignites. Life circles around us as it always does. I'm thankful that I can now appreciate it the way I was meant to, taking the time to embrace our faults while celebrating how we conquer them every day. Dylan and I were meant to be together, our story aligning just the way it needed to. My knee, my downfall, was the key to opening my eyes to the fight that really mattered. The fight to own our setbacks, allowing love to guide us, and seeing life through someone else's lens. Someone who can appreciate the facts of the world around us, the pain and hardships, and still see the hope of that yellow sun breaking through. Life and love are like that racetrack, as Dylan mentioned. The good days and bad days circle around as they always do. But just like the Canary cowards, this is one race we couldn't lose if we tried.
Epilogue. Being married to an elite athlete has its perks, but being married to Lake Decker has all the perks.
He wants a hot dog. A hot dog. River wants a hot dog. With ketchup.
I run my hands through my hair, gripping the ends of it as I stand at the window, blowing out an anxious breath.
River wants a hot dog. Can Unky give him one? Give him a hot dog. With ketchup?
I turn back around in our reserved box, seeing River playing with his train track set on the floor, the toys all spread on a yellow blanket set out by Colin. It makes my heart melt. Every time. I thought Colin was the best big brother, but it turns out he's an even better uncle. 3 years since River was born, and he's been a doting figure in his life. I never thought Colin would connect with a young child how he has, but he takes such pride in taking care of our boy. Yeah, he can have whatever he wants as long as it's cut up small, like I showed you. Just grab the food from the counter over there, Col. It's all for us. The bananas, too.
Riv, Unky found bananas.
He cheers excitedly, and River bounces on his butt.
Bananas.
The whistle blows as I roll the bottom of my maternity shirt in my grasp, my palms sweaty with anxiety. I watch as Lake lines up near Candy on the line of scrimmage. The whistle blows, and it's a handoff to Lake, just as I assumed. He spins, ducking into the colossal mess of men directly on the end zone line, disappearing from my sight entirely. I stare at the large screen over the field before us, trying to see. The whistle blows again, and I see a referee holding up the touchdown sign. The crowd erupts as my screams fill the tiny, enclosed boxed section. He did it! He did it! I scream and attempt to jump, turning to look at Colin and River. Ah! The little dark-haired miniature version of Lake himself looks at me all cockeyed before looking up at Colin.
She a crazy mama,
he says, making a face. I continue jumping and slapping the glass of the window while the rest of the crowd roars and confetti spills from the ceiling.
She's a crazy sister, too. Crazy sister.
Colin adds, giving him a little plate of snacks as the world outside our private box continues to erupt in celebration. Lake finally gets to us after the game and post-game press. River runs towards him, jumping up into his arms as he drops his bags to hold him.
We did it, baby boy.
He kisses his chubby little cheek.
Daddy did it.
Congrats, Lake,
Colin says, coming up to pat his shoulder, sounding all formal.
I won a race once,
he adds. Lake drops his head back in laughter.
That you did. Whooped their ass, too. Ass!
River repeats. He makes a pained face at me before setting River down. He runs back over to Unky Colin, jumping up on his back. Lake bites his lower lip and makes those eyes at me that get me pregnant while being pregnant, grabbing my hand and pulling me into him.
How you feeling?
He asks, running his hand along my belly. Well, I thought I was going to go into labor from the fucking stress you were putting me through. Jesus, that last play! I shake my head before punching his arm. He laughs, grabbing the area and hisses, as if I could really hurt him.
I know, I almost went into premature labor myself.
He grips my hips, pulling me close to him. Candy comes out of the locker room just in time to give us a low whistle.
Give her a break, Dex. She already got one in there,
he says, bumping shoulders with him.
Looking hot, Chip. Pregnancy looks good on you.
Lake glares at him like he always does when Candy hits on me, and he raises his hands, backing away. Turning, he grabs River, placing him on his shoulder as he squeals, before playfully knocking shoulders with Colin as they walk back towards the field and some of the other players that have basically become our extended family. I'm so proud of you, baby, I whisper in all seriousness as his hands slide from my hips to my belly.
Please, you're the one carrying my baby. Football is easy, mommin' ain't.
He grabs the diaper bag from me, tossing it on his back along with his other bags. Like, really, I can... He cuts off my words with a kiss.
Come on, babe. Let's get you and baby girl home. Time to get those feet up.
I roll my eyes, then smile lovingly. I can't stand how much I love this man. We pull into the newly renovated home, the whole family in tow.
I'll feed the horses,
Colin calls out, practically running from the truck as soon as we pull into the circular driveway.
Can I, Unky? Mom, River feed horsey?
River asks in his adorably sweet voice. Of course, sweetie, I reply with a smile. Let's just get your coat on first. After feeding the horses and Lake getting settled and cleaned up post-game, I wash the old dishes in the sink before leaning back against the counter. I take a second to be thankful for everything around me and the immense love that fills this home. Peering at the dining table that really brought us together, I smile to myself. Memories of that Thanksgiving flood me every time the holidays roll around, but instead of the overwhelming sadness that used to be there, we are now filled with nothing but joy and memories that flood our hearts. We lost Lydia, but we truly gained a family, a growing one at that. The one she always wanted for him, the one he never saw coming. Lake will never be on his own, as much as he felt he was after her passing. We've created our own traditions, started our own legacy, together. I sit at the table with my computer and paperwork in front of me as Lake walks in through the side door near the kitchen. He approaches me from behind, his hands finding my shoulders. He massages the sore muscles gently, and I lean my neck into it.
You shouldn't be working so hard, baby. You need to take it...
If you came over here to tell me to take it easy, you can walk yourself back out that door and go shack up with Colin in his house.
Yeah, right.
He laughs.
He just kicked me out. He loves the privacy of his own space.
We splurged a little after renovations to the home we both loved. Selling Lake's mom's house wasn't even a question. We knew that the land and space would be perfect for our growing family, and the guest house we built for Colin was the perfect solution. That, and the horses are clearly obsessed with Colin, and we couldn't imagine ever getting rid of them. He simply took over their care, never once being intimidated by their size or demeanor, with the help of Lake and Dale, who often visits us. He has a genuine connection to them I find so beautiful and truly magical. Being in that barn is therapeutic for us all.
Is River down?
Lake asks, peering down the hall. Yeah, poor kiddo was so tired after eating 4 hot dogs tonight. Lake gasps.
4?
Kid is just like his damn daddy. Can't keep these boys fed. He chuckles, continuing to rub my shoulders before leaning over me and asking,
What are you working on tonight?
Just trying to set the schedule for next month. We've got 8 new patients I'm working into the program. That new side project I was working on, the new business, well, it became a big deal. I opened up my own therapy center for kids and adults with special needs and disabilities. Who better to assist those with impairments or injuries from sports than a woman with all the experience? I hired Colin immediately as my office assistant, working behind the scenes, filing and working the books in peace, away from the Karens of the world. Never again will I allow him to work in a grocery store. Nope. Never. He's had an amazing time alongside me when he actually decides to get away from the confines of the office, helping to work with some kids who can relate to him better than me. I think he might even have a girlfriend. He won't admit to it, but every time Evelyn comes in for therapy, he suddenly appears near the equipment, finding a way to talk to her. She even blushes when their eyes connect. He's so gifted, and I'm just so happy to find a place where he can really thrive. A job that truly fills him with a sense of pride and celebrates who he is. Lake assisted us in building the new complex last year, adding in a gym with all the technological advances that a therapist like me could ever dream of. We even have a pool for therapy purposes. Yeah, things definitely happen for a reason.
You're so amazing,
he whispers, kissing my neck. Lake, you just won the Super Bowl. Can we please focus on how amazing you are tonight? He cocks a brow immediately.
What do you have in mind?
Calm down, big boy. I'm still a whale, remember? He helps me stand up, his hands forever all over me.
If you're a whale, then I'm the lake you get to swim in,
he says, nuzzling his face into my neck. I laugh because he's killing me with the lame dad jokes lately. I moan because, fuck, that feels good. Goddamn pregnancy hormones. He gives me a quick kiss on the lips before handing me a gift from behind his back. My shoulders sag as I look at him in disbelief. Why? This isn't about me. Stop being so amazing. You're making me feel bad.
Shut up, girl.
He smirks, then scowls.
Take the gift before I decide to take it away.
I sigh, then grab what feels like a hardcover book wrapped in newspaper.
Sorry I couldn't find wrapping paper.
I smile at him lovingly, shaking my head as I unwrap a new Why Choose romance I'd gazed at a little too long at Target the other day. Lake!
I know, but I figured if there's 4 of them, you'd have a harder time picking a favorite to crush on.
Oh, little do you know, sir. I laugh, then drop the book on the table, throwing my arms around his neck. You're my favorite, I whisper against his lips.
Yeah. I'll tell the brothers on bareback.
He smiles, then kisses me softly before bending down to kiss my belly.
Love you, Brooke.
He whispers against my skin.
Daddy can't wait to meet you.
My heart flutters in my chest every time he does it. He rises again, kissing me gently as his hands cup my jaw. He gazes at me lovingly in the way that still makes my stomach churn.
You've given me my reason, Dylan. This family.
He swallows, finding my eyes as he brushes my hair off my temple, tucking it behind my ear.
I'm forever grateful for you.
I love what we've built. Kissing him back, I feel the love pouring over us again, drowning us in the happiness we've always deserved. I'm thankful for this every day, Lake. He runs his thumbs along my cheeks, pulling back to smile sweetly as he does, before giving me a final kiss.
I'll add it to the bookshelf,
he says, grabbing the book from the table and rolling his eyes before his smile stretches across his face again. I chuckle, then bite my bottom lip, watching his hot ass walk down the hall in his gray sweats. I sigh like a schoolgirl, gazing off at him, when I hear a knock at the door behind me. I straighten, gripping the wooden chair in front of me. Strange. Walking to the door, I fix my shirt over my belly before cracking it open. My eyes widen at a sight I was not expecting to see. There on the porch is a man with hair brighter than the sun itself, tattoos lining every visible part of his body. He's wearing ripped black jeans with holes in the knees, showcasing even more tattoos. His eyes are crystal blue, a shade lighter than Lake's, but somehow entirely too similar in their shape. Piercings litter his face, the face that holds a huge, toothy smile. Why is he smiling?
What up, girl?
He says with way too much energy for me to handle. I'm sure he's lost. He must be lost. Stunned by this peculiar visit, my mouth hangs open. Before I can even respond, he says something I never expected to hear in this lifetime.
I'm here to meet my brother. This has been a Podium Audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to The Canary Cowards, produced by Troy Odie, written by Jescie Hall, performed by Devin Sanclemente, Lee Daniels, and Teddy Hamilton. Text copyright 2023 by Jescie Hall. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.